Spider Pig, does whatever a spider pig does. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a pig. Look out, he is a spider pig. Spider Pig, does whatever a spider pig does. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a pig. Look out, he is a spider pig. Spider Pig.
I don't want to go slow in Spider Pig recording, but shit, at least still gonna rock it today. Why is this popped up? See? And nobody clicked on none of that issue, and it just pops up. Shouts out to y'all. Appreciate y'all for riding through with me. This is gonna be a long one today. You know, I'm going ham on Spider Pig every weekend. Start doing more of these Cinema Sundays. I got a long ass playlist of Spider Pig videos. So I gotta run through them.
Were your father and I having intercourse?
Mom!
Reg, you are giving him the wrong idea about sex. It's not dirty.
But it's not clean either.
Okay, cleanliness. Now, that reminds me. Always make sure your nails are trimmed and clean.
Dear Mr. and Mrs. Foreman, please give Michael $30 for the game you threw out the window and broke. Signed, my parents. You bumped into my butt and fell down, and that's how we met?
I'm afraid so.
Well, what do you say if Eric ever asks? We go with the I punched out a Marine story.
And I wasn't drinking, I was reading to the blind.
Sounds good. Is that what I think it is?
If you mean paprika, yes, sir.
Honey, paprika is red.
If you mean green paprika, yes, sir.
So I got something to cheer my girl up.
Well, good, because I finished off the last bottle this morning. Boys, I realize that, I may have been a little irrational today.
A little?
Shut up! What good is a clicker if it won't click? Oh, my goodness. I am flying right off the handle.
Wait, a washer and free water? Oh my God, it's like there's no reason to ever come home.
Washer and dryer, Red. They are going to have a washer and dryer. That redheaded harlot is going to be shouting out my baby's grass stains. I am a nurse. I know that 1 in 5 teenagers smoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I'm going to close my eyes. And when I open them, there had better be a cigarette between these two fingers. Come on, people, hop to! They stopped producing. That's it. You know, Donna, I've been drinking. I mean, thinking. You know what's beautiful? Fruit cake. I hardly felt a thing.
You ate a whole box of uncooked spaghetti.
This is just like when you two were little and you used to eat pretend supper. Only now it won't end up with Donna sitting on Eric's head. Well, let's go. What if that had been you walking in on your parents? And your mother was a dancer. I imagine that would have been quite something.
Quit it, Kitty.
Oh.
Hey, don't. Oh, no, stop. Hey there, Harpo. Where's your horn?
Bob, are you making fun of my hair? Don't tell me she has a crush on you.
Kitty, I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. So, do you like her back? Sinuses. Lori, you're mean to your brother and you're screwing around at college. We don't even see you unless you run out of clean clothes or need cash. You're an ungrateful, spoiled brat.
There's a car show in Kenosha.
A car show? I don't want to go to a car show in Kenosha. I want 3 more months with my baby boy. And now they're gone because of your bull. Way to go, dumbass! This place uses too much ice. Oh, no! Oh, please, no! All right, Kitty, don't panic. You know what to do? Foreplay is very important.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yes, it is. So, we're done here.
You're not hurt. You were faking it.
Oh, don't sound so surprised. I fake things plenty.
Kitty! What the hell? What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm starving.
It looks like someone's been doing their push-ups, sit-ups, and drinking plenty of juice. Why don't you and I do some private training?
OMG, I would so love to learn how to do the Kaioken.
You bet! I'll even show you my special power pole technique.
Goku, you are so rad. Dad, we're just going to train. Stop being weird.
The only thing weird here is Kakarot putting his hands on my baby girl!
Daddy, you have done this so many times. When Goten and I were hanging out, you overreacted like a total geek.
I want to take off your pride.
You bastard!
And when Yamcha offered me flowers, you knocked out his teeth.
Great!
Hello. You come around here often? Wait, Vegeta, that's your... Oh my god. I flirted with a monkey. I almost committed bestiality. Ah! You're still a monkey.
Are you feeling angry, humiliated? Is that it? Fool! You don't know how humiliating it is!
Hit back one more time, right? Cause y'all see Yokin. Y'all don't know what Yokin is? That's that other link that I be dropping. Cause I got an affiliate marketing with these guys too.
Jesus Christ, really?
Don't forget to become a member of Unrelent Gaming's Patreon for exclusive manga content and early access. Isn't that right, Seth?
I already joined his Patreon today. Tons of great stuff on there, actually. But did you really have to blow up the city?
Yes.
Blew up the domino. You blew up the dominoes and you're laughing. Do you realize the f***ing crisis here?
And you will be next. Unless you subscribe, like the video, and turn on notifications right now.
Or else what? You'll aggressively scream another man's name for several hours?
Kakarot! Kakarot!
I can't imagine the pain that you must be going through while down there. You must continue to find the strength you need to stand back up and fight. I can feel something deeper within you beginning to awaken, and so if this is what I believe is to be true, then the time of your awakening is soon at hand, and your ultimate evolution is closer now than it ever was before.
As our story continues with Master Ultra Instinct Goku now shown quickly having to maintain balance in stabilizing himself before being thrown out of the ring, as with Goku now quickly shown having to act on instinct in doing what he could to survive, it was just upon Goku now being shown having to do so where Yoshido went on to comment, "Say, how long do you think this has until he finally kicks the bucket down there against Budo? His only saving grace seems to be running dry out there, and so how long do you think he has?" With Akuma responding, "Given what we are seeing, the mortal likely has a few minutes left before he is either knocked over the edge or knocked out cold," he says. He's taken more damage than Budo anyway, and so it's likely that Budo is either going to continue to use the Saiyan's own history to his advantage and win, or he will revert back and use his true power to smash the mortal into the canvas. So either way, whatever he decides to do, the Saiyan is done for, Akuma says. To which as soon as we now get to see how Goku is beginning to undergo tremendous tremendous amounts of attacks from below, it was only upon Grenoku Black being shown sniping Goku where Yoshido went on to ask, "And what say you, Takeda? Surely you're not still under the assumption that Goku is being underestimated, are you?" He is. Now just watch and you will see, with Yoshido responding, "So you're never any fun. Oh, and what do you think, Grand Minister? Do you believe this Saiyan's standing on his last legs too?" Well, given the status of this battle, the Grand Priest responds, "Though I am impartial on the situation, I don't see Goku beating Budo as this goes on unless he is somehow able to use something and go about the fight in ways that he has yet to display thus far," he says. "But I do agree with Takira here," he continues. "Goku should not be underestimated, especially when he is backed into a corner with no means of getting out except by going through what's in front of him," he says. And well, I can tell you this because I was there to see this for myself during the Tournament of Power against Jiren, and so we will wait and see how this concludes. As back down on the battlefield with a plume of smoke now shown covering the ring, it was just upon Grenoku Black being shown having to turn his back where Yoshido went on to comment, "Yeah, well, it doesn't look like the Saiyan has many options left down there anyway, because look, Budo dropped him again," as Grenoku Black went on to chime in, "And back down you go. You may start the countdown now, Grand Minister. The Saiyan would be foolish to try and rise back up and continue if he knows what's good for him, and so he's done." "Oh, now hold on," the Grand Priest responds. "Look there." "Oh, how much more persistent is this Saiyan mortal going to be?" Akuma asks. As it was from out of nowhere through the smoke, as soon as Goku was now shown having to emerge, he was only just then dead set in making his move as Grenoku Black had his back turned, as Goku from there went on to shout, "I said it before and so I'll say it to you once again, Budo. You aren't going to beat me by using my own history against me," Goku shouts, which in the same breath, as soon as Goku was now shown striking Grenoku Black in the spine, in now further giving Goku the opportunity in sending Grenoku Black's body flying outwards, it was only upon Goku now being shown having to do so where Goku went on to continue, "I overcame the odds then and I will make sure that I overcome the odds against you now." "Oh, now I see," the Grand Priest chimes in. "He adapted, and so I assume that this is your doing, Whis? Was this what you mainly helped train Goku for?" As Whis went on to respond, "It was. And so as long as Goku remembers the lessons that went along with his training, then over time as this fight continues, he will begin to adapt more and more to Budo's morphing ability and hold out against the warriors that he chooses to use against him." "Whoa, interesting," the Grand Priest responds. "Now I see why Goku is able to bounce back in surprising fashion. He's evidently using this as a means to grow and match Budo's choice of warriors. Very exciting stuff, I will say," as Akuma went on to shout, "Oh, Budo! The ring!" In which within that moment, as soon as Budo was now shown having to vanish, that was when Goku went on to chime in, "Darn, he's disappeared again," which means he's already on his way in making his move. "Oh, and I think he knows what's going on, which is why he is probably going to continue to change unless I fully break through his ability to shapeshift into anything else." "Oh, easy now, Goku. Just try and relax," Goku went on to say to himself. "Remember what we said about seeing through an enemy's facade. He can only choose to even himself out to the body that he chooses to morph into. And so unless he decides to use his real power against me while I'm active on the stage, then all I would have to do to best him is adapt," Goku says. To where that was exactly what Goku ended up doing, because the moment Budo had now decided in morphing himself into Bujito, it was only just then, despite Budo being shown changing yet again, where Bujito went on to shout, "Gotcha, Saiyan!" But then, it was as quickly as it happened with Goku shown having to avoid this, where Whis went on to further observe this by responding, yes, that's it! That's what I need for you to do, Goku! You are finally realizing it. One's history cannot be used to work against them if they've already prepared themselves for any and all possible things to go against them. Yes, and as long as you understand the dangers of what may come with the history that is used against you, then you will never fall to it ever again, as despite even even with Budo now being shown shape-shifting back into Cell Max, and from that point even now attempting to crush Goku from behind with Goku being shown effortlessly blocking it, even while the others were observing as Goku went as far as to blast Cell Max out of the ring, it was only upon Goku now being shown having to do so where Yoshido went on to add, "Do my eyes deceive me, or does it look like the mortal is fighting Budo's morphing ability off with his eyes closed? Ah, that fool. We told him to finish the Saiyan off the moment the bell rang, but instead decided to wage a psychological battle instead," Akuma chimes in. Well, you don't obviously think that Budo doesn't already see what's going on here now, does he, Yoshido asks? Cause he clearly isn't taking Goku all that seriously just yet, as Akuma responds, "Well, now he does, and so one of two things are about to happen in a matter of moments. So watch closely and let's see," with the Grand Priest having to then inform Whis by telling him, "Well, credit where credit is due, Whis. You did well to prepare Goku for a situation like this, so well played on your end for adjusting him into making sure that he was able to adapt to his history, rather than of course having him fall to it," with Whis responding, "Well, it most certainly wasn't easy for us to master at first, but I knew that Goku could pull through by seeing through his own history being used against him in such scenarios. And so I think that now that Goku fully understands the nature of what his opponent Budo in this case is bringing to the table, and I don't see this being used to throw Goku off balance anymore," Whis continues, "especially since you can see that with his movements and spirit fully in sync, unless something drastic were to happen to shift these current events, then Goku may in fact actually go as far as to win," with the Grand Priest responding, "I see. Well, this was a pleasant turnaround to see unfold then, though of course I am not surprised given that I've seen him fight before, and I truly wonder if this will truly be it, or maybe simply the beginning of something more terrifying to come." To where even now with Goku being shown not only having to go as far as to dodge each and every single one of Budo's blasts, but Goku now even once again had gone as far as to unleash yet another ki blast in attempting to get rid of Budo, as Akuma went on to chime in, "I've had enough of watching that Saiyan do what he's doing. He should have been annihilated seconds after the Grand Priest called for this to start. I'm swapping in with him and putting an end to this." But then, all of a sudden, silence, as Yoshido went on to respond, "Hey, wait. Do the rest of you feel that coming from behind the smoke too? Has he finally decided to take the Saiyan seriously?" with Akuma responding, "Yes, of course." And so from here on, now that Budo knows what to expect from the mortal, he stands absolutely no chance of beating him now, as through the smoke we now finally get to see how it looked as though Budo was now done in playing any of Goku's games, as Budo went on to address Goku by telling him, "Interesting, Saiyan, and here I assume that by using your own history against you, that you surely would have lost much sooner than I anticipated, but yet there you stand. Whis did well by your side to prepare you for such obstacles," Budo continues, "but now that I see that you are only going to get stronger through such things, now you have my full and undivided attention, Goku. And so now I think I've seen enough. Though I was hoping for you to crack under the pressure of waging war with your own memory, if there was anything that you've demonstrated here against me, it's that I'm going to have to hit you a lot harder than I previously was doing if I want you to stay down. And so, from here on, you will no longer have to worry about me shape-shifting into anyone from your past, because from here on, you will be facing the real me with my real power." As Goku went on to respond, "Wasn't expecting to have me see right through your smoke and mirrors, huh? Well, so then what now? Should I expect to see what the fifth strongest in the multiverse is really made of? Or are you going to continue to try and bait me into fighting memories of my past? Because let me be the first to tell you, just in case you haven't already noticed by now, but it's only going to make me stronger the longer this goes." Oh, you think I don't already know that, Goku? It's expected that you would grow stronger during our fights, but I'm not in the least bit worried, and would you want to know why? It's because you and I both know that this is all that you have. Anything beyond this current level of power you wield is but a dream, and so if you think that I'm bluffing about what I already know about you, then I welcome you to try and prove me wrong, because now I'm about to show you the difference between what you can do and what I can do. And so all I needed was a little warm-up, with Goku responding, we'll see which one of us stands last then. I know what it is that I would need to do to beat you, and so I'm just going to continue to push back against you until I found what it is that I'm looking for, Budo. You shouldn't overlook me just yet, and if you're planning on finally taking me seriously, then I guess I was more than impressive enough to prove you wrong before, Goku shouts, in which the very moment Goku was now being shown dashing directly towards Budo, Whis went on to then say to himself, oh, careful now, Goku. This isn't something that you want to go into so recklessly. This won't be the same. To where even with Goku now being shown attempting to punch Budo, with Budo effortlessly shown leaning out of the way, that was when Yoshido went on to ask, so what do you think? How quickly do you think Budo will kill this Saiyan? With Akuma responding, Budo should consider himself extremely lucky that we didn't swap out, because now that he will go and take this warrior seriously, all hope for this Saiyan to win are now completely out the window. To where even upon Budo being shown effortlessly blocking Goku's kick, that was when Budo went on to then tell Goku, nice try. I can see everything, Saiyan. You are far too slow. As within the blink of an eye before you know it, Budo without hesitation was from there shown glaring at Goku, and from that point being shown striking him multiple times, as Goku from there went on to say to himself, what intense pressure. I've got to do something and fast. Oh, take this. Take what? Budo asks. What lousy aim. You missed again. As Yoshido went on to also chime in, Budo must have punched this Saiyan so hard that he's starting to see things, because look there. What is he doing? As Whis went on to say to himself, I remember this. As we just then begin to notice how the original blast that was shot by Goku behind Budo had now stood in place, to which Goku had still attempted in striking Budo anyway, with Budo being shown catching Goku's punch. It was only from there where Budo had then gone on to tell Goku, such feeble attempts at victory, though you should consider this to be an honor among those who were never brave enough to call any of us out for a duel. I will give you credit by noting that perhaps you are worthy of fighting a warrior of my supreme stature, Budo continues. But even so, you are still nowhere near worthy of being acknowledged as anything like the five of us. I can see every single one of your attacks coming, almost as though you are moving in slow motion, Budo says. And because I can see your attacks and feel your heart begin to beat ever so faster, that is why you will lose. As from out of nowhere, before you know it, as Goku was now being shown struck in the stomach, Budo had now seemingly hit Goku with such velocity and such pressure behind it that even the others while watching this had gone as far as to feel this impact, as Yoshido went on to add, now there's the Budo we all know. Hey Akuma, did you hear what I just heard? Did you? No, what did you hear? Akuma asks. Now I'm no expert on humanoid Saiyan anatomy, but I think I just heard Budo break some of the mortal's bones just now, near his rib cage there. Pretty brutal, I'd say, especially since he had multiple chances to turn around and go home. What a stubborn little thing these Saiyans are, as the Grand Priest went on to also add, now I may be the oldest here, but I'm afraid Yoshido is right. For I too heard a few crunching sounds after that blow to Goku's stomach, to which even despite Goku's body shown having to break down on him, Goku had still initially refused to back down or quit from this challenge, as Goku went on to stabilize himself by shouting, no, I'm not done. Oh crap, he's gone. Oh, he moved faster than I can blink, and I didn't even take my eyes off of him. Oh damn it, where did he go? I can't feel his energy anywhere. Oh, it's like he completely vanished from the null realm. My ribs. I think he's broken some of them, Goku says. I've got to find him, and fast. But then, it was unbeknownst to an unsuspecting Goku now from behind, where Budo had now been shown having to come up from out of nowhere and elbowing Goku in the spine by asking, looking for someone, Saiyan? Well, look no more! To which it was only upon the moment of impact now, with Goku's body being shown hitting the stage below, that it almost appeared as though everything within the null realm was beginning to shake, as both Yoshido and Akuma, while having to see this, remained eerily quiet, with the sheer force of impact behind Goku's body hitting the stage below now ricocheting all across the null realm. Even the Grand Priest now was seemingly taken back by this, as the Grand Priest went on to comment, goodness, what a landing, as Whis went on to say to himself, no Goku, not like this. Whis, this was exactly why we put your body through the rigorous training that we did. And so you cannot allow your body to quit out on you. Push, Goku, with Yoshido chiming in. Oh, just look at him down there. He looks like a bloody pile of meat just waiting to be devoured. To where even Goku himself now was desperately shown trying to get back up as he was shown struggling, with Goku uttering, I've got to try and fight. I can't let this be how it ends. As you can almost kind of feel the pain that's emanating from Goku as he was desperately trying to stand back up. But then, before Goku was even shown having the opportunity to do so, he was only then from above now being shown getting blasted down by Budo with multiple energy blasts. As Whis went on to continue, and I understand the pain you must be feeling down there, but if you don't fight to live another day, then who will be there to protect the ones you love? To where Budo was shown giving out no mercy to Goku as he was not planning on having Goku stand back up. It was only upon Budo now being shown having to stop where Budo went on to then comment, "Prideful creature, I dare you to try and stand back up and fight me after that. For once in your miserable little existence, do yourself the favor, if you value what's left of your body, and swallow your pride and stay down. Remain where you are or quit. Those are your only two options that you have left," Budo says. And so now that that's over, you may start the countdown process, Grand Minister. He's reached the end of his rope anyway, with Akuma chiming in, "It's over. Let him try and use those lifelines of his if he wants to after this. I'll swap out with Budo and put an end to this circus once and for all, and so this is done." His power has been cut down to nearly 1/3 of what it just was. His story ends here, with even Yoshido commenting, "Well, now wait a minute, who says that you'll be the one to tag Budo out and fight the Saiyan? If he decides to use any of those lifelines of his, then it'll be me who jumps in next, Akuma." Oh, he's barely moving in that crater, the Grand Priest went on to tell Whis. "Though I understand Goku is your student, I must begin the countdown process now," with Whis responding, "Yes, I understand. Oh, come on now, Goku. Why is it so difficult for you to merge your two powers into becoming one?" To which, even to the surprise and shock of everyone there, including Yoshido, as they were now beginning to witness Goku move down below, it was only just when everyone was now beginning to see this where Yoshido went on to utter, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Look, he's moving. The gall on this guy, huh? It's almost like he's a glutton for punishment, right? He probably worships the fact that he's putting his body through such pain," with Akuma responding, "Well, it's how these creatures apparently get stronger, so it doesn't strike me as a surprise if that's what he's getting out of this," with Budo, as Goku went on to utter, "Whis, I'm trying. God, rise. Please rise. Don't give out on me now." "Oh, look, he's trying," Yoshido points out. "Will he do it? Will he stand back up again? Who wants to make a wager with me that he will? Anyone?" To which, unfortunately enough, instead of now seeing Goku rise back up like he did before, he was now instead shown collapsing back down, as Yoshido went on to ask, "Oh, how pathetic was that? Ugh, good thing nobody decided to take me up on that offer then, huh?" "Oh dear, this isn't good," Whis says. "His body has taken too much damage since the bell was rung. He's struggling within." "Like I said, Saiyan, humor me and just try if you dare," Budo went on to tell Goku. "I want to see if you have the guts and the willpower to get back up and continue this beating that you have coming. 3, 4, 5, as with the Grand Priest now shown counting down, Whis went on to then say to himself, "Oh, if there was ever a time for you to truly break through your shell into becoming the greatest that you can possibly be, then that time is calling for you right now, Goku. For I'm afraid that it's the only option that you have left that will save you from losing both this tournament along with your life." To where in the meantime, when then going back onto Earth and seeing as to how Orange Piccolo was now battling one-on-one against Cooler, Cooler. It was only upon Cooler now being shown having to hold the upper hand against Orange Piccolo where Frieza went on to chime in, "And I hope you know that your little orange friend up there is running on borrowed time, Guardian." Though as impressive as it is seeing Piccolo reach such levels of power, my brother is much, much stronger than him, with Dende responding, "Oh, come on, Piccolo. You can win. You are all that we have that stands in the way of Earth and everyone on it being destroyed." To where even despite Orange Piccolo trying to do his best in fighting back, it was just upon Cooler now being shown grabbing onto Piccolo's punch where Cooler went on to respond, "Not bad, Namekian. Looks like Orange seems to be helping you a lot better than Green did, but you're still no match for me, and deep down you know it," with Piccolo responding, "We'll see about that, you monster." "Oh, that's right, Piccolo, we will," Cooler quickly responds, to where upon Cooler now shown having to headbutt Piccolo before smashing him back down onto the lookout, it was just upon with all of this being shown happening where Cooler went on to continue, "I have yet to really show you with the depths of what my power is really made of. But who knows," Cooler continues, "maybe you'll be lucky enough to see it, or maybe you won't live long enough to have the chance to witness it, worm." In which as Piccolo was now shown sliding towards the edge of the lookout where Frieza had then gone on to continue, "Oh, I tried warning you that this would happen, but you creatures here on this planet do have a hard head, and now look." "Oh no, Piccolo! Are you alright? Don't let it end this way, just please hang on." "It doesn't look like your little orange friend is going to make it out of there." "Oh, poor old Piccolo," Frieza continues. "He should have done what was right and saved himself the pain of being beaten down onto the ground like this, but I guess he would have died sooner or later against us anyway," Frieza continues, "and so it's only fitting that he is the first to go. And don't worry, little green, you'll be the next one to join him once my brother puts this slug out of his misery, so just watch." "I don't expect you to understand what me and my brother had to do to prepare for this day," Cooler went on to tell Piccolo, "but it doesn't matter if you did, because you would have perished along with those monkeys one way or another." But then, it was just as Piccolo's body was shown dangling over the edge of the lookout, where Piccolo had from that point noticed someone having to now approach the lookout, as Piccolo went on to then say to himself, Well, I'll be. There he is. Took him long enough to get up here, but I couldn't be any happier that he did. Hopefully now we can turn this all around and put these monsters in their place." "Enough of these childish games, Namekian," Cooler says. "If you won't tell us where Goku and Vegeta are hiding, then you are simply expendable to us. You were lucky enough to hold out against me with this new form of yours, but so what? Where exactly did it get you by the very end? Nowhere," Cooler continues. "So perhaps a sacrifice is needed in order to draw those worms out of hiding, and so this is where you come in. Any last words before you die, Piccolo?" With Piccolo being shown turning his head and responding, You're a fool. If you think that this fight that both you and your brother started here is over, then you have another thing coming. Especially now that the odds are even and I'm not alone. Now you're in for it. Smash him, Gohan!" As it was only just then, right then and there from out of nowhere beneath the lookout, we then bear witness to none other than Beast Gohan having to now arrive in saving the day. As with Beast Gohan now looking to even the playing field, it was right before Gohan was shown attacking Cooler where Gohan went on to respond, "Why don't you try and do what you did to him on me? Hang on, Piccolo." "What the?" Cooler says, "But where did he just..." But then, before Cooler could even go as far as to get another syllable out, that was when Beast Gohan went on to stick his arms out by shouting, "Now you've done it! Worry about this, you monster!" "Oh, you little insect," Cooler says. As it was just within that very moment with Gohan shown having to fire off the Masenko, where Dende was now shown completely relieved by the fact that Gohan was now here to save them, as Frieza went on to ask, "Is that really Gohan?" "Yes, but it is." "Very interesting," Frieza continues. As with Beast Gohan now shown helping Piccolo up, that was when Beast Gohan went on to then ask him, "Hey, are you okay, Piccolo? Sorry I wasn't able to make it here here a little sooner. I had to get Pan and Videl to safety just in case things got ugly here, with Piccolo responding, "Yeah, don't sweat it. It's a good thing you got here when you did. Otherwise, that would have been it for me." So that was Frieza's brother, I imagine, right? Gohan asks. And so just what the heck do they want anyway, with Piccolo responding, "Oh, it's the same old story with Frieza. He's here with his brother because they're after your father and Vegeta, but there's something's off with them." "Yeah, I can see that," Gohan responds, "because why do I feel my dad's power along with my own coming from Frieza? And I can also sense Vegeta and Moro's coming from his brother too. What's going on?" With Orange Piccolo responding, "I'm not really sure, but we'll figure that part out a little later." My oh my, bravo Gohan! It would seem as though Father Time hasn't withered you completely away after all. Quite the look, I will say. Though the hair seems to be a bit much, but, well, who's really counting these days? Am I right, Frieza asks? "Oh, it's been far too long since I laid my eyes on you. Tell me something, Saiyan. You wouldn't happen to know where your father and Vegeta might be, do you?" Like I'd ever tell you," Gohan responds. "Why are you even after them anyway? They're both clearly not here, so why even bother to come here?" With Orange Piccolo responding, "Hey, Gohan, look, through the smoke." As lo and behold, through the smoke, as we then see how Cooler was still standing in the exact place where he was, it was only as he was now beginning to slowly but surely lower his guard where Cooler went on to address Gohan by telling him, "So, you're Goku's son, are you? Yes, I can see that you're quite the powerhouse, because unlike the Namekian, that one actually hurts a lot," Cooler continues. "But it's a good thing that I was able to absorb some of that energy and recover, because now you've got my blood pumping, and so I'm intrigued. What do you say you and I have a little bit of fun and see which one of us is the mightiest warrior as I beat the information of where those monkeys are out of you," Cooler says. "It'll certainly be worth me using more of my latent power against someone semi-worthy of fighting me anyways, so how about it, boy? And now that I have the chance to meet and engage against the son of the very Saiyan that we're looking for, I'm going to personally see to it that I make this all worth your while, Gohan." As it was only right then and there during that moment where the Beyond Dragon Ball Super story of the top 5 strongest warriors in the multiverse manga chapter number 33 special then comes to a close. Now, you can make no mistake about the fact that something big is coming, and to kind of go as far as to give you all a little bit of a preview as to what is to come, as of course all of my Patreon members have already seen, I want you guys to go on ahead now and see into what we have planned coming very shortly on the channel that I think is going to put everything into perspective once of course it ends up happening. Take a look. So it was as I told you guys, as long as you give me the time, I will give you guys the best that I possibly could. So again, if you want to be the first in not only having to witness Goku's upcoming transformation, but so much more, including gaining access to exclusives and so many other things, then I do encourage you all to become a member of my Patreon today, patreon.com/unrealendgaming, to where I will go on ahead and leave those links located down in the description box below and pinned comment section below as well, to where I also want to go on ahead and give a huge thank you and shout out to all of the current Patreon members that are active on there, because if there's anyone to give you a testimony and tell you about all the things that we do on there, then it's definitely all of the active Patreon members on there now, to where I can't wait to show you guys everything that's that's about to transpire involving Cooler and Gohan, Goku, and Budo. So again, I want to thank you all so much for watching, everybody. Again, thank you all so much for your time. To where if of course you also just so happen to be new to the channel, then I do encourage you all to head on over and smash that subscribe button on top of giving this video a big fat thumbs up by smashing that like button down below. Tune back in for more because there is a whole hell of a lot more coming, and with that being said, I am going to be seeing each and every single one of you down in the comment section below and in the next video. Take it easy, everybody, and have a great day. Peace.
Hello. Did you know that you can stay up to date with the latest Dragon Ball content by simply subscribing to Unrelent Gaming?
Also, don't forget to follow on these social media platforms, you sexy son of a bitch.
Roshi.
Silent Cell. Me and the fans are having a moment. That's right. I know what you want. Extra long, thick Dragon Ball content. Quality reviews with flawless editing. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You dirty bitch.
Roshi, the fuck?
God damn it, I need them to subscribe, Cell.
And we're demonetized.
Yeah, screw it. Let's cut to the video.
Now, tragically obvious that reasoning with the bitch is not gonna work, Tom. You have to hit her.
I'm an assistant district attorney, for Christ's sake.
Tom, you have to get past this. It's okay, Faggot. Really? See, Faggot, she just gave you permission.
Stop!
See that? Bitch has no problem hitting you.
All right, lady. Okay, look.
You're definitely allowed by law to hit her now, Tom. It's self-defense.
Okay?
Yes, Sabu, you are in rare form.
Villains fear him, but more than that, they admire him.
Who do you think you are? Batman? Look, buddy, I know Batman. I once ratted out a counterfeiter to Batman. And believe me, you are no Batman.
For some, it's acknowledgement. For some, it's an obsession. But regardless of your track record, a newbie thief or a criminal boss, they all share one thing in common: a deep respect for Batman. Sometimes that admiration can go a long way, to the point where you begin to care for your enemy, or even save him. So this video is about 5 times Batman's villains came to the forefront to save Batman from his certain death. Gotham Trinity. When Bruce Wayne was in his late 20s, he had just begun working overnight. During those times, there was no Commissioner Gordon in Gotham City, and there weren't many criminals at the time too. There were only a few notorious ones. Out of them, Gotham Trinity was the most famous: Joker, Penguin, and Riddler. The only commission station installed to seize them was the Gotham Police Department, headed by Chief Angel Rojas. The fascinating thing was all 4 characters had one thing in common. And one day, Joker, Penguin, and Riddler each came up with plans to capture Batman for themselves. But at the last moment, it all took a nosedive. Why? Because Gotham PD Chief Rojas had also been scheming to lure Batman out to capture for themselves. It became possible when Detective Yin of Gotham PD, who was tipping Batman from the inside, got captured. But was he captured? No, not under the watch of Gotham Trinity.
Gotham PD beat us to the punch.
You mean nobody wins this contest? Until the cowl comes off. The game is on.
Previously, those who were trying to capture Batman for themselves now have a different goal. If they can't have him, no one can have him, especially not Gotham PD. While Joker and Penguin deal with the guard outside, it was Riddler's job to deal with the inside. Only this once, the villains, whom Batman always tries to imprison, have come to his aid, and have come to his side, becoming his guardian angels.
How'd you do that?
I didn't. Riddler.
The greatest mercenary. There was a time when Superman and most of the Justice League turned into tyrants, but there were few who resisted it. Batman, Martian Manhunter, Green Hour, and Insurgency was that team. Year after year, they fought, for 5 long years. While Superman and the regime continued to walk down the path of disgrace, Insurgency never resorted to such a low. In order to put an end to the tyranny of regime, Batman sought the aid of many. The Green Lantern Corps from Oa, magical knights from Tower of Fate, and most importantly, the gods of Olympus. But no method was successful enough to completely vanquish the regime. That is why Batman finally decided to go beyond the limits of the universe. For this plan of Batman to work, he needs the Apocalyptin Tech, a motherboard. But attaining that motherboard from the regime armory, that is a suicide mission. And that is why Batman came looking for him. The only man who is capable of such a feat, the world's greatest mercenary, Slade Joseph Wilson, or known to the DC universe as Deathstroke. His mission was to get his hands on one of the rarest motherboards guarded in a mountain range of nowhere. Hundreds of guards, yet it is not Deathstroke who faltered away from the mission he was entrusted with. The more time passed, the more it became unfeasible, because not only the guards, but their chief, Metamorpho, has come to the playing field. Yes, it became unfeasible, but never impossible. If it isn't impossible, then it is surely not a problem for the disciples of Demon's Head. Deathstroke took down Metamorpho, but the guard of regime was far from over. Now Cyborg and Raven arrived to make Deathstroke's chances of escape close to none. They captured him, but they never knew that the fall of regime had already begun. Because after all, Deathstroke had succeeded, and that tells a whole lot about the trust Batman has placed in him. Villains of Gotham. In the animated TV series The Batman, the episode Joining, we find Earth is under the attack of extraterrestrial beings known as Joining. Starting from Gotham, USA, they began to take control of every major and ancient city. London, Paris, Tokyo, Cairo, and the list goes on. To support Batman and the Bat family, even Detective John Jones, or familiar to us as the Martian Manhunter, comes to Earth. But there is something more interesting happening from the sidelines. The former inmates of Arkham Asylum now got loose thanks to the destruction of Joining, and are now taking a stand. A stand to protect their city. A stand to defend the very conviction Batman is fighting for. Joker, Penguin, Bane, and Mr. Freeze all working side by side with Gotham PD.
Commissioner Freeze, what do we do with him? We back him up.
And even going out of their way to protect the officers at work, especially Commissioner Gordon. Another moment that the villains came to the aid of Batman, not to save him, but to defend his ideation in the story Injustice. While villains like Harley Quinn downright stood against the tyranny of the regime, there were some, even among rogues, who lived by a code. Weather Wizard, Heatwave, Mirror Master, and beautiful Lisa Snart, commonly referred to as the Golden Glider. 4 of them responded to Batman's call after escaping from the underwater prison thanks to Plastic Man. By the way, why is this team of 4 rogues? No, it's not because of Lisa. Might be if it were some other time, but not in a situation like this. This was because they too had a code. Yes, the same code as Batman. No matter what, we won't resort to it, we will not kill. Batman needed their aid to stop Superman from recruiting members from all around the world for his police force. So they did. Seoul, South Korea, London, UK, Moscow, Russia, Cape Town, South Africa, and Kansas, USA. Covering from north to south, east to west, they infiltrated all the regime headquarters in each region. Right at the moment Superman was revealing his Clark Kent monument, from all around the world it was kaboom! The hundreds of black soldiers they captured were sent to a secluded terrain in the Mirror World. The team successfully carried out the mission, but at the last moment when fake Superman Bizarro intervened, Weather Wizard and Heatwave had to sacrifice their lives. For the safety of Lisa and Mirror Master, and for the greater good, they took the fall. After some time, in a bar in Keystone City, Kansas, we are shown Mirror Master, Lisa, and others paying tribute to Weather Wizard and Heatwave. And not long before, there arrived another person to show his respect. Yes, the only person in the regime with a conscience. Bartholomew Henry Allen, or should I say, Flash. The only one to bring us together. You know something must have gone off the grid suddenly when Wonder Woman barges in to attack you. Followed by Flash, Aquaman, and Superman, the whole Justice League is now on your tail. That is why Bruce immediately enacted the plan Fenrir into action. First of all, he manages to subdue Wonder Woman with a relic called the Bind of Veils, which tricks her into believing she's killed him and puts her into a motionless state. Batman puts a special frictionless liquid on the road, which leads to Flash crashing, and manages to coat Aquaman with a special foam-type gel, which sucks all the moisture from him the more he tries to move. Miniature red suns collected from dying solar systems in his knuckles and kryptonite-laced rubber gum in his cowl at all times. Batman gives one hell of a battle before finally putting Superman into sleep. So where did this craze suddenly come from? The man behind the ploy is the most unlikely one to use others in his games. The clown prince of crime. Grown bored with constantly fighting Batman, Prince has decided to pull the last joke on the Dark Knight. Submitting each member to a more powerful version of his toxin, the Joker uses
Joker gas. That sounds good though. Joker gas OG. Joker gas OG. Hey.
the Justice League to attack Batman, hoping to finally eliminate his enemy once and for all. But Joker's plan is far from over. Justice League was just the beginning. While Batman was fighting the League, Joker released the toxin everywhere. This gradually turns mass gatherings into victims of Joker venom. While more and more people fall victim, there become fewer and fewer sane people out there. With nowhere else to turn, Batman decided to call upon their aid, the greatest foes in his time, now to become his greatest help. Shining the bat signal upside down, a symbol his enemies used to mourn his passing, he is greeted by Penguin, Bane, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, Scarecrow, Clayface, Killer Croc, and their goons. An occurrence of a lifetime, Batman rallies the gathered to save Gotham, while the unlikely alliance of the Bat family and its villains work together to bring down the Joker. Joker Days. The one who is most obsessed with Batman is none other than him, the eternal king of jesters. The Joker. Sometimes it is like a love-hate relationship. Joker will try his level best to defeat Batman and make him admit that he was outsmarted by him. On the other hand, he doesn't want anyone else to capture Batman or even lay a finger on him.
You're seeing another villain already? I thought we had something special. Shut up, Freak! Freak! Betsy, are you gonna let him talk to me that way? No, it is so like you not to defend me. How many others were there? No, don't tell me.
That is why at the end of the day, it doesn't stop Joker trying to kill him. Sometimes he saved his life again and again. That is why this chapter in the video, compared to the previous ones, has a few sub-chapters as well. Riddle me this. First it was days, then it was weeks, later it became months, and finally a year. That is how long Harley Quinn has been staying inside Arkham Asylum, waiting for Joker to come and rescue her. Everyone else knew it was a fool's errand, but Harley kept believing.
Oh, Mr. J? Oh, sorry, my bad.
Even after Poison Ivy broke her out of Arkham.
Let's go.
No, because I'm waiting for
Joker. Yeah, I got it. You know how long you've been saying that?
She still chose to believe Joker.
1 year today, Ivy.
That is why, once and for all, Ivy and Riddler decided to intervene. Riddler captures both Harley and Batman and tied their fates to Joker. So will Joker condemn Batman to death, or will he find a way to free both of them?
Till death do us part.
But that's not what really happened, is it? Oh, shit. What are you doing in my memory? It's my memory too, dummy. First of all, those weren't violinists. And you weren't dancing with Joker. And it wasn't an engagement ring. But if all that's true, then why'd he say...
Till death do us part.
Because he didn't say it to you.
That is when Harley finally realized. The Joker never cared for anyone, but for only one. The Bat.
It was him all along, wasn't it? It's always been him.
Batman is. In the Batman TV series, we're introduced to a new villainous dynamic duo, Wrath and Scorn. Appearing new in town, the duo begins to meddle in Batman's crime fighting. They helped both Penguin and Killer Croc to escape from Batman's grasp, and when Batman and Robin tried to take down Joker, Wrath and Scorn jeopardized that effort too. However, compared to Penguin and Croc, Joker didn't welcome their assistance at all. Rather, he was much annoyed by their appearance. The surprising thing was, Wrath and Scorn were also equipped with similar gear in regards to Batman and Robin. The biggest similarity was, they were using Wayne Industries equipment, manufactured for the military. That is when Batman realizes Wrath and Scorn are not some strangers, but they are William Mallory and Andy Mallory, the two Mallory brothers, both acquaintances of Bruce and Dick.
Bruce?
Unfortunately, Mallory's also got to know who were behind the cowls of Batman and Robin. They attacked Wayne Manor and tried to destroy everything, but when they got captured, they threatened to reveal the secret identities of Batman and Robin.
If I go to jail, I'll tell everyone who you are. You'll be a target the rest of your life. But I swear, I'll never tell a soul if you just let us go.
But that really would destroy everything I am.
Bruce never wavered, but deep down he knew it was the end of the line for Batman and Robin.
So that's it? He tells and there's no more Batman?
I'm afraid so.
It was great while it lasted.
But that was until he appeared.
Bad night, boys. Joker, hurry, uncuff us.
Well, I'll do better than that. I'll completely unhinge you.
What? You can't. We know who he is. We'll tell you. Batman is...
Because he will never share the Batman with anyone.
Destroying you is my game, and I won't have anyone stealing my fun.
A few more gems. The comic Batman Europa is a good example that shows the hidden side of Joker. Following the journey of Batman and Joker across Europe, the series revealed that the two were victims of the lethal Colossus virus. Further, they had to rely on each other to find a cure for this virus. In the comic's third issue, the two find themselves fighting an enemy atop Notre Dame. Growing weaker during the battle, Batman falls down from the tower. That is when Joker decided to shoot Batman's grappling gun and save him at the last moment. Do you guys remember the Justice Lords? The Earth 50s Justice League? In the Justice League TV series, they traveled to our Earth and tried to spread their dominion over the planet. A similar concept, but a different end result, takes place in the Batman Brave and Bold TV series as well. In this story, an evil version of Batman known as Owlman comes to our dimension as a scout from another Earth. When our Batman found the motive behind his arrival, which is an invasion, he defeats the Owlman and travels to his dimension. There, Batman plots to defeat the evil Justice League and stop their invasion plan. Eventually he succeeds, but only with the help of a good guy, the Joker in that universe. Possible, right? When it's an exact opposite of our world. When Batman returned to our world, he felt something is off, because everywhere he looks, this is the situation. In the absence of Batman, Owlman has freed himself and gone on a crime wave. Now Batman is the most wanted criminal, and the ones who are hunting him are the Justice League. The League almost managed to catch him when he was saved by the Joker. The Clown Prince of Crime, of course, has worked out that the evil Batman is an imposter, because he knows Batman better than anyone. Even the Justice League couldn't figure that out. That's our Joker for you. After rescuing him from Justice League, Joker saves his life again when Owlman tries to run him over with the Batmobile. Joker swoops in, just like the Dark Knight does, and manages to pull him to safety at the last minute, just before Batman becomes splat. Something different from the storyline in the game Batman Telltale series brings us to the early days of Joker before he becomes the Clown Prince. John Doe, a sympathetic and insecure man who is looking for a direction in his life. In the first season of the story arc, Bruce Wayne is sent to Arkham Asylum. Upon Bruce Wayne's arrival in the asylum, he was attacked by two inmates who had claimed to be victims of his father. But luckily, John, the third cellmate, comes to Bruce's rescue. He brutally assaulted them and offered to help Bruce during his stay. That is how the two became friends. Throughout the story, we get to see the development of John and Bruce's friendship. However, towards the end of the series, John transforms into Joker. But he still has a human side left to him. That is why, following behind the footsteps of Batman, when in need, he comes to Batman's rescue even.
Sorry I'm late. Almost missed my own debut.
John?
Nope. Better than John. Come on, partner. Time for some justice.
It takes a village, not a single man. And we have kept the best for last. One of the most beautiful written stories in LEGO Movie's Batman 2017 shows us a new, unexplored side of Batman, a more emotional and empathetic side. The story begins with Joker launching a deadly attack on Gotham City. With the help of most of the villains in Gotham, Joker planted bombs beneath the city's nuclear power core. When set off, the explosion will destroy the city plates and plunge it into an abyss. But with his massive automated armory, Batman alone defeated the complete citywide attack. Just before he defuses the bomb, he confronts Joker. There, Joker claims that regardless of how skillful Batman is, he cannot save both the greatest city and arrest his greatest enemy. Although his master plan was jeopardized by Batman, Joker seems happy now. And that is when Batman rejected the Joker's claims and stated that all these years, Joker was yet another enemy. He meant nothing more than that.
What? There is no us. Batman and Joker are not a thing. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. You mean nothing to me.
Batman released the grappling gun and let the Joker go. Batman saved the day, but he failed Joker. He failed to face the truth. The constant thought of Batman's brutal rejection made Joker sadder and sadder. Seeing Superman speak highly of his nemesis and sending General Zod to the Phantom Zone quickly became the turning point for Joker. Heartbroken Joker, with the help of Harley Quinn, devises a plan to travel to the Phantom Zone. From there, he brings the most evil characters in the cinematic world. Compared to those, the villains we made in our day to today Gotham are as innocent as lambs. The Sauron from Middle-earth, Lord Voldemort from the Wizarding World, the Kraken from Davy Jones' Locker, King Kong and Godzilla, the Wicked Witch of the West, Jaws, Agent Smith, Dracula, Medusa, the Gremlins, and the Daleks. The list goes on, and he brought them all. This time, it was too much even for Batman. He was fighting on two fronts at once, greatest evil on the outside and greatest fear on the inside, and he was losing on both fronts.
Your greatest fear is being a part of a family again.
Losing the ones you care about is a nightmare that never again Bruce wants to undergo. But no matter how much you push your family away, they won't abandon you. That is what family is. Alfred, Dick, and Barbara, overriding the Bat commands, return to Batman's side, even to die. This made Batman realize that the ones you care about will never abandon you and come to your aid no matter what. That is why, despite the Bat signal, there he lit the signals of them all. Signals of all the villains in Gotham who care for the city. And they came. They came to his aid.
We saw your signal and we came to help.
Joker may be done with us, but we're not done with him.
We will be the Joker's reckoning.
Joker said mean stuff to us.
You were right, Barbara. It takes a village, not a Batman.
Yeah! Because targeting each one who returned from the Phantom Zone, one by one, they sent them back. However, the bomb planted earlier, it exploded. A large crack on the ground starts to run down, breaking the city apart. Batman and his village all form a chain link using their heads and feet to pull the city back together, along with the citizens of Gotham. But it's still not enough, so Batman turns toward him.
Joker, please, help us.
For the first time ever, he speaks from his heart to him.
Shut up, Joker. If there's no Gotham, then I'll never get to fight you again. What? You're the reason why I get up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and pump iron until my chest is positively sick. You're the reason I've given up a life spent with Russian ballerinas and lady activewear models. And if it wasn't for you, I never would have learned how connected I am with all these people. And you. So if you help me save Gotham, you'll help me save us. You just said us? Yeah, Batman and the Joker. What do you say?
You had me at shut up.
It takes great courage to face your fears, but when you do, the path to your utopia is a sunshine. If you like my videos and want to help me, you're gladly welcome to my Patreon page to pledge $5. This will help me to create more quality videos on a regular basis. Finally, and most importantly, if you enjoyed the video, please share and spread the knowledge. Let's build one awesome community together.
What you don't understand about me, bro. I'm really the GOAT. Like, I'm the GOAT out here, but you don't want these problems. I'm not even gonna talk to you, bro. Put your hands up. This is what I mean. You're scared. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I don't talk. I fight. Put your hands up. You're not even a little scared of me? Bruh, I'm gonna tell you one more time to put your hands up, or I'm gonna cave your chest to your back. Put your hands up. I'm gonna give you the one-on-one that you want so bad, bruh. Whose man's it? No, I'm no bitch. I mean, we can get it going. Hey, matter of fact, you ever heard about the gates, bruh? Yeah, I know about the 8 gates. Why? Nah, Heaven's Gates. Cause yeah, that's where I'm about to send your ass. Yeah. Oh, he's I'm gonna go to the side. Fuck it, but I'm no bitch. Let's go.
A super powerful alien and a former despotic ruler from planet Kalanor is introduced to the storyline. He was banished from his planet for his crimes, following which he came to Earth. He witnessed how Barry Allen 10 ultra-violent Flash moments where he unleashed his berserker rage. Superman and Batman are two of the most popular DC superheroes on paper, but it is very common for more die-hard fans to have an affinity toward the Flash. For those who are not so well versed with the phenomenal speedster, super speed might not come off as the coolest ability, but it actually is. And with Flash's versatility, it is one of the best abilities throughout the DC-verse, not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of how it affects the storyline, thanks to concepts such as the Speed Force, time travel, and the Flashpoint. As a solo hero from Central City and a member of the Justice League, the Flash has gone against his fair share of villains, be it to save the world, the multiverse, or to save his friends, and his entanglement with time travel has put him into desperate times, causing him to use desperate measures. In today's video, we will go over such moments where Barry Allen's Flash has gone absolutely berserk in his fights and against his enemies throughout several forms of media, such as live-action films, live-action television, and animation. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. Flash defeats Brainiac Luthor while the entire Justice League is down. Justice League Unlimited, 2001. Kicking off the list with the 12th episode of Justice League Unlimited Season 2, Flash goes haywire in a fight against a Brainiac-powered President Lex Luthor in the episode Divided We Fall. The episode begins with the Justice League members and Amanda Waller witnessing Brainiac inside the body of Lex Luthor. This new power amp effectively cures Luthor's kryptonite poisoning. There is a fight against the Justice League, which does more than enough to prove the power of Brainiac Luthor, depicting him as a terrifying villain for this arc.
I'll be dead.
Be gone.
This Luthor is under Brainiac's control, who is using him as a temporary vessel until he finds a more suitable host body. Meanwhile, Luthor offers to expose Brainiac to the higher world of imagination. They seek out the power of the Darkheart, which is a specimen of advanced alien tech that can constantly reconstruct itself using nanotechnology. This creates an ultimate fusion between Luthor and Brainiac, and Luthor also gets an android-like body as a result. Together, they can now absorb all the knowledge on Earth and the universe, and subsequently destroy them to remake the entire reality as per their liking. The hybrid conjures replicas of the Justice Lords to make them battle their League counterparts. It also instills their worst fears within them to weaken them in battle. Despite the struggles, the League is able to defeat their doppelgangers. However, they are still unable to do anything about the Luthor-Brainiac hybrid, which finally brings us to Flash taking the matter into his own hands. With every League member knocked out and Flash being the last one standing, everything rests on the shoulders of the speedster. Brainiac Luthor attacks Flash with guards made of their nanotech. He then squares up to kill Flash and carry on with his Armageddon plan, when a cornered Flash vibrates his arms to free himself from the restraints of the nanotech guard. Brainiac Luthor mocks him again as he is aware that Flash is not strong enough to fight him, so Flash changes his direction and runs. He suddenly appears from the opposite direction and lands a blow on the hybrid. He uses the power of the Speed Force to run around the world in a matter of seconds, and with each lap, he lands a huge blow on Brainiac Luthor. Each blow tears away parts of the android armor, and Flash then makes his fastest run ever, zapping into the Speed Force, cutting through oceans and wreaking havoc on Luthor. When he is done, he stands atop a knockdown Brainiac Luthor as his body vibrates furiously with the power of the Speed Force. Flash then vibrates his arms, tearing off the armor from Brainiac Luthor's body, leaving him with nothing. Ultimately, Luthor is left in a crater, naked. The League members regain consciousness, and Flash looks at them, but suddenly, he says that he feels funny and fades away. Fortunately, the League is later able to bring him back from the Speed Force. Flash burns himself to death to get his power back. Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox, 2013. The 2013 animated movie Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox witnesses Barry Allen go back in time and save his mother, Nora Allen, from death. This creates a ripple effect in the time stream, altering every event just by a bit. Barry wakes up in a new world of the Flashpoint, where his mother is alive, his lover is married to another man, and the Flash does not exist. Here, Atlantis and the Amazons are at war because of Diana killing Mira after being attacked by her. Superman does not exist, and Batman is actually Dr. Thomas Wayne, who lost his son Bruce Wayne on that night at Crime Alley. Barry Allen learns of the existence of a superhero Batman in this world and seeks him out, only to learn the truth behind the man. He lets him in on the fact that he comes from a timeline where Bruce had survived, which prompts a more cautious Thomas Wayne to help Barry out. But first, he must recreate the accident that gave Barry the power of the speedster. Barry is strapped to a chair, surrounded by chemicals. The chair has a lightning rod attached to it. As Barry hopes to get struck by lightning again, and the storm taking place right at the moment seems to be of great help, Batman believes that Barry is insane enough to end up in Arkham Asylum for forcing himself to go through this. But this is something that must be done. Lightning strikes and Barry's body catches fire. Batman douses the fire to save him, but Barry's body gets burnt. The plan fails, and Batman is forced to treat a severely injured Barry Allen. During this time, Barry also begins to get new memories. Memories he would have had if he belonged to his timeline from the beginning. He also realizes that this might cause him to lose his older memories. Stuck in a desperate situation, Barry decides to put himself through the accident again. Once again, Batman thinks he is insane, and this time, Barry asks him to douse the fire earlier. Lightning hits a severely injured, burnt, and bandaged Barry, and this time, he is able to tap into the Speed Force as the time around him seems to slow down. The effect knocks Batman out and almost kills him, but now that Barry is a Flash, once again, he is fast enough to save him and heal his body. Flash goes beast mode, reverses time, and saves the Justice League. Zack Snyder's Justice League, 2021. The original Justice League film from the DC Extended Universe had one key Flash moment, the one where he helped bring Superman back to life by activating the Mother Box. However, the film was far from being what the Justice League fans truly wanted, which prompted them to make petition after petition for Zack Snyder's version of the movie. The Justice League Snyder Cut was finally released in 2021.
Loading, back to the scene, hey.
And the premise was quite similar, with Steppenwolf coming to Earth via the Mother Boxes and trying to terraform the planet. However, he also brought in Darkseid, who was the primary villain behind Steppenwolf, as he had previously tried to take over Earth with the Mother Boxes. With a big threat being posed and Steppenwolf and his Parademon army being a handful for the newly formed Justice League, they had to bring Superman back to life. The plan worked out, and initially an amnesiac Superman went against the entire League. However, the presence of Lois Lane was able to bring him back to his senses. On the other hand, Steppenwolf needed all three Mother Boxes to create the Unity and terraform Earth into his homeworld. The five heroes, minus Superman, travel to Russia, as Steppenwolf is trying to create Unity there. However, they fail, even though Superman arrives and subdues Steppenwolf. With Earth compromised, Barry must do something to prevent the disaster from happening. The Flash gives himself a pep talk and taps into the Speed Force. He runs fast enough to break the barriers and change the past, buying Victor, or Cyborg, and Superman enough time to prevent the Unity in the past. Thankfully, the plan succeeds, and the Unity is prevented. Steppenwolf is decapitated soon after, and his body is sent to Apokolips via a portal. Flash becomes Savitar and kills his wife Iris. CW's Flash, Season 3. CW's Flash introduced Savitar as a villain for his third season. The season kicks off with Barry creating Flashpoint, just like the 2013 film Flashpoint Paradox. This changes everything, and we get to see how the rules of time travel begin to apply less and less to those who engage in it. With every instance of time travel, Barry leaves behind his remnants, creating other versions of himself. One of these remnants turns out to be Savitar, a darker version of Barry, who was shunned by his friends for not being like the Barry they knew. Heartbroken and dejected, Savitar rejected the world and tried to become a god. He first had to kill his lover Iris. The existence of Barry Allen also put his existence in jeopardy, so he had to alter Barry's life in a way that he will be forced to turn to the dark. This is where Iris comes into play as a big story arc. The season revolves around Savitar killing Iris and Barry going above and beyond to stop the disastrous event from happening. But when Barry learns of Savitar's true identity, we are really made to feel for the villain. Every time remnant of Barry Allen was killed by a future version of the Flash, but Savitar had managed to live. Despite getting his chance at life, he went through being shunned by his friends for being an aberration. Being broken and alone forced him to seek out godhood, as he did not want to feel the pain any longer, and for that reason, he kick-started his journey by killing the love of his life, not just for himself, but for the other Barry Allen as well. Flash unleashes his full power, CW's Flash, Season 8. In the beginning of the 8th season of CW's Flash, that is, the one from the Arrowverse, Flash reveals his true identity to the supervillain Despero to prove his honor. However, Flash's actions are set to cause Armageddon in 2031, which is somehow triggered by all of Flash's loved ones dying, causing him to lose his sanity. It is also imminent that Despero will turn Barry insane, but both Cecile and Barry have had a hard time believing it. Meanwhile, another metahuman villain named Zotar continues to be an obstacle. Iris finds leads that connect Zotar to Despero. Zotar is a metahuman who can control minds. Iris believes that catching her would be a huge help, as she thinks Zotar is behind controlling Barry's mind to going rogue in the future. Soon after, Zotar and the Flash face one another at a diamond heist. The crisis is averted, but not for long, as Zotar returns to go against the Flash. Chester learns of Zotar's presence and tries to alert Barry about it, but it is too late. Barry's comms cut off and Zotar uses her mind control powers to steal from Central City Museum. The Flash arrives to help the people, but he falls victim to her telekinesis. As he is lifted upwards and is more or less handicapped by not being able to tap into the Speed Force, Flash finds a way out. He begins to vibrate the molecules within his body on a very microscopic level. Zotar crushes his bones, and Barry is in unreal pain, but he does not stop. The lightning builds up more and more within him, giving him access to the Speed Force. Ultimately, it creates a shockwave that takes down Zotar. Flash pushes himself beyond his limit. Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox, 2013. We have already spoken about Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox before. Barry Allen subjects himself to lightning twice to recreate the incident that made him a metahuman and is finally the Flash once again. However, he is unable to enter the Speed Force and prevent his past self from saving his mother. This is because of Reverse Flash's presence in this timeline. And with two speedsters present, there is not enough Speed Force for Barry to tap into.
Let Lois Lane see me, you know. I knew it would bring you.
Towards the end of the movie, when the battle between the Amazonians and the Atlanteans reaches its climax, Flash goes against his nemesis, Reverse Flash. Flash is overpowered, but Thomas Wayne's Batman arrives at the nick of time to kill the Reverse Flash. On the other end, Aquaman's army has been slaughtered, his arm chopped off by Superman's heat vision, and finally, he is stabbed in the back by Wonder Woman. Cornered, he decides to use his ultimate weapon, Captain Atom, who has been overcharged with energy. His plan works, and Captain Atom is made to release a wave of destructive energy that begins to destroy the world. The Flash and Batman watch as the world ends, when Batman tells him, "The only way to save this world is to keep this world from ever happening." Now that Reverse Flash is dead, Barry can enter the Speed Force. As the destruction closes in on him, Barry stumbles due to his injury and does what he does best: run. He runs and runs until he enters the Speed Force. He tries to catch up to his past self as he notices the other Barry heading towards the past to save his mother. Even though they are the same person, this Barry has to run faster than the other to stop the latter. He gets closer to the other Barry, who is shocked by the experience. He is swatted away, but ultimately, he manages to grab Barry from the back and stop him from changing the past. Flash beats Omega Rays, Justice League War, 2014. Justice League War explores Darkseid and his forces of parademons invading Earth and trying to terraform it. The live-action Justice League film is pretty similar to this one, especially with the mother boxes being examined and ultimately creating the boom tube that brings the invasion to Earth. With parademons attacking the Earth, the Justice League superheroes, who had previously fought each other and had been suspicious of one another, come together to work as a team. Meanwhile, the film also walks us through the origin story of Cyborg, with Victor being born of the mother box technology, among several others.
Enabled.
His connection to the box as Cyborg allows him to learn about Darkseid, the parademons, Apocalypse, and their plan to terraform Earth. Soon after, Darkseid arrives and proves to be a formidable foe for even the likes of Superman. His Omega Rays are stronger than Superman's heat vision in the sense that the rays lock onto their target and chase them until they hit a mark. This basically means that you cannot dodge or outrun it. You can only maneuver your way around the ray to make it hit something else that is not you. During the fight, Darkseid uses his Omega Rays against Superman and the Flash. Since both of them are super fast, they run for their lives. However, since the rays have locked onto both of them, the Omega Rays split, with one ray following Flash while the other follows Superman. With such a handicap, Flash powers through by thinking faster than he runs. He runs across a league of parademons and crisscrosses around them. The ray that chases him follows his motion, and instead of hitting Barry, the rays take out all of the parademons in that crisscross motion. And finally, Barry is safe. Unfortunately, Superman takes the hit and is captured. Flash dies to save the multiverse. CW's Flash, Season 2. The second season of CW's Flash introduces the multiverse, with Jay Garrick coming to Earth 1. Barry and his team learn about Jay being the Flash in his world, which is dubbed as Earth 2. There is obviously a new antagonist, Zoom, from Jay's Earth. However, this Jay Garrick is later revealed to be Hunter Zolomon in a plot twist, who is basically the man behind Zoom. Throughout the season, Zoom is faster than Barry Allen's Flash, but the latter eventually catches up and also gets faster. Zoom gets to Barry's father and kills him. He also challenges Barry to a race that will determine who is faster. If Barry refuses, Zoom plans to kill his loved ones. Meanwhile, Harry from Earth 2, the smartest member of Team Flash, whose Earth 1 doppelganger was Reverse Flash, learns about Zoom possessing a magnetar, a device that can destroy the planets in the multiverse barring Earth 1. It also requires the speed of both speedsters to power it up, so Harry realizes why Zoom wants to race Barry so badly. Team Flash forces Zoom back to Earth 2, but he abducts Barry's foster father, Joe. Towards the end, Barry and Zoom race around the magnetar, but Barry also knows that not only does he have to win, but he also has to save Joe and destroy the magnetar. To achieve this feat, he leaves behind a time remnant, a temporal duplicate left by a speedster while time traveling. While the remnant saves Joe and destroys the machine, Barry goes after Hunter Zolomon. However, the time remnant is not one to last forever, and it will eventually die. This is also the remnant that later turns into Savitar, and so he doesn't really die. Meanwhile, Barry is able to overpower Zoom and leave his destruction to the Time Wraiths, who are the enforcers of the Speed Force, as they take away Zoom for his crimes against the timelines.
This whole planet will.
Barry beats Despero, CW's Flash, Season 8. Barry Allen's life gets even more confusing after Despero, a super powerful alien and a former despotic ruler from planet Kalanor, is introduced to the storyline. He was banished from his planet for his crimes, following which he came to Earth. He witnessed how Barry Allen caused Armageddon in Central City that destroyed the planet, so he allegedly traveled back in time to kill Barry before he could destroy the world. Despero even asked Barry to kill Reverse Flash due to the threat he poses, all while upholding a heroic attitude as he preached how he was doing this to save the world. However, Barry refused to kill Eobard Thawne, which pitted him directly against Despero in a fight. For the longest time, Despero told the others that he was the heroic rebel leader on his home planet, but Barry knows the truth and calls Despero out on it. The two then engage in one of the fiercest battles of the series, with Despero wielding the Flame of Pytar, which is a type of fire manipulation power that is one of the strongest metahuman abilities, and Flash using his connection to the Speed Force. Even when Despero tries to squash Barry with a car, Barry is able to use his power to hold it away. He creates a huge surge of his own power and blasts Despero and the car away. Barry heads back to his team while Despero plans to destroy Central City with the Flame of Pytar. The Team Flash comes up with an alternative to defeat the villain, and Barry decides to create a vacuum around the flames and redirect the energy into the atmosphere. To pull off this feat, he even gets a suit upgrade. Meanwhile, Despero powers up his flames as he claims that he is destroying Central City to ensure the survival of the planet. The entire area is encompassed by fire when Flash runs to the site of the disaster and creates a vacuum by running around the flames. He then runs up a skyscraper to lead the flames higher and comes soaring back down on Despero. The resulting hit causes a huge blast of fire, which subsequently destroys Despero's connection with the Flame of Pytar. Flash blinds Darkseid, Justice League War, 2014. Justice League War has a lot of really cool Flash moments. We have gone over the one where he outwits Darkseid's Omega Rays by making them take out a legion of parademons, but with Superman captured, the Justice League's troubles were far from over since they needed their big gun to win the war. Bruce Wayne uses the portal that brought in the parademons to rescue Superman. Meanwhile, the rest of the Justice League continues with their fight against the apocalyptian warlord that is Darkseid, and with Superman and Batman gone, the other members have to overcompensate for the absence of two of their most important members. This brings in the Flash going absolutely berserk in his fight against Darkseid. Flash and Darkseid fight over water, as Flash does his best to avoid the Omega Rays once again. He runs around the water, creating a water vortex around Darkseid, and hits him at intervals. However, Darkseid regains his footing and goes after the Flash. Barry is able to hold his own by turning his arms and body into super fast vibrating barrels that can inflict injury upon Darkseid. However, their primary issue happens to be the Omega Rays. This means the League must take Darkseid's eyes out. As Wonder Woman takes one eye out, Darkseid tries to kill her, but Flash arrives right on time and hits him from several angles. Unfortunately, Darkseid lands a huge blow on the speedster and tries to kill him with the rays again, but Green Lantern shields him and redirects the beam back to Darkseid. Later, the fight gets more intense, and Flash fights for his life. Shazam helps him out. Wonder Woman asks him to take out the other eye, and so he does, as he uses a weapon and climbs atop a building to get to Darkseid. Ultimately, both of Darkseid's eyes are neutralized, and Shazam's hit knocks him out. Considering how much Barry Allen loves his friends, Iris, and team members, you would not want to mess with this guy. This is a man who can alter timelines and cause Armageddon with his tamperings. Sure, this might be one of great inconvenience to him as well, but as an enemy, it is not the wisest of all decisions to send this speedster into a berserker rage. And if you liked our content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to us if you haven't already. Have a good one and be safe. Thanks everyone.
Years of grinding to anything without making a quarter. Right. Don't even start. Sometimes it takes that long to get over the hump. A lot of people want checks. The bosses cut checks. We want the money, but we
All right, I ain't gonna lie, man. Baki is probably one of my, if not my favorite series, bro. And I done covered every single season of Baki except for one. Oh yeah, it's time, y'all. Get your blunt, your snacks, your bitch. I don't know if you want to get topped off while we doing this or not, bro. But today we're here to talk about one of the most hand-filled, demonic, demented, menacing tournaments in anime, home to some of the ugliest niggas in shonen. But they also have hands though, so it's cool, it doesn't even matter. And I ain't gonna lie, we're gonna focus on 3 characters in particular, that being Yujiro Hanma, Baki Hanma, and I brought a very special friend by the name of CJ the Champ.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen,
to talk about the goddamn menace who is Jack Hammer, or Hanma, but you know, Hammer sounds cooler. Strap in, get your motherfucking snacks, because this is Yujiro Hanma, the Brothers of Destruction, and the Baki, the Maxim tournament. So basically, this tournament was brought together by this short midget ass nigga. Some of y'all casual fans will remember this little short ass nigga from the newer Baki seasons with the prisoners and the other tournament that he threw again. Anyways, Baki was the most dangerous kid in the world. He won the tournament the first time. Now this guy threw the tournament before and Baki won, becoming the most dangerous kid in the world apparently. But this nigga ain't no kid no more. This Baki done grew up. And he has been invited as the former champion to fight in this tournament for the world's strongest man. Now I don't know how they're gonna do this on some Whitebeard shit. How you gonna say he the world's strongest man, but Yujiro Hanma isn't in the tournament? That nigga is stronger than every single person in this tournament. Y'all really trying to play my guy. I know y'all hating on him because he got red hair and all that, but y'all don't like gingers? Like, what's going on? Anyways, the tournament starts and we get introduced to all the fighters, yo. We got Dope Orochi, we got my man Goki, we got a fake ass Conor McGregor. They call this man Ian McGregor. Come on, bro. Y'all was making fun of Conor McGregor? I mean, I don't think they was because it happened so long ago, but like, it can't be a coincidence, right? Anyways, you got Jack Hammer, the big ass fiend himself, or I ain't gonna lie, this nigga started off as a Skeletor build, bro, and now this nigga is a 7-foot stretch. This nigga is big as shit. Of course, you got Baki, but the first fight that we see is Baki versus this big ass wrestler. Literally doesn't matter who this wrestler is because Baki punished this nigga. Bro came out dressed up like Hulk Hogan just to get completely demolished. Baki did this nigga so dirty, nobody even knows his name. I don't even know if they introduced this nigga by name or not. Didn't even matter. Why does this nigga look like this? Fake ass Ultimate Warrior. But anyways, that doesn't matter. The next fight we got, 2 irrelevant ass niggas again. You got this big ass wrestler and this Muay Thai fighter. And I'm not gonna hold you. These niggas is fighting dirty. As soon as the fight started, this nigga spit blood in his eyes. Bro gave him a bloodborne pathogen to win this fight. Got this nigga in a sideways hat fighting. Bro, if you don't get your fake ass New York hoodlum, yo, this nigga has a New York hoodlum build. Bro came in here straight from the 1980s with this sideways fat ass hat on. Bro got his whole character build from MTV Jams. I'm not lying. But after this, yo, we got this old nigga versus a sumo wrestler, bro. Bro was out here looking straight like E Honda. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Is this Street Fighter 4, 5, or 6? But this nigga started slamming his ass, bro. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, I've never seen a sumo wrestler fight like this. Why the hell was E Honda spazzing out like that? Bro had this man and slamming him in all different directions. Punish that nigga. Moving on, though, we finally got a fight that I wanted to see, bro. We got my man Retsu versus Sergey, bro. Is it Sergey? Sergey? Am I allowed to say Sergey? I don't know. Anyways, bro, this was the craziest shit I ever seen, bro. This man Retsu sat on this nigga's shoulders and twisted around to break this nigga's neck. They called it like the terror shock, two shit. I don't remember the name of the fucking move. I don't know, bro. I'm not a martial artist, bro. I went to mission martial arts from age 4 to 5. I'm not gonna lie. I only got my blue belt. You feel me? I ain't even really go anywhere after that. I'm just saying. But this man Retsu sat on this man's shoulders and went in a clockwise position and broke this man's neck. First off, Retsu out here looking real clean. He got the Steven Seagal, you feel me, the slick ponytail. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. What's up with the skincare routine too? Cause you looking kind of high. I ain't gonna say. I'm just saying. That's Paul's. Anyways, so after this, yo, oh yeah, Dope Orochi's son is in this. Katsumi, I think is his name, or Katsume, something like that. Katsu something. Bro, you remember the ape that Baki beat up when he was a kid? So that got a son and he's one of the reserve spots. I am not gonna lie. Planet of the Apes came to Baki, bro. This big red ape came and he started fighting this man Katsumi and got fucking punished, bro. You remember remember how much this man Baki struggled against that ape? When I tell you this man Kasame beat the shit out of this ape, he beat this ape up so bad, Baki was about to break the fight up. Then he was about to kill him. I'm like, first off, please call CPS. So somebody get a zoologist in here. Why is this man about to kill this endangered species? I think this is the last one. I ain't gonna lie, the ape was mad strong though. He was throwing that nigga around at first, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Moving on to the next fight though, we got my favorite hoodlum, Hanayama versus Inagi, bro. Hanayama, and I know I'm probably saying his name wrong, and y'all always be like saying, what is Hanayama? Is it Hanayami? Hanayumi? I'm not gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna call this nigga what I wanna call him, bro, but this nigga got a crazy tattoo on his back. Bro, this man Hanayama probably look real good when you giving him back shot. That was crazy. God damn. Anyways, yo, this man is my favorite hoodlum in Baki, bro, because he's strong as shit, bro. Like, this man is built crazy for no reason. Why did they build him like this? This man, God hit him with a chiseled ray, bro. He was like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna make the look big as shit, strong as hell, and give him a Shaq build. And then he just Picasso'd that shit. I ain't gonna lie, handcrafted him. But man was mixing this nigga. I ain't gonna lie, he was so strong, bro, that he punched this nigga while his arm was fucked up and knocked him out. Then he flexed this tattoo and spit drink on him. I'm like, bro, what? This nigga is disrespectful. Bro had a fifth of Hennessy in his mouth and said, bro spit on him, and it sounded like when SpongeBob was talking to those niggas when he got lost after leaving Glove World. Nigga said, I just beat your ass. This nigga spit drink on him. Moving on though, we got Orochi-san Kasame versus this nigga named Joint Fetish. I am not gonna lie, the words joint and fetish should not go together. That is crazy, bro, because what kind of joint, what you mean by that? What kind of fetish is that, bro? But this nigga started mixing and had his whole arm dislocated, bro. He punched his arm and made his arm go back to normal. He had a dislocated arm. Now, normally, I ain't gonna lie, I dislocated my shoulder before I went to the hospital, bro, and they had to like jam it back in, bro. This nigga punched one time and whipped his goddamn arm back into shape. Bro, I am not gonna hold you, bro. I'll never want to see this nigga whipping nay-nay in my life, because he probably gonna break the goddamn sound barrier. Speaking of that, never mind, I'm moving too far ahead, bro. We gonna get there. So he proceeded to push up with one arm and get out of this arm lock, bro. I hate niggas like him. Anyways, needless to say, he won that fight. Oh yeah, by the way, a plane just came in, and guess who's on it? A challenger approaches. It's Yujiro Hanma, bro. This nigga is here, bro. So this is whole moment where they're talking about Yujiro Hanma, and this guy is telling this other guy, look, bro, imagine you got up and said, I want to beat up the president. It'd be really hard for you to do, right? Not for this nigga, bro. If he woke up and said he wanted to punch Barack Obama in the face, he would do it. And I would call him racist. I'm not gonna lie. Well, he would have did it though. So Yujiro showed up. The little short dude is begging him not to intervene, but he made it kind of an agreement. He was like, look, yo, put this in the little tournament. I'm gonna let everything be cool. I'm here to watch. Yo, there's this other delinquent though. This man Chiharu, bro. I am not gonna hold you. The way that he stomped out his first opponent, bro, this nigga had put black Timbs on this nigga, bro. He stomped this nigga out for victory, bro. Who do you know stomps a nigga as a fighting move? That is crazy. Moving on, we got a bald ass monk that submitted Ultimate Warrior. Doesn't matter. Don't care about him. This nigga Yujiro got bored though. Oh my god, bro. We're gonna leave a lot from the main story and talk about this man Yujiro. So Yujiro got bored and walked outside and found the Muay Thai champion, a two-time champion, and then beat this nigga up with 2 fingers. Bro, how did you get beat up by 2 fingers? This nigga beat you up with not 1, not 2. Oh wait, it was 2. It doesn't matter, bro. An index finger and a middle finger beat a Muay Thai champ. I hate this nigga, bro. Imagine you think you tough, bro, but then a nigga beat you up with 2 fingers. Man, anyways, moving on. The way that he killed this nigga though was embarrassing, because not only did he beat him up with 2 fingers, he then plucked this nigga's neck and broke it. Anyways, bro. After this, we get introduced to Jack Hanma, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the part of the video where I have to bring in my special guest, CJ the Champ, to explain to y'all who this nigga Jack Hanma is and how much of a fucking menace he truly is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Hanma, man. This steroid ass, big ass, put a needle in your ass nigga. There is no reason to be this damn big. But no. You see, this nigga wasn't always this big, bro. I mean, he started off looking like a damn dried out fruit. He looked like a piece of okra, a damn orange with no damn orange juice. Like, I mean, that makes no sense, but nigga, look at him. Like, yo, can somebody get this nigga a sandwich? But nah, I mean, we know how he was created. I mean, Yujiro redo it a Hillard, his mama, beat her cheeks. She became bald. And now Jack basically bald too. Look at that hairline. Nigga, that shit look like a damn puzzle piece. But nah, bro got on them roids, right? And nigga went from plankton to Larry the Lobster. Bro be looking like some of these fake ass fitness influencers that be claiming that they natural. But nah, when this man got to the tournament, he was just beating the absolute hell out of everybody. He clocked this one nigga shit so hard, he was stiff as a board and hit a damn 720. Flipping and looking like a damn Olympic diver. And when he was fighting, he was trying to bite niggas. He bit this one dude on the wrist and picked him up. Bro was like, looks like you'll be my dinner tonight. It was on his Mike Tyson shit. But no, this man is absolutely disgusting. This man is Black Air Force incarnate. His existence is humanly impossible, but hey, I mean, that's that Hama blood. I mean, if this is your dad, then I'm not questioning your genetics or anything, my nigga.
So after we get introduced to Jack Hama, Yujiro jumps down into the ring. We had this whole moment, bro. This man Baki jumps in on some straight eating shit like, no, there's no way, you can't challenge him. You don't have the right to. Get your dick eating ass out of here, bro. You are a dick gobbling this nigga right now. I know you want to fight him, but bro, what do you mean he's not worthy? And then this man Yujiro literally tossed you in the craziest, nastiest CGI I've ever seen out of the whole screen. Anyways, moving on, yo, we got my man Dopo Orochi versus Richard Phil. First off, this nigga is a bouncer at like high security clubs. He be taking hella punches. So this man Dopo Orochi wanted to have fun with him and decided to come in a fucking suit and brawl this nigga. First off, nigga, why did you come in a tailored suit? Ain't nobody tell y'all two swope ass niggas to come just like Jordan Bond Strangle and James Bond having a baby. I ain't gonna lie though, yo, the fact that he beat you the fuck up in your own attire is crazy. Bro, put your alternate costume on and it beat your ass. Master Goki fought a wrestler after this, and I'm not gonna lie, he punished him just using pure technique. It doesn't even matter, yo. The way that this old nigga fight is embarrassing. He uses all of your power and he kind of returns it back to you plus his original power. It's like if you hit him with an 80, he gonna hit you with 100. Like, it's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, he punishes that. Who cares? Now we got the two brothers fight. We got this doctor ass nigga and then this weird nigga that be wearing lipstick. I don't know if these two are in the LGBTQ community or not, or if they just be dressing feminine. I don't know, but both of them niggas confused me. And by confuse me, I mean, why are you dressed like that? I don't know if y'all are here to fight in this tournament or if you're here to pick up niggas, bro. I'm just saying, I don't know. But they end up fighting, and this whole fight is fucking weird, bro. Because it's one brother trying to like get out of the shadow of his other brother. But then there's this one part where he's like reverting back to those memories of his brother, like kind of bullying him or like being over top of him. Pause, that was crazy. And he starts being like, oh man, you know, stop, I quit. Like, it was so weird. And then he was losing the fight, but his brother gave up. I don't even know. Next up, we had Baki versus Zulu, and can I just say that the fact that this man's name is Zulu and he's African is super racist. I just want to say, because like, yo, I understand y'all from Japan and all that, but why did y'all make him act like an animal? The one character that's African, y'all had this nigga being incoherent, he can't talk, he's acting like a literal wild feral animal, and you named him Zulu. However, I digress, that was kind of crazy. This nigga is tripping. Baki ends up fighting and losing, but then the guy tries to fight him again because he doesn't feel as honorable. And then he beats him and it's 1-1, and then he ends up beating him. My point is, that was really crazy that y'all had this man out here looking like, you feel me, a stereotypical African guy. Bro came out here in the whole tribal getup, not talking, making noises, dancing around. If y'all had put a voodoo mask on him, I swear to God. But anyways, moving on, we had E Honda versus this wrestling ass, bro. This dude Showtime. I ain't gonna lie, yo, the way that Showtime and Baki's fight happened. All right, anyways, this fight was embarrassing, bro, because this nigga challenged him to a sumo wrestling match. He's not even a sumo wrestler, and he challenged him to this shit. It got so bad that this bro threw the towel in. And then after the fight was over, he was so embarrassed that he took his top knot off. Bro said, I'm not even a sumo wrestler no more. Nigga went from E Honda to G Toyota Camry. This nigga is not a sumo wrestler no more. Next up, we had Kasumi versus Hanayama, which was probably one of my favorite fights in this whole tournament because these niggas was going to at it, bro. This man Hanayama does not give up, bro. We got a whole backstory about how this dude saved his ancestor, and that's why they wear this tattoo to like honor this strong guy. That's why they always want to like be big and burly and tough. And I'm not going to hold you, bro. This nigga is like that. Even though Kasumi ended up winning with technique, he was getting punished at first. When I tell you that this man Hanayama was punching the soul out of this, bro, every time he got punched, you could see his soul leaving his face. His eye was turning gray mid-punch. Hanayama would punch his and he would fade to existence. It looked like Thanos snapped him away every time he got hit. But the way this man Hanayama went out was crazy because he stood tall like Whitebeard, would not fall on his back, but he passed out and he lost. So, you know. Anyways, we got Chiharu versus Ian McGregor. This fight was mad crazy, I'm not gonna lie, because this man Chiharu made him fight him by taking this cloth and tying it to his leg. It was crazy. But then midway through the fight, Ian realized that he had to actually fight him without gloves and shit. He was seeing visions from this heavyweight boxing champion. Like, I don't know if this took LSD before this fight or not, but he ends up fighting him with no hands, to the point where the dude that's with him throws the towel in, makes him quit because she says, oh, you're gonna f your hands up. That was kind of a cop-out win. I think Ian was going to end up winning because Chiharu was kind of trash, but at least Hanayama gave him respect for it. But this man fit is crazy though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, bro was dressed like Jinzo from Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, what's up with this? So this nigga Garland show up after this, yo. This big ass, super crazy 600-0 wrestler, bro. He comes in and slams Hanayama, knocks him out, puts Chiharu in the roof. This man Jack wants smoke when he saw this nigga. I'm not gonna lie, bro. When I saw this shit, I was like, oh yeah, this nigga Jack definitely want to fight this dude. And that fight is gonna be crazy. And it was. But we're not there yet. But we are at Jack versus this fucking Kempo nigga, bro. When I tell you he did this nigga arteries dirty, Jack be biting niggas. Jack has a biting problem. I don't know what's up with this dude's mouth. I don't know if he needs to go to the dentist, if something's going on with him, or if bro builds dams on his spare time because he on some beaver shit. But bro, when I tell you he be chomping on niggas like a wild animal, it's crazy. He bit this nigga's arteries. Bro passed out while fighting him. What is going on with this drug addict? Anyway, so we got Dopo versus who bro called a lady boy, which is crazy. I can't believe they said that. Y'all transphobic? Like, what's up? I ain't gonna hold you. Dopo was punishing him at first, yo. I'm gonna keep it real. He was really fucking that dude up. But then he ended up getting folded up like a pretzel. But when I tell you this nigga Dopo was a savage, he grabbed this nigga's foot and ripped his toenails off. Bro said, come here, give me them toenails, nigga. He ripped them off. But anyways, after this, he ended up beating Dopo up pretty badly, and then he started begging for them to say he won because he didn't want to kill Dopo. It was so weird, bro. So Yujiro came down and smoked this nigga. At this point, he's so mad, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Yujiro was such a savage. He was so mad. He told them that he wanted to fight all the rest of the winners. But then all the losers came out. And when I tell you he beat all the losers up, he punished all of them at their own game, bro. It got so bad that they shot this nigga with tranquilizers and put a goddamn bear net on him. They locked this dude up. Oh my God, bro. I couldn't even believe it. But this man Yujiro punished a whole arena of niggas, bro. And then the winners jumped in. They was about to get it too. But moving on, we got Goki versus the Karate brother, bro. Punish that nigga. I ain't gonna lie. Bro wore violet lipstick for no reason, just to get punished. So after this, we got Showtime versus Baki. Yo, this nigga started begging Baki to let him win. This was the most embarrassing shit I ever saw, but it was all a scheme. He was acting. So they get to fighting, bro, and this nigga, again, like I said, was acting, but he was playing dirty the whole time. Yo, he even brought in, yo, this dude was a savage. He brought in a fake Baki mom to distract Baki. It wasn't even his real mom. It was some fake ass mom. It was some actor. But then he realized as fighting this man Baki that he's way too flexible for these dumbass wrestling moves that he got. And this nigga just started getting punished, like very badly. Bro beat this nigga up. He was a gymnast. So as they're fighting, Showtime getting the fans to clap for him and shit, but Baki started doing it back to him when he punished him. This nigga started clapping his damn hands. He even had his woman cheering for him, bro. He took everything away from this nigga. But the dude ended up not even caring because he had a great match with him. Or how you get your hoe and your fans taken and you don't even care? Anyways, bro. Retsu versus Kasumi was crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. But Chinese Kempo is just built completely different, yo. He punished this nigga like badly. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, yo. I just had my editor cut out something crazy. I ain't gonna hold you, but I think YouTube would have flagged me if I said that. So I had to get him to cut it. But just know that, you know what I'm saying, it was a little something that rhymes with casist. I don't know, bro. Anyways, this man Garland versus Jack started happening, and Garland was punishing this nigga at first, bro. This was surgical, bro. Bro was a fiend, bro. First off, Jack is a fiend. The way that this nigga Garland was fucking him up, and then them drugs kicked in and he started punishing him like his meth depended on it. Bro was fighting that man Garland like, yo, if I lose this, I don't get no more heroin, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. He was punishing this nigga. Started biting him and everything, bro. So me ends up beating him. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't know how Jack was gonna lose, but that didn't matter. Now we got Dopo versus Goki. It was a back and forth fight for the most part. I'm not gonna lie, bro. But my man Dopo Orochi was doing his thing. But Goki was just too determined, bro. Like, even though Dopo found the way to reverse his technique, he still just had too much action for him, yo. That man Goki is built different. First off, how you built like that and doing that much damage? Like, bro came in too with the weird ass wedge sandals. You know, the ones that the Asian niggas be wearing? Like, this man Goki came in looking like a Ghost of Tsushima boss. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. So next up, we have my man Baki versus Retsu, bro. And I ain't gonna hold you, bro. This man Baki on that damn image training. You remember in the new season where he was imagining fighting the Praying Mantis and Mike Tyson? Bro, he been doing that apparently. He started imagining strong ass Muay Thai fighters kicking him. Went into the fight, beat up. How you losing to your imagination? Bro can't even win against himself. I swear to God. But Retsu was on this nigga ass, bro. But apparently it woke up the Baki Hanma in him. And then he used his own move against Retsu. He broke this nigga's neck with the little spinny shit. Looked like the clock was going counterclockwise on that nigga. I'm not gonna hold you. Yujiro mad though because he didn't kill him. He spared him, called him a failure. How you gonna call your own son a failure and he win in fights? I swear to God, I hate this nigga, bro. Bro, there's no way this nigga will ever get the Dad of the Year award. I'm just saying. So anyways, Goki versus Jack happened, bro. And this man Goki tried everything he could to fight dirty. Spit water in this nigga eye to simulate him drowning. That was demonic. He even kicked him in the neck, yo. But then this nigga bit his ankle. Bro, you're literally an ankle biter. That's crazy. Jack is a monster, bro. The way that he was fighting Goki was kind of scary, bro. He was chomping at this nigga like a lion. Nigga even learned his Aiki technique mid-fight and started using it against Goki. This dude is demented. Which led into our final fight, Jack versus Baki. Now I ain't gonna lie, Baki was doing this thing, but everything was for naught, bro. Because even though he was doing this thing, it ended up with a rear naked choke. And it was just the Yujiro moment all over again, where he's completely outmatched by a nigga that's not even guarding. We got this whole backstory with Yujiro during this because Jack, we find out, is the brother of Baki. Apparently, this nigga Yujiro was in the military fighting a whole army of niggas barehanded. Met some chick named Diane, I think, a Stephanie. I don't remember the shorty name. She was white and had blonde hair, bro. She probably was Aryan. But anyways, he ends up having sex with her. I think he R-worded her. I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember exactly, but I think that's why Jack's so mad about it. Like, so he dedicated his whole... Oh, this nigga Jack be dick eating, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But my point is, he beat a whole military group of niggas with no guns except for his biceps. I'm just saying. Anyways, after this little flashback, Baki starts fighting back. This nigga Jack, yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This nigga started using his teeth again, this freak ass boy. Nigga bit Baki's arm, the artery. So Baki got 3 minutes to win this fight now. He's bleeding out, bro. But Baki girl started speaking, and you know the power of coochie compels us, bro. Pussy and vagina runs the world, bro, because this nigga started turning up, started using everybody's move. The mock punch Kasumi had, the cord cutter, all of that shit. But he ended up using his final move, which was a front neck choke. And somehow, bro, he entered into a Yujiro mode. His back started tensing up and he made the demon face on his back. I don't know if this nigga Yujiro possessed him like Aizen did Yusuke or I don't know what happened, bro. But the way that he choked the life out of this nigga was crazy. Before that, the drugs had worn off, right? And apparently it like perfected his body. So it's like this well-trained body that surpassed steroids. I don't even know, bro. All I know is he needs rehab. That's all I know, bro. You're not alone, bro. You and Rue from Euphoria would be best friends. I'm just saying. My point is, though, Baki ended up winning, bro. He choked this nigga out completely cold. They gave this nigga the belt, and it ended with Jack and Yujiro Hanuma fighting, and he punished this nigga, bro. It was bad. Had his fucking blood all over the garage. The moral of the story is, if you're gonna be born into the world, make sure that you don't have Yujiro as a father. And if you have no choice, I guess you just gotta get strong and beat your brother up sometime. I don't think there's a point to this, nigga. Yujiro's a demon.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with the Banner of War and its conclusion. Now, a lot of you guys have asked the question, where's this story? How come we haven't finished it yet? And that's because Marvel pushed it all the way back to coincide with the release of She-Hulk, so make of that what you will. But what we end up doing here is picking up with this kind of final conflict, right? This final battle between Thor and Hulk. And what Donny Cates does is he actually turns basically everything we know about Thor or completely and totally on its head. The Watchers here, of course, because it's a massive calamity, kind of an observable event, but it's one of these things where sort of the answer to the question, what will happen when the Incredible Hulk and Thor fight to the death? Now, one of the things that we have to bear in mind here is that the tables have kind of turned to a degree, that because of all the energy, the kind of gamma bomb that the Incredible Hulk had basically let off, that it essentially turned Thor into a gamma irradiated version of himself. And then, of course, Odin granted the Incredible Hulk the ability to lift Mjolnir, so basically the roles are flipped, that the Incredible Hulk has become Thor, and Thor has become the Hulk. But the thing about this is that what you have while this whole conflict is going on, you have Odin who's actually talking directly to Banner himself, and literally saying, okay, you have to pull out all the stops here. And one of the things that happens is you have Odin that says, like, we have to find a way to get him, like, to get him out of this place. We have to find a way to get this guy defeated. But the issue of really, from Hulk's perspective, is the Bifrost is gone. Thor destroyed the Bifrost in his Hulk form. So the question is, if the Bifrost is gone, how in the world do they teleport him out of there? Like, if we have to try to get him to Asgard, how can we do that? And the response of Odin, and this is really kind of a funny thing, the response of Odin is, that's because you're only looking at Mjolnir in the way in which Thor ever used it, which was as a hammer. He just hit things with it. But the power of Mjolnir stretches far beyond anything that Thor has used it for. Remember, the hammer is empowered by a god. At first, it was the Tempest Storm, right? The god Tempest, literally a cosmic entity that Odin confined to the inside of the hammer using magic, as well as basically smithing that was done by the dwarves. The other part of this is that once the god Tempest was basically defeated and the hammer was destroyed, when it was recreated, it was imbued with the power of Odin. And that's what he's referring to. It's empowered by me, and my powers are almost limitless. So sure, we can't necessarily take him, like we can't take him to Asgard using the Bifrost Bridge, but the Bifrost Bridge is not the only way in and out of Asgard. And so while this is all going on, you have this portal that's opened up using the hammer that sends the two of them to Asgard proper. And when they arrive there, you've literally got all these Asgardians who are watching this fight unfold. And the question that's being asked by Sif is, with everything going on here and the Incredible Hulk having Mjolnir, even without it, the Incredible Hulk could literally crush Thor, right? Like Thor has barely ever beaten Hulk in the past. And the response of Beta Ray Bill is, that's not true. The Hulk has never actually fought Thor, not the real Thor. Thor. And this is Beta Ray Bill, or at least Donny Cates by way of Beta Ray Bill, turning it all on its head. That what Donny Cates basically tells us here is that in the past, when Thor and the Hulk have fought, that Hulk faced the Avenger, right? The humble and noble Thor. But do not forget, there was a reason Thor was cast down to Midgard, to learn humility, to learn honor, to learn to wield his power with mercy. But now, Hulk faces not just the mirror of his own rage, but a rage that has been held back for hundreds of years, a power this world has never seen. In the past, when they've clashed, Thor believed truly in his heart that somewhere inside of the Hulk, there was a man, an ally, a warrior worthy of forgiveness, of mercy. But now, if Thor is truly unleashed, if he sees no man inside of that beast, Hulk will finally learn what it is to fight a god. And that's the difference here. That's what Donny Cates is really telling us here. And in all honesty, it fits, right? It really fits into the Thor mythos. There's been precious few times when we've actually seen Thor just unleash himself. And the only times we've ever really seen that is when he enters the warrior's madness. And he's usually brought down in some capacity back to his normal self. What this story gives us is literally this just unleashed version of Thor. This version of himself that's not holding back in any capacity. And it's really, really amazing to see Donny Cates kind of look at this and say, this is what the actual strength of Thor looks like. Do not have any illusions. The Incredible Hulk is very, very strong. The Incredible Hulk is very, very capable. But against a god like Thor who has routinely held back, the Incredible Hulk doesn't have anything on this guy. Now, there are also caveats, and that's one of the things to remember here. Thor is fighting hard and fast. And the reason for that is the longer the battle goes on, the angrier the Incredible Hulk's gonna get and the stronger he gets. Donny Cates not ignoring that caveat. He's not blowing that off and saying, well, no. The Incredible Hulk's strength is finite. Thor's just that much further along than him. It's simply just at this point in time, as powerful as the Incredible Hulk is, that Thor is that much further beyond him. The other thing, and this is one of the genius maneuvers by Donny Cates, it's not just the Incredible Hulk running rampant with just unbridled rage that keeps increasing over time. That one of the things that Bruce Banner had done was that in order to weaponize the Incredible Hulk and to use him as a kind of controllable object, he basically implanted in him safeguards, right? The Incredible Hulk's strength cannot reach an unlimited level unless Banner allows it to, right? By controlling that device that increases, right? Increases the various conflicts and so on and so forth. The things that we've covered over the course of that, which is why I say you should definitely go back and watch our coverage. We'll have a playlist down in the description so you can get caught up for those of you guys who are new to all this, so you're not feeling left out like what in the heck is going on here. But basically, there is a kind of temporary cap, a temporary limit to how strong the Incredible Hulk can get. Now, the question that would have to be asked here, and this is the question that's not really being asked, and I really hope that Donny Cates asks it over the course of his run. The question to ask here is, what happens when the Incredible Hulk fights Thor and it's like Heart of the Monster Hulk, or like World Breaker Hulk, like the most powerful version of the Hulk that we've seen? Because while this version of Hulk is strong, he's not World Breaker. He's not like the World War Hulk version of himself. He's not up there with like Heart of the Monster Hulk, but Thor is incredibly strong, hence the reason why he's able to overpower him in this way, and why Hulk needs Mjolnir to come out on top. So what they end up doing here is they come up with a plan. They say, okay, what we have to do here is we basically have to push Thor into the World Tree, because by pushing him into the World Tree, we can basically channel the energies of all the 9 realms, basically the power of the universe itself, into containing and controlling him. And where Hulk does that and knocks him into the World Tree, the World Tree starts to basically encase Thor, but it doesn't work. He actually starts to rip out of it. And this is one of the things. What Odin says here is he says, for Thor, right now, we are using the united power of every realm in the known and unknown universe to cage his madness. All of the voices of the elders whispering to him, guiding him back to the god that he is, literally trying to talk sense into him. All of the magics and enchantments known to the runes and fates to leech this fury from his soul. All of this, and I don't think it's enough. Now, there are things we can infer here, right? There are things that we can draw on here. For example, when Thor used the powers of the runes during the old Thor Disassembled story and destroyed the ones who sit above in shadow, he became Rune King Thor. That the powers of the runes are not enough to contain him in this Hulk form with this unbridled rage. So you could probably make a credible argument that this version of Thor is beyond Rune King Thor. Now, I'm not gonna say that with any real certainty. There's nothing to really indicate here that's the case. It's quite literally us just sort of looking at the evidence and, to a degree, cooking the books. That's kind of what it is. But regardless of whether or not you see him on that level of power, he still achieves a monumental feat, which is the exact same thing that Rune King Thor did, in the sense that he destroys the world tree. Now the difference is that instead of using Mjolnir to smash the tree to bits, he actually rips it out of the ground. Like, he rips the world tree out of the ground. Now, one thing to understand, and this is a testament to just how powerful this version of Thor is, the world tree is anchored to realities. It's anchored to entire dimensions, right? We're talking about an object here that literally holds sway across pretty much the universe itself. So it's almost like Thor ripping out a portion of the universe. It's crazy. And that's when like Odin and like Bruce Banner are watching this, and it's like, how the hell do we beat that? How do we beat a guy who can basically rip a hole in the universe? How do we face off against something like this? And the response of Banner is, it might be that it's not even one of these things where we fight. We can't stop this through physical force. We can just keep fighting and fighting and fighting, but the reality is it would probably lead to the end of reality as we know it. The only way to do this is to actually talk to him. And that's what Odin does. Now, initially, this kind of seems to kind of fall flat, but what Donny Cates is doing here in terms of like Thor and Odin is actually years in the making. Because one of the things that's always been a hallmark of the character of Thor is the grudge he holds to his father, and to a degree, the grudge that Odin holds towards Thor, that the two of them never quite saw eye to eye. And they were as much enemies in a lot of instances as they were father and son with a familial relationship. What Donny Cates has been working on here over the course of his run, and even to a degree what was happening in the run before his, in Jason Aaron's run, is you were basically talking about Odin sort of changing things up a bit and being more of a father to Thor than he had ever really been before. And that's what he tells him. He was like, it's me, like I'm currently in possession of the Hulk's body. It's me that you're talking to, it's Odin. And he literally apologizes to him and he says, I'm sorry, my son, not only for the many troubles, but for what I have done as well. I know that I have not always been kind to you. I have made many mistakes, too many. But through it all, despite my failures, despite our differences, I must remind you, I still love you, son. And where it begins to kind of talk down Thor to a degree, the response of Odin is, if you would, my boy, allow me to do what all fathers are called to do for their sons, help them with their burdens. And this is a hugely significant moment here. But it's like the fight between Dr. Doom and Reed Richards at the end of Secret Wars. It's only important if you understand the history between the characters. If you don't really know much about the history between Odin and Thor, the moment's entirely lost on you. And it looks like Donny Cates is just taking the lazy way out in a story. But looking at it for what it is and knowing the history between the two, that Odin has always been cold and hard towards Thor, that he wasn't really much of a father figure to him. And so what this does is it's almost kind of Donny Cates transposing the real life circumstances that we endure, right? Sons that argue with their fathers, fathers that argue with their sons, fathers and sons that can't quite see eye to eye, that have these huge rifts. And it's Odin and Thor mending the rift between the two of them. What this does is it allows Odin to use the Odin Force to basically burn the gamma radiation out of Thor. And then because the Odin Force is effectively limitless, it allows him to restore the world tree of Yggdrasil. Now, that's one of the things to know. A lot of times people are kind of like, I mean, this kind of seems like a caveat, but not really, right? It's always happened that way. That's how Thor was able to restore Asgard during J. Michael Straczynski's run, is how he was able to find the various Asgardians that had been confined to human form and restore them. So it's one of those things where it's you're kind of forgetting the history of how the Odin Force works, and then in turn, getting pissed off about it, right? Like it's the Odin Force has always been this way. And so it's cool to see it happen, because what goes on here is that following Thor basically returning back to being the All-Father, the gamma radiation being removed from him, that there is a kind of temporary truce that's struck between the two, where Thor actually allows the Incredible Hulk to leave. And so when Iron Man wakes up and is like, God, I can't believe it, right? Like that whole thing knocked me out. What happened to the Hulk? The response of Thor is, I mean, just the power of the explosion, man. It basically eradicated everything that was mortal. You know, he literally says it was all for too much to withstand except for a god, right? So basically nobody survived. And that has kind of allowed the Hulk to leave and to effectively disappear. Now, Tony Stark could quite easily put together, I mean, Thor, you know, the Incredible Hulk's probably still alive, but he just sort of lets it slide, right? He just sort of lets it kind of go away. But he also sort of plays into it and saying, like, I can't believe that, like, he's gone, right? And the response of Thor is, well, I think that in some way Banner let himself be destroyed. He simply just wanted to be free. And Iron Man's like, well, I want to go home. And that's basically it. The reality here is that if Iron Man truly believed that Banner and the Incredible Hulk were dead, his reaction would have been a lot more significant than, damn, I can't believe it. That's crazy. You know, it would have been much more, it would have been much larger than that. Like, I mean, it would have been a pretty big deal. Like, it's a pretty huge thing. But regardless, of course, this basically sees what is to a degree, everybody just kind of going back to some measure of normalcy. But for the Incredible Hulk himself, the cool thing about this is the story continues on. That Banner jumps right back into the bleed, which is the space between universes, and right back into the multiverse again. Where his journey takes him, I have no earthly clue. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Was before. I'm pushing up, I'm looking down, I'm working on my roar. Thus far, rather an inspiring feat. Oh, I just can't wait to hear.
Raw power. Apparently with great power comes great responsibility. However, in the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, I would argue that with great power comes the ability to crush all those that stand before you. I will admit that it is difficult to determine the true power of a monster. A lot of things factor into this. The level of the monster, how easy it is to summon the monster to the field, and just generally how powerful the monster's effect is. I want to put the majority of those things aside for now and just focus on the simple things to determine a monster's strength. Words, stars, far too confusing for me. You know what isn't confusing though? Numbers. Specifically, attack points. At the end of the day, it boils down to this. If my numbers are bigger than your numbers, then I win. So what I think I'm going to do today is a top 10 of the most powerful monsters in terms of their original attack points. Keep in mind I've used the term original attack points, so that means that I'm only including monsters that specifically state on the card their actual attack points. For example, Cyber Dragon has 2,100 attack points and Armital the Chaos Phantom has 0 attack points, though its ability does boost it up to 10,000 attack. That is not its original attack point, so that monster won't be appearing on this list, so you can kind of understand how this video is going to work. So the question for this video becomes, how high can these attack points go? Well, they can go pretty damn high. However, there is a ceiling, and that ceiling rests at 5,000. Yes, it seems that monsters can't seem to push past that 5,000 limit boundary, and any monsters that hit that 5,000, I personally consider to be the peak of that monster's ability. This is kind of the ceiling that all monsters want to hit, so anything that's at 5,000 is fantastic. So in a way, 5,000 attack points or 5,000 defense points is the natural limit to a monster. Anything else is just other monsters' abilities or external forces boosting that monster to even higher proportional abilities. Luckily for us though, not many monsters have hit this 5,000 attack point feat. So for this video, we're going to be looking at the top 10 monsters in terms of their original attack points. Let's go. At number 10, I'm going to be using this spot as basically a runners-up position. These monsters are so close to that 5,000 attack point horizon, however, they're just a stone's throw away, and unfortunately, they just don't hit those heights. So here are 10 monsters that have 4,500 attack points that I'm going to be putting into the runner-up position. Give these guys a round of applause for coming so close, but being so far. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Rainbow Neos, Neo Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, Neo Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon, number C107 Neo Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon, Quintet Magician, number 22 Zombie Stein, Crimson Nova Trinity the Dark Cubic Lord, and Chaos Ancient Geared Giant. At number 9, I have gone with a monster that rose above the 4,500 attack point monsters in the previous position. However, he's just ever so slightly lacking to reach the upper limits of the 5,000 attack point reach. And that monster is Machina Force. Machina Force is a level 10 monster with an impressive 4,600 attack and 4,100 defense. Its effect is it cannot be normal summoned or set. It must be special summoned by Commander Covington and cannot be special summoned by other ways. You must pay 1,000 life points to declare an attack with this card. You can send this face-up card you control to the graveyard to target one Machina Soldier, Machina Sniper, and Machina Defender in your graveyard, special summon those targets. An interesting monster in theory, but the fact that it requires 3 very specific monsters to actually all be on the field at the same time, as well, one of those monsters has to use its effect in order to summon this monster out, which could be negated. This makes it quite the toll to get this monster out. As well, after all that effort getting this monster out, you still have to pay a whopping 1,000 life points to declare an attack. It's becoming less and less worth it in my mind. And since it has no real protection ability as well, this is why this monster is not top tier. But still, nice stats, man. Good try. Okay then, so everything else on this list now, it's gonna have 5,000 attacks. So to put them in order, we're gonna have to base them on some of their other little statistics, basically their effects and things like that. So yeah, here we go. And number 8 is a level 10 monster with 5,000 attack, but 0 defense. It is the very definition of a glass cannon, and its name is Rocket Arrow Express. Its effect is it cannot be normal summoned or set. It must be special summoned from your hand by controlling no cards, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you special summon this card. You cannot activate cards or effects, or set any cards. During each of your standby phases, destroy this card unless you send your entire hand to the graveyard. Minimum of 1. To be fair to this monster, it is so easy to get out, especially if you top deck it as well in a really dire situation. What a turnaround you can have. However, its maintenance is so high. I imagine it's the same kind of maintenance an actual rocket powered train thing would actually have, so it kind of makes sense, I guess. What holds it back is the fact that you can't attack the turn it is summoned, you can't use card effects or even set a card while this card is on the field, and worst of all, during each of your standby phases you have to get rid of your entire hand. You're honestly going to have a lot of faith in this monster if you bring it to the field, because if it gets destroyed, well, you're screwed. The fact that this monster has the highest possible original attack is the sort of payoff that you have to do to all this cost, so whether that makes it up for you is up to you, but otherwise, it's still a cool card. And number 7, another level 10 glass cannon monster with 5,000 attack but 0 defense. This monster's name is Flower Cardian Light Flare. It can only be summoned with 1 tuner plus 4 non-tuner monsters. Its effect is, once per turn during either player's turn, when your opponent activates a spell or trap card, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. If a Flower Cardian monster you control battles an opponent's monster, that opponent's monster has its effects negated during the battle phase only. If this face-up synchro summon card is destroyed by battle or leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect while its owner controls it, you can special summon 1 Flower Cardian synchro monster from your extra deck, except Flower Cardian Light Flare. This monster is strong. So strong, in fact, that not only is it the most powerful synchro monster in the game to date, it is also the most powerful warrior type monster in the game as well. But those aren't the only 2 records it breaks. It also breaks another, which is unfortunately its biggest hindrance as well. Flower Cardian Light Flare is the first synchro monster to require exactly 4 non-tuner monsters for its synchro summon, which means it is the first synchro monster to require exactly 5 synchro materials, making it a monster that you're gonna have a tough time trying to get out. However, if you can get it out, it becomes a very reliable monster to have at your command. It can negate a spell and trap card once per turn, it can negate a monster's abilities it battles, and it even has a contingency that, if it's destroyed, you can summon another synchro monster in its place. Very powerful and very reliable. It's just a shame it's so tough to get out. And number 6 is the only Xyz monster on this list. The awesomely named Super Dimensional Robot Galaxy Destroyer. This rank 10 monster boasts an impressive 5,000 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires 3 level 10 monsters to be summoned, and its effect is, once per turn, you can detach 1 Xyz material from this card. Destroy all spell and trap cards your opponent controls. Your opponent cannot activate spell or trap cards in response to this card's activation. Now, 3 level 10 monsters may sound like a tall order in order to get this monster out. However, nowadays, I would say it's not that difficult. In the right deck, very easy actually to get this monster out. Chuck this thing in a train deck and voila, you've got yourself a Super Dimensional Robot Galaxy Destroyer on the field. However, despite the perfect attack, the decent defense, the cool artwork, and the absolute awesomely mouthful of a name, its effect, It's just okay. I mean, it can destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards up to 3 times for each material that it has. However, beyond that, for something that requires 3 level 10 monsters, it just feels like it's lacking something. Just something a little bit extra to push it over the boundaries. Maybe a piercing effect or something other than that, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's a cool card, but will you be going for it over other monsters? Probably not. And here we go, guys. At number 5 is the first of the perfect monsters. Dystopia the Despondent is a level 12, 5,000 attack point, 5,000 defense point monster. Its effect is it cannot be normal summoned or set. It must be special summoned from your hand or graveyard by sending 4 face-up level 1 monsters you control to the grave, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. Other monsters you control cannot attack. During either player's battle step, once per battle involving this card, you can banish 1 level 1 monster from your graveyard. Until the end of the damage step, this card is unaffected by other card effects. Also, it cannot be destroyed by battle. This monster has achieved both the peak of power and the peak of defense. The amount of monsters that have done this, you can actually count on one hand. It's 4 at the time of making this video, so it's pretty impressive. So to understand why this monster is below the other monsters, we have to go a little bit deeper into this monster's effect and summoning requirements. The fact that you need 4 level 1 monsters that all need to be on the field is quite awkward to get out. Though possible in some decks, this is a monster where you literally have to make a deck based around the boss monster. And the fact there are monsters further down on this list that have the exact same attack and defense points, but are much more easier to be summoned, I would argue that that makes this monster the lowest of the 5,000 attack, 5,000 defense monsters. The other hindrance is the fact that it is the only monster that's allowed to attack on your side of the field when you get it out, meaning that though you have this really powerful monster, it's gonna turn really slow. If your opponent can keep setting monsters into defense, it's gonna be a slow slug. Yes, its ability to be immune to everything is pretty damn good, but that is limited to the amount of level 1 monsters in your graveyard, and you'll have 4 in there. It's gonna run out eventually. Still, an impressively powered monster. Well done, Dystopia the Despondent. Pretty cool. At number 4 is the very iconic level 12 monster, 5-headed dragon. Boasting a perfect 5,000 attack and 5,000 defense, it requires 5 dragon-type monsters to be summoned. Must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. It cannot be destroyed by battle with a dark, earth, water, fire, or wind monster. Though 5 dragons in order to summon this monster to the field might sound like a steep cost, it's not actually that bad since there's a lot of other ways to get this monster out. Specifically, for the use of future fusion, dumping all your monsters into the graveyard and then using Dragon's Mirror to banish all those monsters in the grave makes it very, very easy to get out, in fact. So with just these 2 cards in your deck, this monster becomes one of the most easiest 5,000 attack, 5,000 defense points beat stick monsters in the game to get out. However, its effect is where it begins to lack. It's just not that impressive. Being unable to be destroyed by any monster other than a light monster or a divine monster is made utterly redundant by the fact that this monster already has 5,000 attack and 5,000 defense. So your opponent's most likely not going to think, I'm going to boost my light level monster above 5,000 to destroy this monster. I'll just activate a Regeki instead. Still though, it's a very easy 5,000 attack point monster to get out, so it definitely deserves its spot on this list. And it's awesome. Moving on to the top 3, this is a personal favourite of mine, so it's going to be a little tiny bit of bias with this one. Malefic Truth Dragon is a level 12 monster with 5,000 attack and 5,000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set, it must be special summoned by its own effect, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. If a Malefic monster you control, except Malefic Truth Dragon, is destroyed by battle or by card effect, you can pay half your life points, special summon this card from your hand or your graveyard. There can only be 1 Malefic monster on the field. If there is no face-up field spell card on the field, destroy this card. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, destroy all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Apologies if I'm showing a little bit of bias for this one, as I do actually have a little bit of a fondness for the Malefic archetype. This epically named Malefic Truth Dragon is the boss monster of the Malefic monsters, and as such you would imagine that it's quite difficult to get out. Well, that's where you're wrong. It's actually super easy, barely an inconvenience. All you need to do is have this criteria met. Have a field spell on the field and have one of your malefic monsters that's already on the field just get murked. Then you can just special summon this monster to the field, bang. Ultimate monster. However, yes, I am well aware of the fact that when you get this monster out, it does cost you half of your life points. So if you get it out at the start of the duel, that's 4,000 life points. Though if you do get it out towards the end of the duel, it could just be like 200 life points, you know? Could be. And yes, I am also well aware of the fact that if this monster is on the field and then you lose your field spell, then this monster blows itself up as well. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. But regardless, the fact that you can summon this monster from either the hand or the graveyard, so even after this monster's been destroyed, it can still make a return, at the simple cost of half your life points again. The fact that as well, if you manage to destroy one of your opponent's monsters, you can destroy all the face-up monsters on the field as well. Double-edged sword there. You would rather be able to destroy all the monsters, because sometimes face-down monsters can be a little bit of a problem, but still, pretty cool. As a kind of counter, if you put skill drain in your deck, then this monster is then immune to if your field spell gets destroyed, so activate that into response to your field spell being destroyed. You got a monster on the field, that's absolutely fine. This is the only one of the malefic monsters as well that lets you attack with other monsters on your side of the field, which is a plus. And as well, since you're paying half your life points to summon this monster, might as well chuck a Megamorph in the deck. Get this monster up to 10,000 attack. OP. I've gone for another fusion monster for the number 2 spot, and that monster is Dragon Master Knight. A level 12 monster with 5,000 attack and 5,000 defense. Requiring Blackluster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to be summoned, its effect is it must be fusion summoned. This card gains 500 attack for each dragon type monster you control, except this card. The reason why this monster is above all the other monsters that we see on this list is a little bit of a selfish one. The fact that this monster has achieved the perfectness of 5,000 attack and 5,000 defense. This is the ceiling, this is this monster, pressed right against it, and this monster wants to go even further beyond that. So with its effect, it still wants to gain more power. You get this monster out with more dragons on the field and it can actually break through that ceiling, which I think is very admirable for a monster. It wants to be even greater than the best. Meaning that if you get this monster out with 4 other dragons on the field, this monster will have 7,000 attack. And if you manage to have a dragon link monster on the field, which I'm sure do exist, then you could probably get that up to 7,500. Pretty damn impressive. I will admit though that this monster is quite the hassle to get out. You need a fusion monster and a ritual monster as its materials. It can be a little tough time getting that out. However, with cards like Fusion Tag, the Litex Sealed Fusion, King of the Swamp, and Dragon's Mirror, these cards can actually make your life a lot easier. Plus the fact that this monster is a combination of 2 of the most iconic monsters used by 2 of the most famous characters from the Yu-Gi-Oh series, Seto Kaiba and Yu-Gi-Moto, makes it just that much more awesome. And that is why Dragon Master Knight gets my number 2 spot. And for the number 1 most powerful monster in terms of original attack points, I need to first explain a little something about boss duels first. So a boss duel is a special type of duel performed in Japan during a Yu-Gi-Oh! Day event. During these duels, a shop staff member uses a boss deck and up to 3 players can challenge that deck at once. Each boss deck is designed as a popular villain from the anime, with each card in their deck based on either an extremely powerful anime-only card or the anime counterpart of a physically existing card. Each of the players start with 8,000 life points, whereas the boss starts with 8,000 life points times the number of challengers, potentially giving the boss 24,000 starting life points. The idea is to work together with your teammates in order to take down a boss that is potentially using some very OP cards. So far, Pegasus, Night Shroud, Zone, and Don 1000 all have boss decks, but only Don 1000 has a monster that is so incredibly overpowered in terms of original attack points that I had to put it on the list. And that monster is known as Don 1000 Monster B. Yes, this monster is technically illegal for tournament play, however it was made into a real card, so that's why I think it's eligible for this video, plus it's really cool so I just wanted to add it anyway. This monster has no level, but boasts an incredible 10,000 attack. and 1000 defense. To summon it, you need to shout out this command. I summon number C1000, Numeronius. His effect is he cannot be normal summoned or set, he must be special summoned by Don 1000 spell C, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. At the end of the battle phase, destroy as many monsters your opponent controls as possible, then you can special summon all monsters that were destroyed by this effect to your side of the field in face-up defense position. If this card would be destroyed, you can destroy one other monster you control instead. With this monster's natural 10,000 attack, it makes it even better than the equally strong Armityle the Chaos Phantom. However, Armityle the Chaos Phantom has 0 original attack points and has to boost itself up to reach that 10,000 attack. This monster, he just has 10,000 attack, making it amazing. So the fact that this monster has 10,000 attack, double that of all the other monsters on this list, means that I can safely say that this monster is the number 1. Wait a minute, this can't be. There's an even stronger monster than this? I tricked you. 10,000 attack is nothing. Don 1000 Monster C has 100,000 attack points and 100,000 defense points. That's insane! Again, it's still illegal to play in tournament use, but it's still pretty damn cool. Its effect is it cannot be normal summoned or set, it must be special summoned from your hand when a Don 1000 Monster B control is destroyed, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. This card cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, it cannot attack. Your opponent cannot target other monsters for an attack. During your opponent's end phase, if they did not declare an attack this turn, they lose the duel. You must call out this chant in order to summon it. I summon number IC1000, Numeronia. 100,000 attack. That makes it 20 times stronger than Dragon Master Knight, so OP. Its effect makes it invincible to being destroyed by card effects, and it makes itself the only monster that's allowed to be attacked on the field. And what happens if you choose not to attack this 100,000 attack point monster? Well, you lose the duel. Yes, I can see why this isn't a real card. This is truly broken. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. I made it for fun, so I hope you guys appreciate it nonetheless.
When Kratos made his way up to Midgard in the Norse realms, all he wanted was some peaceful R&R. Sip some mead, chop down a few trees, maybe go hunting. Just take a break from all the god killing that he had just been through down in Greece. He definitely didn't plan on either of these two guys showing up on his doorstep. Balder, the Norse god of light, and Thor, the Norse god of thunder. These two gods each gave Kratos a heck of a good fight, but they never got the chance to fight each other. Kratos made sure of that. And so, I'm really interested today who would win between these two half-brothers. Well, we're going to analyze their strengths and weaknesses, their powers and abilities, their fighting skill and their weapons, all of it, to find out who wins in the battle arena. Let's do it. What's up, guys? I'm Daniel and this is Danco. We do fight breakdowns every week, plus the occasional power ranking video like this one or things like that. So if that seems interesting to you, we'll sit back and enjoy the video. Hit that like button. And if you want to, we'll hit the subscribe button while you're at it. Now let's get to it. Now, it's been cold and rainy for the past few days here in Nashville. Whenever I take my dogs outside for a walk, it's miserable. I'm cold, they're cold, my feet are cold, my socks are wet, it's the worst. But thanks to today's fantastic sponsor, Vessi, I don't have to experience that anymore. My feet stay dry because I have the right shoes. Vessi's are comfortable and stylish and breathable and waterproof. They're made out of Diamex, a dual knit fabric that stays cool in the summer and warm in the winter, and are 100% waterproof. And because of that, these shoes have legit become my go-to shoes. I just keep them by my door and wear them when I'm out running errands or going to the gym or taking the dogs for a walk or anything. They're built for everyday life and are perfect for all seasons because they actually do keep your feet dry and warm. And with Christmas right around the corner, they're the perfect gift for your friends and your family. They're incredibly comfortable and you can wear them in any environment and any weather. So whether you're out hiking in the woods or on your morning commute or caught out in the storm, they're perfect for anything. They're just stylish and highly functional sneakers. Vetsies are the perfect gift for under your Christmas tree and the perfect gift for your feet as well. Check out their holiday sale right now at vetsies.com/danco. Get the style and size you want now before they're all sold out. And if you missed the sale, use the code DANCO for 15% off your entire order. And a big thank you to Vessi for sponsoring the channel and helping support us and keep on making videos. No pain, no emotions, no sense. Freya, Baldur was prophesied to die. For sponsoring the channel and helping support us and keep on making videos like this one.
You do not want this fight.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I do.
The son of Odin and Freya, Baldur was prophesied to die a needless death. And so Freya decided to do the rash. Thing and cast a magic spell on her son. And from that point on, Baldur was granted invulnerability to all threats, physical and magical. So, problem solved, right? Nothing can ever hurt Baldur again, so he'll never die a needless death. But everything comes with a cost. And now Baldur is cursed to never feel anything ever again. No pain, no emotions, no sensations, no touch, no feelings, no nothing. And obviously, being like that kinda drove him a little mad, went a little crazy. And Odin, being his old manipulative was able to use that to his advantage and sent Baldur after Kratos. And we all know how that about went. Now Baldur might look like a weird druggie, just a meth addict who showed up on your front door, but he can secretly pack a punch. He can send Kratos flying with a hit. He can throw him around and punt him around and hit him with a suplex and shoulder check him into a mountain. Just absolutely wail on the god of war. One time during their fight, he picked up a massive boulder, 900 tons, just chucked it at Kratos. Threw it like an absolute fastball too, 62 miles per hour. He's matched Kratos in strength before and legit created a canyon in Kratos' front yard. He's even pinned Kratos down with one hand and held back Atreus with the other. Now, holding back Atreus isn't like the most impressive thing, but holding back Kratos with just one arm? Well, that's crazy impressive. And then there's Baldur's durability. That's his big thing here. He can shrug off beatings from Kratos. He can go up against Kratos operating with Spartan rage. He can be slammed into mountains and hit with trees, and arrows ain't gonna do nothing to him, and you really can't do anything against him. You just can't. Kratos' specialty is killing gods, and now he's run up against his match, a god that he truly can't kill. Baldur is unable to feel anything. He can regenerate from anything Kratos throws at him. Kratos even snapped his neck, and Baldur was just down for the count for a little while, not truly out of the fight. And even after the immortality curse was broken, well, Baldur is still a god. He's still crazy tough, like he can get stabbed by Kratos, beat up on by Kratos, take explosions, fight while literally on fire, survive some epic father-son beatdowns, and then just getting absolutely demolished by Kratos right afterwards. But the difference is, he can be killed. Snap his neck this time and he's done for. Now, one thing that is unique about Baldur is that he's got magic. Hocus pocus, alakazam, and all that. He can shoot out waves of ice and fire out ice projectiles and just throw ice all around. Then he can instantly switch it over to fire too. Start throwing on fireballs like he's Mario out there. End of the day, even if he looks like your friendly neighborhood drug dealer, Baldur is the last person you want to see knocking on your front door.
I'm not my brother, and if you'd given me what I wanted, it wouldn't have ended this way. But no.
About time.
Thor is the Norse Aesir god of thunder and lightning and storms and strength, so he's kinda got a whole lot going for him here. Now, when Kratos found his way to the realm of Midgard and started adventuring around with his son Atreus, they began to run into some Norse gods. Gods like Baldur, Magni, and Modi, who all just happened to be Thor's two sons and his half-brother. And so Kratos did what Kratos does best. He killed the gods. And now Thor's out there looking for revenge. And you know what they say? Vengeance is best served with lightning. Being half giant and Odin's firstborn son, Thor is the second most powerful Norse god out there, second only to Odin himself. He's powerful enough to slaughter almost every single giant, even kill some of them with a single blow, and he pretty much single-handedly brought the species to near extinction. Only the World Serpent was powerful enough to match up and fight against Thor, and their fight was legendary. Their fight was felt all over the Nine Realms, and it was so violent that it actually splintered Yggdrasil, the World Tree, a construct that transcends space and time and supports all of creation. And Thor was able to break it. And dude, it's not just that. Thor was actually able to punch the World Serpent and straight up send the snake back in time, which is something that Kratos couldn't even quite wrap his head around. Yeah, it's that crazy. And all that strength definitely translates over to how he fights Kratos too. At absolutely no point did Kratos manage to overpower Thor, while meanwhile Thor was pounding Kratos, straight up sending him miles away with some hits. Yeah, Thor is strong. And being the strongest and most powerful of the gods, safe to say that Thor is also ridiculously durable. At the very least, he's able to use that big gut of his to absorb some of the blows. He was able to take all sorts of attacks from Kratos and not really be injured by any of it, just easily shrug it off. Even some legit injuries, like getting impaled with spears or axes or swords. So yeah, Kratos might be a bit more reserved when it comes to legit killing gods in this game and going for that final killing blow, but he's still clearly not holding back here. As the god of the storms, Thor can obviously whip up some massive storms all around him. As the god of thunder and lightning, well, you can see where I'm going with that. He's got absolute control over electricity and lightning. He can rain down bolts of lightning all around him in a fight, manipulate lightning strikes to hit his enemies, and even straight up channel all that lightning through his hammer Mjolnir. Speaking of that hammer, Mjolnir is considered to be what you might call a super weapon. It's one of the most powerful weapons across all the Nine Realms. And when Thor starts swinging it around, especially when you combine lightning into the mix, well, Thor isn't just the mightiest warrior in all of Asgard. You could consider him to be the greatest warrior in any of the realms. He's been fighting for centuries. He's fought against countless powerful opponents. He's even single-handedly killed pretty much all the giants. Just wiped out an entire race of warriors. Thor is easily one of the most powerful gods out there. No question about it.
No more fucking games!
And here I thought my family was fucked up.
So, who wins here? Who's coming out on top? Well, these two brothers are obviously both insanely powerful. They're both able to fight against Kratos, for God's sake. The god of war, the ghost of Sparta, the god killer. And Thor and Balder can both go toe-to-toe with him. So they should definitely be able to go toe-to-toe with each other, right? Besides, they're brothers. You know they've had their fair share of fights and squabbles in the past. So Balder is impressively strong for such a skinny little guy. He can fight against Kratos and send Kratos flying over the house and beat him up and fight evilly against him, and all of that. Even pick up a huge, ginormous boulder during their fight, 900 tons. Just throw it right at Kratos' face. But I still think Thor has to be the stronger one out of the group. I mean, just looking at them side by side, you would never expect Balder to be the stronger one. In every cutscene they have when Thor and Kratos are fighting and struggling, Thor is overwhelming Kratos. At the very least, they're just operating as equals. Thor even managed to win over Kratos at the beginning of the game. And since Thor wasn't allowed to kill Kratos at the time, well, Thor just brought him back. And that was Thor holding back. Thor enraged is a whole other beast altogether. Of course, you can argue that that's a little bit balanced out with durability. Thor might be stronger, but Balder can take a whole heck of a lot more damage and not feel anything. In fact, he can take all the damage and not feel anything. Take every punch from Kratos, every hit, every beatdown, all of it, and not feel a thing. Same thing should play out here with Thor. Every punch, every swing from Mjolnir, every lightning bolt, and Balder can't feel any of it. Of course, Thor can take quite a few hits too, even though he doesn't have the same magical invulnerability. Like taking all sorts of attacks from Kratos and just shrugging them off. Like being stabbed in the stomach by the Leviathan axe and then just walking around with an open wound for the entire game, not even bothered by it. Then Kratos stabs him in the same spot again with his spear and his blades, and Thor is just more pissed off than actually hurt by it. And then speed. Balder is definitely faster than Thor too. Again, you can just kind of look at them and tell that. It doesn't really look like Thor is going to be faster than anybody until he starts getting on the treadmill and staying away from the bar. Meanwhile, Balder is the god of light. So, does that mean he's operating at light speed? No, but it's still pretty fast, zipping in and out and all around. Balder can definitely outmaneuver Thor, especially if he can outmaneuver Kratos. And then Thor has his lightning powers, and Balder has his fire and ice powers, and Thor has Mjolnir, and Balder is a literal freaking dragon. And they're just back and forth and back and forth. And oh look, Thor has this advantage. He's so much stronger. But oh look, Balder has that advantage. He can't feel pain. Either one can win. But I think the key here isn't the fact that Balder knocked out Jormungandr with 4 hits, or that Thor managed to send Jormungandr back in time with a punch, or even that Thor helped to kill Surtur, or anything like that. I think this fight is actually all centered around Kratos. So, if you didn't know, Kratos gets more and more powerful each and every game. and he even gets more powerful as each individual game goes along. So let me actually play this out for you. God of War Kratos is here. Kratos in the beginning of Ragnarok, while restraining himself, is more powerful. And then Kratos with Spartan Rage at the beginning of the game is even more powerful. This is where Thor comes in. Thor, while he was restrained and not allowed to kill, is about equal to Spartan Rage Kratos. Thor enraged and going for the kill is even more powerful. Kratos at the end of the game is obviously a bit more powerful, but that leaves the question, where is Baldur in all of this? Well, he's way back here, below Kratos in God of War. Baldur might be immune to all pain, but Kratos was still clearly a couple leagues above him throughout the whole game. Take away his immortality, and Baldur was just any other old average god Kratos had to face down. And even if Baldur is immune to pain, well, he can still be put down. Kratos proved that. Thor's substantially more powerful. He's fought against a more powerful version of Kratos, and he's even just done more impressive things, killing all the giants and fighting against the World Serpent to where they can shatter the World Tree. Baldur's curse is going to allow him to hang in the fight probably longer than Thor would like, but he can still be beaten, and Thor definitely has the power to do it. I mean, they don't call him the second most powerful Norse god for nothing. Thor wins. But what do y'all think? Sound off in the comments down below. I know you're gonna have thoughts and feelings on this one for sure. If you stuck around this long and made it to the end of the video, that's amazing. Thank you so much for watching and for supporting us. And if you want to go subscribe, well, go subscribe. You're going to see more videos like this one every single week. I'll see y'all then. I will see y'all next time.
We going to hell. Think about it. Think. It ain't illegal yet. Think. I don't believe Jesus died on the cross. This is God's son. He could walk on water, feed 1,000 with a loaf of bread. How the fuck 3 nails killed this nigga? I know niggas with 9 bullet wounds still walking around. You telling me this nigga colder than Jesus? Think about it. Think. It ain't illegal yet. Think. Don't just read shit and just believe it. Yeah, that's the truth. It's in the book that the white man gave me, and now I don't have a country. So the war is really about religion. It's between Jesus and Muhammad. Because motherfuckers argue over who the message is. The Christians say Jesus is the message. The Muslims say Muhammad is the message. Who gives a fuck who the message is? Did you get the message? It's like killing a mailman because it wasn't the same mailman last week. Did you get your check, motherfucker? If I was Jesus, I wouldn't come back. God be like, Jesus, time to go back. No, fuck no. Last time I was down there, they nailed a nigga up. Hell no. Them motherfuckers got guns now. I ain't got shit. You can kiss my ass. Send Moses. That nigga got a stick. Send David. At least that nigga got a slingshot. I'm your only son, Pop. Why you keep doing this shit to me, man? I can hear some Christian
God of War is one of the best video game series out there. And of course, with a name like that, you know there's got to be a whole bunch of gods to go to war against. Now, some are weaker, some are more powerful. But one thing's for sure, none of them want to run up against Kratos. That is just a death waiting to happen. But some of them did give Kratos a real good fight. Today, well, we're going to go through each god in God of War, every Greek god, and all the Norse gods Kratos has encountered so far, and rank all of them from weakest to strongest. Let's get into it. But before we get into it, make sure you go subscribe. Only 20% of y'all are subscribed, so make sure you go change that, hit the subscribe button, and turn on notifications. It'll help us out a ton, and plus you're going to see awesome videos every single day. And if you already are subscribed, well, you are just the absolute best. You're amazing. Now, let's get it. Atreus is Kratos' son. Well, it's destined that he's going to be the one to bring down all of Asgard one day. For right now, he's just a kid. He's got some mad skills, pretty good with a bow and arrow, but he's nothing compared to the other gods we've seen. The god of knowledge and wisdom, Mimir used to be a servant of Odin, but after Odin believed he was betrayed, well, he put Mimir inside of a tree for eternity, until Kratos came around and chopped his head off, basically using Mimir as an Alexa to ask all his questions to. Prometheus is another guy who was trapped by the gods, except this time Zeus chained him up and got an eagle to eat his liver every day, with the liver regrowing on a daily basis, until Kratos freed him, and Prometheus took his own life. Perseus might not even technically be a god, but he's definitely got some godly weapons. Blinding light, he can turn invisible, even slow down time. But at the end of the day, he's a great warrior with a bunch of toys that are way above his pay grade. And it shows. Aphrodite is the goddess of love. The only thing we really saw her do was try and seduce Kratos and save her own skin. Eos is the sister of Helios, so it's safe to say that she shares in a bit of his power too, controlling aspects of the sun. But after Kratos killed Helios, well, we can assume that she slowly faded from existence as well. In Greek mythology, Hera is Zeus's wife, the queen of Olympus, and should be on par with Zeus. But in the games, well, she never really reached that level of power, and was taken out with a simple snap of the neck. Hephaestus is the great craftsman of the gods, to the point where he can create amazing weapons and basically anything out of nothing. But while he's a powerful god, he's never gonna fight. That's why he's so low down on the rankings. Theseus is another legendary Greek hero, and if he was still in his prime, he might be a little higher up on the list. He still managed to give Kratos a great fight though, even got the power to call on minotaurs to help him in the fight. Modi is the son of Thor, and was originally supposed to be one of the few who survived Ragnarok. Kratos and Atreus kinda changed that though. And Modi was actually killed by Atreus, going out by a kid. Magni is another son of Thor, Modi's half-brother, and again was supposed to survive Ragnarok. Was even supposed to inherit Mjolnir. Of course, Kratos kinda did away with that when he buried his axe in Magni's head. The three Furies, Megara, Tisiphone, and Alecto, are the goddesses of jealousy, murder, and anger, and they really pack a punch. Megara has spider limbs crawling out of her back and can summon flesh-eating parasites. Tisiphone is the illusionist of the group, and Alecto can transform into a giant sea kraken for some reason. The wife of Hades, Persephone is technically the queen of the underworld, but she didn't have nearly as much power as her husband, and Kratos' fight against her does feel kinda weak compared to the other god versus god showdowns that we get to see. Of all Zeus's children, Hercules is definitely the most powerful. He's already been through his 12 labors, and the dude is like the Hulk out there, just freaking massive. While he was able to go toe-to-toe with Kratos for a little while, it ended up not going too well for him. The Valkyries are meant to guide fallen warriors to Valhalla, and Kratos had to fight against each one of them to free them all from the physical forms they were cursed to be stuck inside of by Odin. And let me tell you, each fight is ridiculously difficult. Helios is the Titan god of the sun and is one of the strongest gods out there, literally being the sun. Even in his weakened state, he was still giving Kratos one heck of a good fight. Perseus was able to fight against Helios, was actually one of the key reasons why Kratos was able to beat him so quickly. Then right after that, Kratos attacked Perseus, sent him tumbling off the mountain. Hermes is incredibly fast, to the point where Kratos couldn't even land a single hit on him. But Hermes got a little cocky, he got arrogant, he let his guard down, and spent all his time joking around. That's how Kratos was able to end up getting him. Freya is the queen of the Valkyries, the wife of Odin, and she is incredibly powerful. She was able to enchant Baldur to feel no pain for a whole century, and wasn't afraid of Kratos at all, promising to rain down every kind of pain imaginable on him. Atlas is the strongest Titan ever, forced to carry the entire cosmos on his back, the pillar of the world. Yet Kratos was still able to hold him back. That's just huge props to Kratos right there. Gaia is Mother Earth, the goddess of life, one of the strongest primordials out there. But after all is said and done, Gaia really only ends up like a big flailing mass of rock in a fight. In a lot of ways, Athena is one of the only gods that can truly contend with Zeus, both in wisdom and power. She's also the only one to somehow survive Kratos' wrath, coming back in a spirit form after death, even following him to the Norse realm. Kronos is the king of the Titans, father of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. But after losing to the gods, he was forced to wander for eternity through the desert of lost souls, carrying Pandora's temple on his back. Of course, that was until he ran into Kratos, and Kratos killed him. Even though Baldur looks kind of frail and weak, kind of like a weird druggie, he's actually one of the strongest gods that Kratos has ever faced. He's unable to feel anything, pain, exhaustion, even emotions. And he could have actually beat Kratos and Atreus if he had fought strategically and intelligently, and not just a raging inferno of hatred and anger. The god of the seas gave Kratos the fight of his life, transforming into a giant sea monster and using all of his underwater powers to full effect. Which, does make sense. He is the god of the seas. Hades is a twisted and masochistic god. He's in charge of the underworld, a realm meant for torturing souls. He's completely ignored and hated by the others. His wife doesn't even love him. And all that might be why he's able to give Kratos such a hard fight. The guy is dang near unkillable. You might not have expected Ares to be so high up on the list, but he was the only god to give Kratos an extended fight, and even somewhat beat him, other than Zeus. Granted, it was a weaker version of Kratos, but the fight was one of the hardest Kratos had ever been in. They destroyed all of Athens in the fight as well. Thor is so powerful that people are scared to just even mention his name. His lightning power might even be on par with Zeus. We haven't actually seen him fight yet, but you can be sure that he's a monster and a warrior, just the type of challenge that Kratos loves. Thanatos is the primordial god of death, predating Zeus himself. He's a better, more powerful version of Hades, able to trap anyone for eternity. He can transform into a giant monster and even completely control bodies all around him. The king of Olympus, Zeus was the god that gave Kratos the most trouble. It took 3 games of Kratos killing every god or demigod on his way to finally taking down Zeus. He's truly just unparalleled, the best of the best of every god out there. But you knew who number 1 was gonna be. It had to be Kratos, no matter who stood in his way. Whether they were supposed to be the top dog or the most powerful god ever, Kratos was able to beat them all. Kratos is undefeated, and he's going to remain undefeated. He single-handedly took down Pandora's temple, the Sisters of Fate, the Valkyrie, all of Mount Olympus, and he's got his sights set on Asgard next. Kratos is just unstoppable. That's why we love him.
Please tell us why you do that. And not today. We went through a whole bunch. Write me a letter. Figure that out. And I also came up with a great song, didn't I, Jonathan?
Martin Lawrence is a guy that showed everybody you can make it from DC to Hollywood. I had a personal stake in his success. Every time he did something, it made me feel inspired and really good. And he was always real nice to me. You know, when we did Blue Streak, we were promoting it, and Martin had a stroke. He almost died. And then after that, I saw him. I was like, oh my God, Martin, are you okay? And he said, I got the best sleep I ever got in my life. That's how tough he is. So let me ask you this. What is happening in Hollywood that a guy that tough will be on the street waving a gun, screaming, they are trying to kill me? What's going on? Why is Dave Chappelle going after it? A weak person cannot get to sit here and talk to you. Ain't no weak people talking to you. So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
What's up, my comic comrades? Across the comic world, there are many extremely dangerous characters that you wouldn't want to cross. And today we're going to look at one group in particular with our list of the 10 most dangerous assassins to ever hit the pages of a comic book. Seriously, this was an extremely difficult list to assemble. Honestly, I'm still not sure that we're fully settled on it because there's just so many great assassin characters in the world of comics. As such, we didn't rank them in any particular order. In the future, we could rank the 10 most dangerous assassins for DC and Marvel separately, so let us know in the comments if that's something you'd like to see. For now, let's see where we landed. The first character to make the list is Bullseye, an assassin for hire capable of using virtually anything as a lethal projectile with flawless accuracy. On top of that, he's one of the most psychopathic characters Marvel has to offer, which is why he's one of Daredevil's most dangerous enemies and one of the most dangerous assassins in all of comics. He's sort of like the Joker in that not much is known about his past, just that he grew up in the Bronx with his brother and an abusive father. But like I mentioned before, and befitting the name, Bullseye has flawless accuracy, and not just with usual weapons. It's the fact that he could turn anything and everything into a weapon that makes him especially dangerous. Dude can kill you with a paperclip or toothpick or whatever just by throwing it at you with extreme force at the perfect spot, and he never misses. Mix that with his Olympic level physical conditioning, expert marksmanship, hypercognitive brain, skilled pilot, skilled acrobat, and adamantium implants fused to parts of his skeleton including his spine, on top of him completely being unhinged and psychopathic, he is easily one of the best assassins in all of comic books. Staying in the Marvel Daredevil cast, next up we have one of the baddest females comics has ever seen, Elektra. She's known as the Lethal Scarlet Assassin for a reason, because she's most known for being the greatest assassin in the world. She was trained in an array of martial arts as a child to protect herself from abuse, then decided to become a professional assassin when she was older working for the Hand, who further trained her to become a master dealer of death with her signature sai. Her ability with almost any weapon as well as her skill in hand-to-hand combat is unmatched by nearly anyone, to the point where she can easily engage super-powered characters. She's currently running around as the female Daredevil and teamed up with the OG Daredevil to take down the Hand. All I really need to say is talk to anyone who's been reading comics for any reasonable amount of time, and they'll tell you Elektra's assassin skills are second to none. Jumping over to the DC universe, we have Deadshot, easily one of the world's greatest assassins and mostly known for his expert marksmanship. This dude almost never misses. He's been everywhere on the villain and hero spectrum over the years, but is mostly known for being the core member or often leader of the Suicide Squad. But really, he's been all over the place because as long as he gets paid, he'll kill anyone, good or bad, and without hesitation. The only thing he cares about is his daughter. But at the same time, he also kind of has a death wish, a lot of the time executing his mission with almost no regard to his own safety, making him unpredictable, which is a huge advantage advantage for any assassin. So he's an expert marksman, check. Expert tactician, check. Trained soldier, check. Peak physical condition, expert leadership, expert demolition, expert mechanical engineer, check, 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 and check. He's basically skilled for any situation, making him one of the best assassins out there. Next up is Lobo, one of the most feared bounty hunters in the universe, known for never missing his mark. Lobo doesn't have an ounce of an issue with killing and will kill anyone for the right price. Dude is so ruthless, he even murdered Santa Claus, literally chopping his head off in the Lobo Christmas special from 1991. He then stands over the decapitated body saying, "Season's greetings, fats." Lobo's also an expert combatant and has mastered numerous weapons. But on top of all that, he has meta-human abilities, which include genius-level intellect, super strength, and immortality. There's a reason he's one of Superman's most beloved adversaries, although they have been seen to work together from time to time. However, despite his merciless nature, Lobo does have a set of ethics. He follows his contracts to the letter, so if you're not on the contract, you're safe, but if you are, God help you. Back in the Marvel catalog, we have the one and only Black Widow. Black Widow is mostly known for working with S.H.I.E.L.D. and being an Avenger. But in her past, she was someone you didn't want to come face to face with. She was trained by the KGB to be a spy assassin, turning her into a living weapon and arguably the deadliest assassin to come out of the KGB. On top of being an expert combatant, having mastered several forms of martial arts, an expert with weaponry, and master marksman, she was also given a different version of the super soldier serum, giving her similar abilities to Captain America, just not as potent. Mix that with her expert stealth skills, and she's like a true Black Widow. You'll never see her coming. When you're looking to rock some next level galactic swag, obviously you want to go to StarWarsFineJewelry.com. But the important question is, do you choose the light side or the dark side of the Force? All of the amazing pieces from Star Wars Fine Jewelry are officially licensed and made using only high quality metals, gemstones, and diamonds. And while there are many epic designs to choose from, I can tell you this much. Another character you knew had to be on this list is Taskmaster. No, not the Taskmaster from the MCU. I don't know what that was, but it was some weird character they decided to call Taskmaster. The Taskmaster we know from the comics is Tony Masters, and he is a beast of an assassin, possessing what they call photographic reflexes, so he can mimic anyone's fighting style just by watching them. However, he can't mimic their powers and abilities. For instance, he can mimic Wolverine's fighting style, but he's not going to have adamantium claws bursting out of his fist or healing factor. He can also mimic people's voices flawlessly and copy people's weapon skills, making him a master of hand-to-hand combat and a wide array of weapons. For instance, in copying Captain America's fighting style, he can mimic the way Captain America throws his shield with his own shield. Not with as much force since he doesn't have the super soldier serum, but with the same skill. This makes him one of the best fighters in the entire Marvel universe, being so skilled in fact that he's trained other villains and has been hired to train villains' henchmen. The dude is such a badass, he really only loses to Deadpool because of the unpredictable way he fights, making Taskmaster easily one of the most dangerous assassins in the game. Next is another obvious character to make the list, the merc with the mouth himself, Deadpool. He really needs no introduction. He was already a comic fan favorite, then was made even more popular when Ryan Reynolds brought the character to live action. First thing that makes him so dangerous is the dude can't be killed. Literally, he's immortal. Then he has one of the best healing factors in all of comics, to make it even more unfair. He could straight up just grow limbs back, which is an excellent trait for an assassin. Not being able to die means even if he's spotted, he's still getting the job done and could be as reckless as he wants. Mix that with his complete mastery of swords, knives, guns, explosive, martial arts, and everything deadly, and let's not forget breaking the fourth wall and his love for chimichangas, and you have one of the funniest and deadliest assassins the world of comic books has ever known. Another one of the deadliest assassins in the DC universe is Lady Shiva, being so skilled that she's trained Batman himself, along with her daughter Cassandra Cain, who would later become Batgirl, and Tim Drake, the third Robin. She's a master of more forms of martial arts than I could even list, able to kill someone with a single strike. No weapons, just her bare hands. She's so skilled, it's considered an honor to train under her. Even without superpowers, Lady Shiva is still known to be one of the best assassins and martial artists on the planet, with most people even saying she is the best. She's mastered several forms of martial arts that have long been forgotten, meaning she's the only one alive who could pass them on. She can also read people's body language to predict what they'll do before they even do it. Let's put it this way, she's so deadly, she often just uses her bare hands to get the job done. That should tell you everything you need to know. Another character you might be expecting for this list is the Punisher. His name is Frank Castle, and he's an assassin who kills for his own personal reasons. He's not too fond of criminals and thinks they should be put down permanently to keep them from committing crimes again. So if he deems you as someone making the world an unsafe place, he kills you just to make it safer. He's kind of like Batman if Batman didn't have his no-kill rule and didn't have all those high-tech fancy gadgets. Frank Castle has an extensive background with basically every weapon imaginable and is an expert in hand-to-hand combat and is in peak physical condition. He's also very strategic. His missions are always well planned and carried out with the utmost attention to detail. Dude is the peak of having a killer instinct mixed with skills and determination. He also has no superpowers but has an incredibly high pain tolerance, able to undergo surgery without any anesthesia and take several gunshots and still continue fighting. Plain and simple, he's called the Punisher for a reason, and when it comes to badass assassins, there's few that match Frank Castle. And the last assassin on our list, the most dangerous of the bunch, the one you've all been expecting, is none other than the Condiment King. Seriously, this dude uses nothing but condiments to get his kills. He's absolutely terrifying. Okay, of course I'm kidding. The real last assassin on our list is Deathstroke the Terminator. When you think assassins in comics, I'm sure for many of you, Deathstroke is the first character to come to mind, and for good reason. Without him, we probably wouldn't have had arguably the second most popular comic assassin, and that is Deadpool. Deathstroke, love him or hate him, is kind of the gold standard for badass assassins in comics. Slade Wilson is genetically engineered to surpass all human limits. As a former soldier, he is now one of the most feared assassins in the DC universe, having gone up against and even defeating on several occasions characters like Batman and Green Arrow, as well as teams like the Justice League and the Teen Titans, and even mother freaking gods. He's an expert in everything you would think an assassin would be an expert in, and more. From weapons and martial arts to explosives and stealths to being extremely intelligent. He's overall a beast. In fact, it's been stated that Deathstroke's mental abilities are accelerated by a factor of 9, allowing him to think and perceive events 9 times faster than a normal human, giving him exceptional reaction time. So if his super soldier serum and badass armor and stuff wasn't enough, good luck trying to land a hit on him in the first place. But there you have it, our list of the 10 most dangerous assassins in comics. However, there are tons upon tons of other assassins in comics that could also be on this list. This is just our personal take on the top 10. This sort of stuff is always subjective, so let us know what your list would be in the comments down below. And that's gonna bring today's episode to but if you enjoyed it, check out this one right here. And if you like all of our content, like, subscribe, and comment. It helps us out. But other than that, I'll see you next time when I talk about all things comics.
Run.
5 greatest heists of all time. Even if we don't condone them, most people are generally fascinated with heists. Movies like Ocean's 11 and The Sting glamorize these calculated criminal feats, and audiences around the world enjoy watching fictional characters escaping with huge piles of cash and jewelry. But sometimes these elaborate crimes occur outside of the world of fiction. Today, we're looking at the 5 greatest heists of all time. Antwerp Diamond Heist. The Antwerp Diamond District is one of the most heavily secured places in the world, with billions of dollars of diamonds changing hands there every year. And it was there in 2003 that one gang of thieves pulled off one of the largest diamond heists in history. Now, even though most of the gang, known as the School of Turin, has since been arrested, the diamonds have never been retrieved. The robbery was led by Leonardo Notar Bartulo, a small-time diamond dealer, tenant of the Diamond Center, and a thief responsible for many minor jewel robberies. Although police believe he was the robbery's mastermind, he claimed that he was contacted by an unidentified diamond dealer who recruited him for the crime. Notar Bartolo said he was paid to take pictures of the vault's complex security system. From those pictures, the dealer constructed a full-sized replica of the vault. Nortar Bartolo states that the dealer set him up with a small gang of Italian jewel thieves, each with specific skills for the robbery. The police are not convinced of the truth of this anonymous diamond dealer. However, no proof has been found to support this claim. The thieves got through the 10 layers of security, previously thought to be impenetrable. They bypassed cameras, the combo dial, the keyed lock, magnetic sensors, the locked steel gate, light sensors, heat and motion sensors, and keypad disarming sensors. They used aluminum to trick the magnetic field and stripped plastic off the wires of the sensor circuits. Then they loaded up bags of diamonds and other jewels. It took 2 hours to get it all out of the building, but thanks to one gang member, things eventually fell apart. That man was Pietro Tavano, known as Speedy, and one of Notar Bartolo's lifelong friends. Speedy couldn't handle the pressure. After unloading the loot into this car, he had to pull over because he was having a panic attack. Remarkably, not a single alarm went off. As security guards arrived on Monday morning, they realized that the thick steel door to the vault was open and 100 of the 189 safe deposit boxes had been raided, with some of the loot still on the floor. The world's only specialized diamond police, Patrick Pays and Agim de Breiker, phoned the vault's alarm company. "What is the status of the alarm?" they asked. "Fully functional," came the reply. However, authorities eventually found Notar Bartolo by watching security footage. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Brazilian bank robbers. In 2017, Brazil's police arrested 16 men tunneling towards a vault containing 1 billion reais, or $318 million, and who were on the verge of pulling off the largest ever bank robbery in the country's history. Authorities swooped just before the alleged gang was able to use its impressively equipped tunnel to enter the safe at a Banco do Brasil branch in the country's financial capital. It would have been the world's biggest heist, said Police Chief Fabio Pinheiro Lopes on Globo TV. Police said work on the tunnel began 4 months ago, starting from a house several blocks from the bank. It had sophisticated supports, fans, and lights. The police believe Alcio Gomez Noriega was the ringleader of the operation. He is a 35-year-old man implicated in an attempted robbery of a security van in Paraguay. The court ruled the group be held in pre-trial detention. Though it's hard to believe, the group dug the tunnel by hand. They loaded the soil into sacks and carried it outside through an underground stormwater drain. To enter the tunnel, gang members descended a 2-meter ladder from one of the rooms in the rented house. The tunnel was about 1.5 meters high and was reinforced with iron beams and wood, and even wired with lights. The walls were lined with plastic garbage bags to reduce the dust. The tunnel was reportedly filled with food, water, special clothing, and digging tools. Police were probing whether the gang had the assistance of an engineer when building the tunnel, because the construction was so impressive. The tunnel renewed memories of a tunnel robbery 12 years ago when thieves made off with about $70 million. For the previous heist, diggers worked in shifts from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m., taking a break on weekends. The 3 gang members involved in that attempt were involved in 2 separate prison escapes using tunnels equipped with ventilation and lighting. $500 million cyber heist. Starting in 2009, cybercriminals from Eastern Europe infiltrated at least 100 banks in 30 countries, raking in as much as $1 billion in fraudulent transfers and hijacked ATM machines over a 2-year period. They did so with a mysterious Trojan called Spy Eye. The attacker struck at Russian banks first, as well as those in Germany, China, and the United States. They got away with it initially, but soon authorities tracked them down and they were brought to justice. Alexander Androvich Panin, the inventor of Spy Eye, who went by alias Grybodenmon and Harderman Online, pleaded guilty to a court of conspiracy to commit bank and wire fraud in January 2014 after reaching a deal with prosecutors. Prosecutor Stephen Grimberg said SpyEye, a preeminent piece of malware developed from 2010 to 2012, was used to infect more than 50 million computers, causing nearly $1 billion in damage to individuals and financial institutions around the world. A second man, Hamza Bendelaj, a 27-year-old Algerian known online as BX1, was sentenced to 15 years. Prosecutors said he sold versions of SpyEye online and used the malware to steal financial information. SpyEye was a type of Trojan virus that secretly implanted itself on victims' computers to steal sensitive information, including bank account credentials, credit card information, passwords, and PINs. Once it took over a computer, it allowed hackers to trick victims into surrendering personal information, including data grabbing and fake bank account pages. The information was relayed to a command and control center to be used to access victim accounts. Panin conspired with others to advertise SpyEye in online cybercrime forums and sold versions of the software at prices ranging from $500 to $10,000, FBI Special Agent Mark Ray testified. Panin was the architect of a pernicious malware known as SpyEye that infected computers worldwide. He commercialized the wholesale theft of financial and personal information, and now he's being held to account for his actions, U.S. Attorney Sally Yates stressed in a news release. Now, many police agencies don't have the skills to effectively track down and investigate cybercrime. Tracking down cybercriminals requires a very different skill set from traditional policing, which limits the ability of law enforcement to go after cybercriminals. It also takes resources and trained personnel, which are, in many cases, in very short supply, says Martin Rosler, Director of Threat Research at Trend Micro. France's heist of the century. French gangster Jacques Cassandre was in court in 2018 for a crime committed over 40 years ago. Police noticed the fact the Marseillais mafioso was the likely mastermind of the heist of the century after he was discovered to be the anonymous author of a book about the crime. On July 16, 1976, a group of criminals robbed a branch of Societe Generale, France's third largest bank, in the southern city of Nice. Using the tunnels underneath the city, the gang was able to partially destroy the floor beneath the bank's basement vault and gain access to the banknotes, jewelry, gold bars, and safety deposit boxes located within. According to the Societe Generale's own account of the incident, the brazen criminals spent the weekend taking their time going through the vault's contents, even taking the time and luxury to picnic using the depositor's silverware. He used a pen name, but investigators quickly concluded that the writer was Jacques Cassandre, a key mafia figure in Marseille, where he is now standing trial. He had assumed he was safe because the crime was too old to be prosecuted, but Cassandre is being charged with laundering the millions from the heist, a crime from which France has no statute of limitations. Police found the manuscript on Cassandre's computer, and his children later confessed that their father had often bragged about the robbery. He eventually admitted to orchestrating the intrinsically planned job that involved at least 6 people and 30 tanks of acetylene to fuel the welding torches used to cut into safes and safety deposit boxes. An inquiry found he had also bought furs worth tens of thousands of euros and had once provided a financial guarantee with 7 bars of gold. He has always said it was a novel, and I don't think a court can convict someone on the basis of a novel, a lawyer from Cassandre Frederic Monneray said Monday. But Cassandre and his family members are facing a series of questions on his business dealings, with prosecutors also alleging Social Security fraud and a real estate scam in Corsica. It's not his first time in court, having been arrested in the early 1970s when police broke up the French Connection heroin trade centered in Marseille. $1 million pharmacy robbery. Back in 2016, the owner of a super value pharmacy in Fort Worth, Texas, rang in the new year with a trashed business missing $1 million worth of pharmaceuticals. The general manager, Jane Lawbaum, said the pharmacy at 720 North Industrial Boulevard was broken into in the early hours of December 31st. The burglars took highly marketable drugs with a street value of up to $1 million, she said. Surveillance footage shows men clad in black crawling and trying to break into a safe. Spilled pill bottles and cough syrup can be seen in the footage, and what appears to be a safe with the side cut out. An employee named Richard Irby said the robber tied him and 3 employees up with zip ties. He said he didn't want to hurt anybody, and we sort of took him at his word, but he's still waving a gun. The scary part, I never looked down the barrel of a gun before. The robber filled a bag with narcotics and left through the back door. Irby knows through other pharmacists the robberies are escalating. Yellow hydrocodone, Soma, and Xanax are the big 3 that most of them are after, Irby said. Irby wonders how long it will be before one of those crooks decides the drugs are worth pulling the trigger. The video ended up becoming extremely popular with over 4 million views and counting.
The secret of true success. Wipe me down and sign me up. Now life is full. Am I right? Wrong. Life is easy. You suck. You have to treat life like a rabbit by its little bunny ears and get in its face. Look at you losers. I can read your minds. I'm afraid of success. It's pizza's fault. I'm fat. You see this watch? It's jammed with so many jewels, the hands can't move. What kind of watch do you have? Well, I drew it out. You see that car out there? That's a Bentley Mark 12. One to me, one to Steven Spielberg. When they shot the guy who made it, what would you say if I offered?
X-Men is rated Y7 because it is a superhero action drama.
In action cartoon and comic book cartoon history, you can look at specific episodes that were landmarks, cartoons that pushed the boundaries in terms of story and character for children's entertainment, some of them even challenging our notion of what a mainstream action cartoon could be. Well, the cartoon we're looking at today broke every imaginable rule for Saturday morning television and wrapped it all up in a philosophical treatise on scientific freedom and the origins of man. This episode hit every landmine imaginable in terms of getting it through production. It didn't even have the X-Men in it. There's no way this should have made it through, but it did. This episode of X-Men the Animated Series did the unthinkable and was the ballsiest cartoon ever to air in history. And I'm going to show you why coming up next. Hello heroes, 4Kate here with an obscure story from cartoon history, the strange and disturbing X-Men episode Descent, an episode that should not have been possible, but somehow it made it to air, premiering in September 1997 during the show's 5th season and was written by David McDermott and Stephen Melching. The duo were brand new writers to cartoons. X-Men was their first job, and they would end up doing 8 episodes of the series, including the fantastic adaptation of Wolverine's famous Weapon X storyline from the comics, which ended up being one of the best shows of the series. However, Descent was a great show for much different reasons, and was the swan song for the writing duo. It was their final episode before the show went off the air, but boy was it a doozy. For starters, like I said, there were no X-Men in this episode. Instead, the ostensible hero, or perhaps anti-hero, was the X-Men villain, Mr. Sinister. Except he hasn't got his powers yet, and he was still Nathaniel Essex, and the setting was post-Victorian London of 1888. I'm sure you can already see how this episode was brimming with red flags, but there's even more to the story. It was actually based off the 4-issue limited series, The Further Adventures of Cyclops and Jean Grey, which amazingly had only come out 14 months before the episode aired. An example of not just how dedicated the writing staff was to honoring the source material, but also how up to date they were on the latest developments in the comic series. Due to long production time, it's incredibly rare to have a cartoon adapted from a comic book to television show in barely over a year after its print date, making Descent one of the quickest comic book adaptations in cartoon history. The original story by Peter Milligan and John Paul Leon followed Cyclops and Jean Grey as they were sucked back in time for the origin of Mr. Sinister, who is, at the time, simply Dr. Nathaniel Essex, who is obsessed with his theory of mutation, spurred on by Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection, which would become what we today call the theory of evolution. But Essex is determined to prove not only that these mutations can happen in humans, but also in a rapid fashion and with more extreme mutation results. In the comics, this obsession of Essex leads him to being seduced into the servitude of Apocalypse. So the original story did have at least some of the familiar trappings of superhero adventures, but McDermott and Melching stripped out Cyclops and Jean Grey and Apocalypse. In their place, they added Professor X's ancestor, Dr. James Xavier, as a foil to Essex. And they also further tied the story in with real-life historical incidents by adding Jack the Ripper, history's notorious serial killer. While the inclusion of Jack the Ripper certainly fit the story's setting, it will no doubt seem like a stunt to many, but McDermott and Melching had an interesting reason for the creative choice. In the comics, to accommodate his research, Essex had utilized a gang of grave robbers to procure bodies on which to experiment. This, of course, echoes the legendary story Frankenstein, in which Dr. Victor Frankenstein uses similar henchmen to rob graves and supply him with the body parts needed to create the story's famous monster. In the X-Men cartoon, Essex experiments on and mutates the person who became Jack the Ripper, and it was then, through the Ripper's murder spree, that Essex would obtain the samples, the body parts, for his research. So while Jack the Ripper might seem like a crazy stunt by the writers, they integrated his presence into the story in a clever fashion. Still, it was a pretty daring move to bring a real-life serial killer into a Saturday morning cartoon. In fact, the episode begins with one of the killer's attacks, thwarted by some nearby constables that stumble upon him, intercut with James Xavier meeting with the inspector leading the investigation. Presumably Inspector Frederick Aberline, who actually investigated the real Jack the Ripper slayings. Here, Xavier claims he knows who's behind the Whitechapel murders, and the story transitions to a flashback 30 years prior to a lecture by Charles Darwin, attended by an eager Essex and a skeptical Xavier.
And therefore I am convinced that natural selection has been the main but not exclusive means of species modification. I open the floor for questions.
Mr. Darwin, while your theory may explain diversity in the lower animals, how can your natural selection account for the human soul? Were we not created in God's own image?
I have not, as yet, applied my observations to mankind, though I may do so at some future point.
This echoes real-life history. This flashback takes place in 1859 when Darwin published his groundbreaking book on Origin of Species. And in the book, Darwin did not discuss natural selection in terms of humans, likely to avoid the expected religious backlash. Of course, he still got criticism from religious circles, but not as much as you might expect, and his theory began to take hold in the scientific community fairly quickly. And in later years, Darwin continued his research, expanding to humans in further books, one of which was called The Descent of Man, from which we get the title of this episode. For Darwin's book, descent, of course, refers to humans' genetic descent from earlier primitive species. But for the cartoon, it has the...
I'm recording a big variety video for him, so that's what y'all hear over there, except for when it's loading.
The double meaning of not only genetic descent, but also referring to Essex and his descent into madness and villainy. In the cartoon, Xavier's protest on religious grounds symbolized what Darwin went through, but in the cartoon, Xavier saved his sharpest critique for Essex.
It is his work that worries me, sir. I tell you, his ideas verge on blasphemy.
I understand. But he is my son-in-law, and one of the few things that bring a smile to my daughter's lips.
Essex's wife, Rebecca, also appears in the cartoon, but in the comic it was much more grim. She had lost a baby which was born with some type of genetic defects, and was pregnant for the second time, which concerned Essex that this genetic defect could happen again. These reasons further fueled Essex's obsession.
While Rebecca's condition worsened, even the most advanced techniques of medical science were to no avail.
The cartoon omits the pregnancies, and considering all the edgy material already in the episode, it's not surprising that the death of a child might have been considered a bridge too far. Instead, it's Rebecca herself who is dying from some mysterious illness, which gives Essex his additional motivation to create his experiments.
Though I dared not admit it, Rebecca's illness confounded me.
Rebecca, darling, I need another sample of your blood.
Am I your wife or your guinea pig?
You are the most precious thing in all the world to me, and that is why I must do everything within my power to make you well.
Essex then uses the treatment on himself, turning himself into the physical form we know in the contemporary timeline as Mr. Sinister.
I feel like a new man.
Your daughter is making quite an amazing recovery, Lord Grey.
He made me promise not to tell you. Nathaniel has been giving me treatments.
He's been what?
What kind?
But when her father finds out Essex has also been giving her secret treatments as part of his research, he sends Xavier to investigate, and he finds the true horrors of Essex's research. He had imprisoned people rejected by society, specifically those he could find with mutations, all to be used as live subjects for his experiments.
Small beginnings, greater things have been produced.
Please, sir, no more!
Good Lord, man. Even animals don't deserve such treatment.
Now, before I go into the final crazy details of this episode, if you've watched this far, then please show your support. By subscribing and giving a thumbs up, and leave comments, questions, or corrections below. Okay, now for the crazy ending. With his gruesome experiments exposed, his wife is horrified to realize her treatment was the result of those experiments.
We must flee at once to the continent.
What is this all about? Ah! You're hurting me! Ah! What have you done to yourself? The treatments. What have you done to me?
With his wife abandoning him and his experiments exposed, Essex, or Sinister at this point, is beset by an angry torch-wielding mob, yet another reference to Frankenstein. And incidentally, not the only X-Men episode to make that reference. With Essex forced to flee, we flash forward in time back to 1888, where Xavier is helping with the investigation of the Whitechapel murders. Jack the Ripper is delivering a package to Mr. Sinister, though you probably noticed he's only referred to as Jack in the episode, for obvious reasons.
I got the samples you wanted, Dr. Essex.
And let's take a moment to acknowledge that absolutely kick-ass Victorian-era design of Mr. Sinister. Great period-influenced costume and a more scary facial design as opposed to the younger look of Essex, which ironically was fairly close to the original design of the contemporary Sinister from the normal cartoons. And I really like the Victorian-era Sinister from the comic book, but I thought that the cartoon version was just banging. But back to the scene, it's not explicitly mentioned what is in the package that Jack is delivering to Sinister, and so younger viewers likely wouldn't pick up on it.
I got the samples you wanted, Dr. Essex.
Jack, you fool! I told you I wanted this one alive!
Yes, it's clear that in that package are organs from the corpse that Jack had earlier killed in the episode. Oh, did I forget to mention the corpse? Yeah, that happened. Earlier in the episode, Dr. Xavier was with the inspector, and they surveyed one of Jack's crime scenes.
But I don't see what that's got to do with the butchery here in the East End.
That's only half the tale, Inspector. Please, if you could just... Well, Doctor, do you still think this is the work of a slighted scientist? He has altered nature itself.
And in the foreground, we see a pretty gross foot, clearly dead, with toenails grown out, indicating the body had been there for a while. And while the script isn't explicit, it's clearly obvious from what Sinister says that the package contains organs removed from one of the victims, presumably the body that the inspector and Xavier found in that scene. When I talked with McDermott and Melching at the 2017 San Diego Comic Fest, which featured the X-Men cartoon for its 25th anniversary, they both marveled at what they were able to get away with in that episode.
Although we did get away with a lot of terrible stuff on screen.
Remember, to set the stage, at this point in time, the mid-'90s, it was a very delicate period for broadcast standards. There was a lot of, what was the name of the Peggy Charon's group?
Like Action Picture News Television, is that it?
Yeah, there was, people were very nervous about including any violent or... It was very touchy, particularly touchy.
It's always a negotiation with broadcast standards and practices, and their job is to rein us in. And so, yeah, given that time, that temperature, it's even more shocking that we got away with some of that stuff. I know in Descent, there's a scene, because there's sort of a framing sequence with Jack the Ripper, and we come upon one of the Ripper's victims, and you see this foot in the corner of the frame. It's the gnarliest looking...
It's a dead body. It's a dead body
I've ever
foot
seen
in the frame.
And it looks creepy as hell. And, yeah. I'm like,
it's a murdered corpse that's sticking in the frame.
So let's add up all the red flags Descent racked up that would have normally torpedoed any other cartoon from airing. For starters, it didn't have any X-Men. Professor X does appear at the very end, but for only 10 seconds, and he doesn't have any lines of dialogue.
A final taunt. I fear now I shan't catch him in my lifetime. But if I cannot, then I pray that someone else can.
Ironic, X-Men has become famous for its innumerable cameos, appearances of superheroes peppered throughout the run of the series, but this episode is the one in which the stars of the show themselves are relegated only to a brief cameo. With no superheroes, it didn't have any superpowered fights. It did have some action of a more traditional nature, but as far as superpowers, there's only a few brief moments, like Sinister's healing factor and one of his test subjects who could generate and manipulate fire, but these were fleeting examples, again only lasting a few seconds. The episode was also set in Victorian London and flashes back to even earlier Victorian London, including Charles Darwin and the theory of evolution, which again is still an occasionally controversial topic even today. It showed religious attempts to stifle science, even accusations of blasphemy. The story added Jack the Ripper, a serial killer, and even included the gruesome results of his work.
That's one of my biggest, I can't believe we did this thing. We had like Charles Darwin, Jack the Ripper.
Charles Darwin giving a speech about the origin of species, talking about natural selection, and having a debate about the Bible.
That is an unusual episode, yeah.
So you can see this episode pushed boundaries unlike any other Saturday morning cartoon in history. While it brought elements of gothic horror to Saturday mornings, it didn't do it in a crass or sensational manner. The dialogue and themes of the script have an incredibly literary quality to it, and it even exposed viewers to some actual real history of Charles Darwin, evolution, and that era's tendencies to stifle science. And we can look back and laugh at them for stifling science. I mean, we'd never have people come out with anti-science positions today, right? It's amazing what they pulled off, and yet this episode is often forgotten, even by die-hard X-Men fans, likely due to when it came out. You see, Descent was part of the final batch of 5 episodes of the final season of the show. The show had actually already been canceled, and Fox was moving in new directions with the popularity of newer shows like the newly skyrocketing Pokemon phenomenon. And Saban, the company that produced the cartoon, agreed, preferring to cut the costly production off their balance sheets and bundle the 75 episodes so far produced as a profitable syndication package, creating a revenue stream without any further work or cost in producing new episodes. With both Fox and Saban having lost interest in finishing the show on a strong note, Saban ended up cutting the budget for the final 5 episodes. Thusly, the production was switched to a cheaper animation studio, so the X-Men production team redesigned the characters to a more simpler and cartoony design that they hoped would be easier to animate by the new, cheaper animation studio. Fox and Saban's cancellation and budget cuts was seen by the fans as a slap in the face to this popular show that was instrumental in building the Fox Kids brand up from nothing. And because of this, the final 5 episodes often get short shrift, even from the fans in the cartoon community. But I hope this video shows there were some gems in those final 5 episodes, and specifically Descent should go down as one of the finest and most sophisticated dramatic network cartoons of all time. But let me know what you think in the comments below. Please subscribe for more obscure pop culture history. We'll see you here next time on Hero Journalism.
Say it, Slickback. No, it's a pimp named Slickback, like a tribe called Quest. You say the whole thing. A pimp named Slickback.
Can we call you Slickback for short?
No, nigga, I'm a pimp named Slickback.
Crystal, who is this person?
Nigga, are you deaf? I'm a pimp named Slickback. Say it with me now.
All right, last card, down and dirty. King's bet.
Dollar.
I'm in.
In. I'll see the dollar. Raise it 5.
You raised $5 on that?
I call $5. Queens, full of 9s.
Hey, kid, don't you know what a full house is?
Yeah, and I also know what a psych out is.
I love this boy.
You need to start your report this weekend.
Why? It's not due till next Wednesday. I have plenty of time.
That's what you said last time.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I think you're getting senile.
Watch your mouth, young man.
I can't watch it. It's under my nose.
Hello?
What happened to you?
Well, most recently, I was hit in the head by a door. But before that, I was fixing the satellite dish on the roof, and I kind of fell.
Why didn't you just call the guy?
God's sake, Alan, how do you intend to look after him this weekend?
I'm in excruciating pain, but I appreciate your concern.
Oh. Well, you could have picked up a phone and given me a heads up.
Pick up the phone? Judith, I needed barbecue tongs to take a leak.
Can you look after Jake or not?
Well, Charlie said he'd look after him.
Oh, like hell he will. There is no way I'm going to let your degenerate brother be responsible for my son.
Oh, sure, don't ask me what I want. Just boss me around like you're my boss or something.
Charlie will be fine. Have a good weekend.
Hey, Uncle Charlie, guess where I'm finally growing hair?
Come on, man, I'm eating.
Right here. I'm growing a stash.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Hey, cool hat. Whose is it?
Yours.
Really?
Yeah. It looks great with the stash.
You know, it just occurred to me that I have been feeling guilty because you called off your wedding to Mia so that I wouldn't have to move out. But then, when I did move out, you didn't call her.
Yeah, so?
So, you know why I think you didn't call her? You didn't call her because the whole I don't want to throw my brother out on the street business was a very convenient and noble excuse to get out of the marriage.
That's what you think, huh?
Yes, that's what I think.
That's what you think.
You heard me, that's what I think.
Yeah, well, think again.
Admit it, Charlie, I've been beating myself up buying you pie and hats for nothing.
There's pie.
Oh, okay. Here's one of the first things your Uncle Charlie wrote. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Huh? What do you think?
Must have been before my time.
Okay, we're done here. Hey, don't put your juice box on the piano. It leaves a ring.
How could a box leave a ring? Man.
Okay, well, that's the game.
Dad, get my allowance.
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Here.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Wait, you're taking my son's allowance on a football bet?
Hey, when he wins, I pay off, you know, minus the vig.
Minus the vig. You're charging him for the privilege of making a bet.
That's what the VIG is, Dad. Duh.
Let's face it, he's not going to learn this stuff in school.
I don't care. Give him his allowance back.
Fine.
You get no allowance. That's your punishment for gambling.
Told you he'd do that.
Yeah, you did.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Happy birthday!
Magic set? Awesome!
Oh, how lovely. Perhaps he'll grow up to be a carny.
It includes 14 different illusions that will amaze and astound your friends. But of course, your friends may be smarter than mine.
Cool.
Have fun at the Magic Castle.
Aren't you coming with us?
Oh, I wish I could, but I gotta go to some clown's wedding. I'll try and come back for cake, okay?
Thanks a lot, Rose.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye, Evelyn.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Poor soul. I'm sure she meant well. Now, open Grandmummy's present.
Clothes?
Happy birthday.
Thanks a lot, but clothes?
Not clothes, darling. It's Calvin Klein.
No, it's clothes.
Believe me, sweetheart, the girls are going to love you in this.
What girls?
All right, the other boys will be envious.
The other boys will beat me up.
Well, there's just no pleasing you, is there?
Hi, Mom.
There's my big boy. Don't I get a hug?
Nope, got you in the lizard.
Boys.
Hey.
Oh, hi, Helen.
He left his homework in the car.
Oh, thank you. Hang on, I have some bills you need to pay.
Great. Hope they're really big ones. Hi, Alan. So, you must be Judith's support group. It's funny because I'm kind of supporting her, too. It's not funny, ha-ha, so much as not funny. Ooh, cookies. Maybe this will take the taste of foot out of my mouth. So, who's the little baker among us? Foot.
Oh, can I have a cookie?
Sure, sweetie.
You are so cute.
I know.
You have a girlfriend yet?
No, I'm a bachelor like my Uncle Charlie.
So you're never gonna get married?
No, as long as I got someone to clean my house and some action on a regular basis, I don't need a wife.
Excuse me?
I don't want to give anybody half my stuff.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Uncle Charlie and I are leaving now.
Bye.
I'm trusting you to act responsibly and go to bed at a reasonable hour.
Okay.
You know, this is a real turning point for you. You're taking care of yourself. You're becoming a man.
You too.
Boy, it seems like only yesterday that I was bringing you home from the hospital. You were like a little wrinkly pig with colic.
Yeah, are you going or not?
Are you ready? Hang on. Goodbye, my son.
Save it for the date, Dad. Will you people quit going into the caretaker shack?
Corey, are you in here?
No, you idiot. Corey's been dead for an hour.
Corey?
Man, should have went to bed.
Well, there are several schools of thought on that. So, your dad let you stay by yourself tonight, huh?
Why not? I'm old enough. I don't need a babysitter.
Okay. Well then, I'll leave you to your movie.
Wait, you don't have to go. Want a Pop-Tart?
Sure, why not? So, what do I need to know?
Well, basically, when a guy has half a face, you leave him alone.
Come on, let's go.
I changed my mind.
You took my money.
I'll give it back.
Jake, we're here. You may as well give it a try.
Yeah, give it a try. Who knows? You might like it.
I will never forgive you for this. You didn't tell me I'd be the only boy here.
So, the odds are on your side.
The odds for what? I'm 11. I want to go home.
I thought we had a deal.
Charlie, you can't make him stay if he doesn't want to.
I love you, Dad.
All right, let's get started.
Whoa, who's that?
Your teacher.
Come on, let's go.
Hang on, Dad. Maybe we should give this a chance. Hi, I'm Jake.
Hi, Jake. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Your uncle tells me you like ballet.
Yeah.
Seems overly complicated.
What?
Why don't they just make chips with the dip already on them?
Dude, that's $1 million idea.
What is?
Free dip chips.
Dude, that's $1 million idea.
What's $1 million idea?
It's an idea worth $1 million.
Boy, I wish I had one of those. Can't believe they brought back Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, those guys are like too stupid to live.
Uh-oh. That's my dad. Quick, give me that air freshener. This is bug spray, dude.
Says it's for roaches.
Perfect.
Oh shit! He told the homie to bring some air freshener. It says it's for roaches. Why you got this long ass fucking end screen? Come the fuck on. Hell, we only at 29 out of 42. This video might be recorded for a couple more hours.
That flute, though. Wow, that's a little intimidating. Wait, y'all trying to jump? Because I do not play that shit.
Okay, we need to talk about this backpack thing. It's very demeaning. I'm the Grim Reaper, for goodness sake. I used to have a chariot of 400 burning horses. My arrival on the scene would be a raging thunderclap of fear. Now it's, hey, have you seen Grim? Yeah, I think he's wedged between a history textbook and a tuna fish sandwich. Pretty sure the guys down in the underworld accounting been laughing at me behind my back. Those guys are turbo nerds. I bet none of them even had a date since the 1800s. Hear that, you dateless turbo nerds? I'm on to you.
I want you to bring it to life and make it entertain Billy.
Okay, stand back. Woo! Mama say, mama saw, mama cool saw. Mama say, mama saw, mama cool saw. Mama say, mama saw.
Get on with it.
Just trying to get me mojo flowing. All right. By the powers of the cold, cold afterlife, I command you, arise! Give it a moment. Sometimes it takes a few seconds to kick in.
Pathetic.
You won't mention this to anyone, will you?
Plan B. Do you remember your lines?
Oh, please, Mandy. I'm a professional. Why, just last week, I knocked them dead in Boise. Hey, hey, hey! Who's ready to laugh? And people think I'm scary. 1983 ended a really long time ago, ladies!
Ignore it. Just do the juggling.
I didn't really get time to practice.
Just do it. What was that?
Where do you think you're going? Listen, stop being afraid of clowns! Stop it, you ninny! Stop it, okay? Stop being afraid of clowns! Ha! In your face, Mandy!
Look, Grim! The TV is trying to contact us! It's coming closer! It must want to whisper something!
Grim!
Oh yeah, it was me again, Mandy. I dropped your 4,000-pound TV on myself.
Grim, can I ask you something?
You're going to anyway.
Do you still like me?
Listen, Billy. When you kids won the bet over me, I promised to be both of your best friends forever. But no, I don't like you.
Sure you want to keep playing, Grim?
Heck yeah! Double or nothing.
All right.
Get away from me!
Grim, you gotta see this.
Look at Billy. Running around buck naked. How embarrassing. Okay, Mandy, ante up. I'm determined to win my things back. Wow, this is gonna be fun.
Why, Grim? Why do the good die young?
Well, usually because I get confused. Yeah, hello? I'd like to purchase the Tree Whacker 2000. Yeah, I'll hold.
Hi, Grim. Hey, it looks like you already met my fluffy cat.
That thing clawed my face off.
Dude, that means he likes you.
That thing is a menace. Your parents are turning everyone into custom culture creatures. Ain't that right, Daddy-o? Hey, you can't do that. Oh, reaping teddy bears. How unexpected. Excuse me, Eris, I have work to do. Oh, 1 little, 2 little, 3 headless huggy bears, 4 little, 5 little, 6 headless huggy bears, 7 little, 8 little, 9 headless huggy bears, and I still have 1 million to go. 7 little, 8 little, 9 headless huggy bears, and I still have 1 million to go. I haven't had this much fun since the French Revolution. We gotta do this more often.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
Oh, I do. I do. Okay, Thromnambular. We're both trapped in situations we don't like, so let's help each other out. I wish... that I was free of Billy and Mandy forever, and that you were free from your prison of wishes and would never have to grant another wish.
I've heard your proposal. Let's broker a deal. I'll grant you your wish, and we'll see how you feel.
No! Hey, Billy, have you seen Miss Scythe?
I just sold it to Erwin for a crummy smashed amusement park penny.
You what?
I just sold it for Erwin.
Do you realize what could happen if Miss Scythe gets into the wrong hands?
I sure do. I mean, no.
It could cause mass destruction and chaos, creating an imbalance in the universe and bringing about the end of time as we know it.
You make funny faces when you're angry.
Mine!
Get a room. You stopped Jeff from kicking the bucket. That's awfully nice of you.
Well, I don't care much for spiders, but I do love to see Billy wet his pants in sheer terror. What you cooking, baby? Me favorite. Oh, what did I ever do to deserve a wife as good as you? Oh, yeah, that's right. Gosh, I love snuggling in front of the fireplace. Baby, you remember our honeymoon at the Dead Sea? I haven't lived down that nickname yet. Have I, Billy? Billy? I mean, baby. I mean, wait. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife.
Same as it ever was, same as it ever was, same as it ever was.
Mr. Hinky, I have come for you.
It's been 20 years, Paul.
That's the nicest. Oh, no. It wasn't me, dagnabbit. See? It was the ding-dong duck. Look at me, body. I ain't got no guts. Nothing. How could I poop? Huh? I'm a skeleton. Look at me, body. Look at it. Look at it. So, what are you in for?
I beat the snot out of a guy for farting!
Guard!
Just the sound of it makes me so angry!
Guard!
Angry!
Guard! This video is the biggest load of hoo-ha I've ever seen. Why do you insist we watch this stupid thing?
Am I the only one who understands the complexities of this ambitious cinematic masterpiece? This movie isn't stupid! You're stupid!
Oh, Billy, why you gotta be like that?
Grim, help.
Filthy bugs. They think they own the place.
What's going on?
I seem to have zipped my head onto a fly.
You do look a little flushed, Mandy. Oh, Harold, I'll take it from here.
Thanks, Grim, old buddy. I owe you one.
Can I get a courtesy flush? Here.
And now, watch me dive into this itty-bitty pool from atop the big old tree!
You better not, Billy. You might break your neck.
Go for it, Billy.
And now, perform a perfect swan divey!
Go ahead, you little twerp. Make my day. Billy, are you in there?
Pie, 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 I like pie, I like pie, I like pie, I pie, 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 pie,
That's Billy, all right. He's about to be baked in a pie by an evil old witch. Why don't we come back in about an hour and a half? Oh!
Now let's get Billy out of there.
Okay, join hands and jump in. I said join hands.
Grim!
Woohoo! We made it! It got a little dicey there, I don't mind saying, but...
Where the heck is Billy?
Well, now, I told you to hold hands before you jump, but would you listen? Tending the garden can be quite relaxing.
Everybody run for your lives! The Grim Reaper is tending the garden again!
Tending the garden can be quite relaxing.
Then it froze up. Fucking video. Let's try again, mother lover.
Well, now, I told you to hold hands before you jump, but would you listen?
Fucking keeps.
the garden can be quite relaxing.
Everybody run for your lives! The Grim Reaper is tending the garden again! Grim, your crummy scythe is a piece of crud!
How dare you! My crummy scythe is not... Miss Scythe is not a piece of crud.
It's you!
Is not.
It's you!
Is not.
It's you!
All she needs is a good sharpening, and she'll be good as new.
Of course you're wasting your time sharpening that piece of crud!
Why, you little... Yeah, be quiet. One of these guys is going to win $1 million for milking a goat with his mouth. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Reaper.
Where are you?
That's not important. I know my purpose, Mr. Reaper. You are obviously obsolete.
I beg your...
Your work ethic is poor at best. I don't need you to help me reap. So I am leaving you to pursue my own career, starting with those rotten kids.
What is it, Grim?
Oh, nothing.
Wretched children. That stupid old Grim Reaper can't protect you now. I am fully automated. I lack compassion. And I will have your heads.
You keep away from those kids. If anyone is going to have their heads, it's going to be me.
No! This can't be! No!
Anybody need a lift?
It's about time.
Yeah, we were almost goners!
No worries. I wasn't about to let that upstart Scythe take my job away.
So, what happened to Scythe 2.0?
Let's just say I had her reassigned.
Ouch! This new razor is a piece of crud!
Hello!
Oh, great. You happy now? You went ahead and done made me goosh ectoplasm all over myself. That's just ridiculous. Only an extremely powerful dark witch can steal people's souls.
Exactly.
Oh, well then, okay.
Grim, can't you use your scythe to stop her?
Good idea, Mandy. Well, maybe I should have mentioned that the only possible way a dark witch can overpower my scythe is by turning it into a giant snake and using it to tie us up.
Whatever.
Darn, a 7-10 split.
I love moon bowling!
It is quite satisfying, man. Anything but that! This ain't fair! I hate the community! Hate it! Hate it! Hate!
Why are we at this smelly old place?
This is a retirement home. It's where we're supposed to perform our community service. Ugh. Hanging out with old people. Like I don't get enough of that in my day job.
Hi, Grim.
Sup, Gloria?
Oh, here for Mr. Silverman?
No, that's next week. Hey, Myron. How'd the triple bypass go?
It went great.
We'll see.
Do you think I'm... pretty?
Well, I think you're pretty something.
Yeah, pretty mean.
I was thinking of entering a beauty pageant.
Beauty pageant. Oh, and just so you know, we don't really believe you can win.
Yeah, we just got caught up in the moment. Wait a second, Grim. Why don't you use your powers to make Mandy bootyful?
Darn it, boy! I'm not a miracle worker! But I know someone who is. Trust me, Krabina made me who I am today. You should have seen me before. I looked like a total nerd.
Drab Mandy you knew before is dead. Grim! She murdered Mandy!
It's a figure of speech, dummy. You ever get the feeling something really bad is about to happen? Reality is falling apart!
What's gonna happen to us?
I don't know, but I'm gonna hold you tight and never let go.
I love you, Grim.
What about me, yo?
You'll be fine.
Girls, get up! Mojo Jojo just snuck into a movie theater without paying.
We're on it, Professor. Okay, we keep flying, we never head back, we never talk about this again.
Yep. Uh-huh. At least he's not trying to take people out with magic croquet balls.
Don't be foolish. If I wanted to get rid of you and the king of stupid over there, I'd use something bigger, like a truck.
So, what do you say, big boy? Want to help the little boy out? Maybe break some stuff?
Well, I think I should stick around, just to keep an eye on you. You slinky little weasel.
Oh, meow.
Now I think I'm gonna puke.
But who is that dour-looking chap at the end of the table?
Oh, that's just the Grim Reaper. That's my Aunt Pearl.
Aunt Pearl?
Aunt Pearl? Why, I know this.
Easy, Aunt Pearl. We wouldn't want to ruin our Billy's chance to get into Rollington Academy for the Gifted. And keep him from being there instead of here.
Why, of course, child. We wouldn't want that at all.
You want to know what it's like to hunt a bloodthirsty werewolf through the Canadian outback? You're lucky to come back negative 5% alive.
And that has to do with what?
I think he...
Zip it, Aunt Pearl.
You hear me knocking? Can I please come in?
Go away, Reaper!
Oh, come on! I only got to go to the bathroom once a year, and I gotta go super bad.
I'm not coming out till these crow's feet are off my face!
Crow's feet? Fine. I guess I could shave a few years off the top. Sweet sisters of the underworld! Someone open a window! Well, I don't know me own strength. And now for that bathroom. Sorry, fat man. You'll have to wait in line.
You almost done in there?
Not yet, Harold. Oh, mortals. They just don't understand how hard us Reapers work to look beautiful. Eye of the tiger! Have any of you seen me scythe? Me lost it.
You lost your scythe?
Yeah, along with me self-respect. But when I find either one, those little kids in Kung Fu class are gonna see who the real master of the dojo is. Especially Amy Cooper. I bet you it's Amy Cooper. She's just jealous and always making fun of me. But tonight in Kung Fu class, I shall have my revenge.
You're in a child's Kung Fu class?
Silence, non-believer!
Hey, look! I can see Mandy's books, your scythe, and my Captain Fathead!
Miss Scythe's in there? Don't worry, Jody, I'm a-comin'.
Would you like one chocolate-dipped pickle or two with your waffles?
Neither, you bubble-nosed baboon.
Morning, Billy. Morning, Grim. Isn't this a glorious day?
Oh my gosh! Help me!
Are you mad, woman? It's raining cats and dogs, and Harold's out there.
Oh, Grim. No need to get moody and start filling the air with, I'm the Grim Reaper, and I hate glorious days. Hoo-ha! Can't you have a pleasant morning for once? Na-na-na-na-na.
Lady, my name's the Grim Reaper, not the Happy Morning Sunshine Reaper. I've been watching Billy's My Troubled Pony DVD set. I can't get enough of it. It's got comedy and drama. So, it's a dramedy. But it's also got fun and art. so. It's a dramedy fart. Shh.
Tomorrow they're sending me to the glue factory. My hair, Grim. That's an order.
There. Now beat it. I'm on the last show, and I have to know how the series ends.
My Troubled Pony was canceled after its first season. The series doesn't have an end because it was never made.
Hold on to me, Guillermo! I can't. I don't got no thumbs.
Money is no problem. I still have my birthday money. Used to be I'd charge 2 gold pieces to every chump who wanted to cross the river Styx. But I had to go spend it all on liposuction. That's it! Okay, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way.
Whitey? Kiki?
99, but there were 100 schlubs. So that means... I hate Mondays.
Hold on to me, Guillermo! I can't. I don't got no thumbs. Surprise! Have some candy! I made it myself. Hi up! Pleasure doing business with you.
Hey there, little lady. How you doing?
No, go away. You're scary.
Yes, my rippling biceps can be intimidating.
I hate you, Grim. Yet, you're so powerful. Kiss me.
Always when I'm bathing. What are you doing? Stay away from that phone.
But Grim, I just wanted to see if that phone had caller ID on it.
Billy, that is the most dangerous phone in the universe. Arise from the murky depths and destroy this world.
Grim, your eyes are still on fire.
Help me, Billy! Help me! Quick! Give me something to put my eyes out with. Give me something else! Quick!
Here, Grim, try this!
It burns! It burns!
Here, Grim, douse it with this!
Oh, they didn't! They did!
All right, what's all the screaming about?
Mandy! Girl, you'll never believe what happened! Billy and his ugly friend, they made a phone call during the week, and I only have a limited amount of weekday minutes. That's so evil, man! Oh, I don't know. They probably got sucked through the phone into another dimension beyond space and time and yada, yada, yada. And we're all doomed if they awaken the great Cthulhu, because he'll probably destroy the universe. Let's go watch television.
Why didn't their shoes go, too?
Shoes can't fit through the phone, silly. They're way too big.
We better go in after them.
Do we have to? I mean, the world is already doomed. Why can't we watch TV instead?
Because The Grim Adventures of Mandy doesn't sound as good as Billy and Mandy.
Well, I guess you're right. Say it, don't spray it, all right, buddy.
What is the time there? DWP popcorn, what is the time there? What is the time there, popcorn? What's the P? What is the time there in your country? It's evening. So what is the time?
It's no use, Grim. I can't understand a word this guy on the phone is saying.
He said if we're talking about the new interns, we can find them in the cafeteria.
You understood what he was saying?
Not really, but I'm pretty good at reading subtitles backwards. But let's face reality, Mandy. We'll never find them. We can look and look and look and look and look, but it's pointless, all right? Billy is nowhere to be found, so we might as well give up and call it a day. Oh, hey, Billy. 'Cause you're making me miss my favorite show.
Yeah, I love that show!
Save the human race? Bah! What do I care about the human race? I just want to watch soap operas.
I love you, Juanita!
I never saw that coming. We're all doomed. I'm coming. Doomed. Doomed. All doomed. Look, Mandy, Billy's out in the water, but he's out pretty far.
Grim, don't move! I will swim back to you! Stupid stomach cramp! I shouldn't have gone swimming after I just ate!
Serves you right, man! What's wrong with Billy? Oh, I hope it's a barracuda attack. Or a whale attack. That works too.
I hate retro cartoons!
She said it. Great. There goes my whole design ethic. Oh, what now? What's this? Why, it's the skeleton dance! I haven't done this for like 300 years! All right, boys, if we do this, we do it my way. Now, it's step, left, kick, right!
Oh, Lord, I gotta make this video now.
Rule number 1. Selection is the key to any successful reaping. Got that? Now, let's see who we've got. Or a whale attack. That works too.
I hate retro cartoons!
She said it. Great. There goes my whole design ethic. Oh, what now? What's this? Why, it's the skeleton dance! I haven't done this for like 300 years! All right, boys, if we do this, we do it my way. Now, it's step, left, kick, right! Rule number 1. Selection is the key to any successful reaping. Got that? Now, let's see who we've got to pick from. Nope, no, too healthy, too smart. Heck no, too suave. Wait! Who's this now? There's something strangely familiar about this one. I can't quite put my finger on it, but she reminds me of somebody. Yes! I think I found our first victim! What do you think, Billy?
Oh, she's perfect!
All right, Billy. Get ready to witness some serious reaping. Billy, Twitter-pated. Nearly everyone gets Twitter-pated in the spring, man. You've been smitten by a member of the opposite sex. Girls at your age start to develop their taste for human flesh, so your life is pretty much over.
Right, Grim, you're up.
No, you'll laugh at me.
Have you ever seen me laugh?
Well, no, but maybe this will be the first time ever. I remember my first time. It was horrible. Well, at least she didn't laugh. Everyone gets Twitter-pated in the spring, man. For example, you'll be walking along, minding your own business. You're looking neither to the left nor to the right. and all of a sudden, you run smack into a pretty face. You begin to get weak in the knees, your head's in a whirl, and before you know it, you're walking on air. You're knocked for a loop, and you completely lose your head, and that ain't all. It can happen to anybody. It could happen to you, and you, and you, and not you.
Billy, the Earth's core is calculated to be at least 1,000 degrees Celsius. You'd boil like a lobster. I'm pretty sure we were just having the same fantasy.
Oh my gosh! It can't be! An actual caveman?
But where's the giant monsters at?
Well, most of them are eating healthier, so they ain't so giant no more. But I know that the mighty Kraggerer is drawn by the need to rescue children in peril.
We got to help him, Grim! Make me into a giant monster so I can help!
Normally, I'd object to this kind of misuse of my powers. But since you'll most likely be destroyed, I'm game! Okay, what am I doing again?
There, that. Get rid of it.
When did I become a lawn service?
There's a glass of fresh lemonade in it for you.
Ooh! Stop, drop, and roll! Oh boy. I think I hear Mandy calling me. Put some tussin on, you'll be fine. Coming, Mandy!
Connect. Joel running up numbers, but that's
Is this the kitchen?
No, it's a petting zoo. There's the goats. Pony ride. Huh. There's the dumbass.
What's up, my comic comrades, and happy Halloween. In light of this weekend's festivities, including the finale of Villains Month here on Variant, we knew we needed today's villain to be a big one. And while there are quite a few top-tier rogues in comics, there are a handful that have altered whole comic universes and stood the test of time. Dr. Doom is not only one of them, he is arguably in the top 3 or top 5 that come to mind in that category. We can see his introduction to the MCU very soon as well, with the real possibility that he could be the looming threat revealed in Wakanda Forever. So all things considered, there is no better villain to give the history of Spotlight today than Victor Von Doom, aka Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom first appeared in Fantastic Four issue 5 in July of 1962. He was created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, and Stan Lee would often say that Dr. Doom was his favorite villain. For most of us, we can see why. The dude has a cool look, he's a genius, has mystical abilities, and more. In any case, let's get into Dr. Doom's fictional origin. The best origin for Dr. Doom is given to us in the Books of Doom 6-issue miniseries, where we see that when Victor Von Doom was a boy, he was the child of gypsies in Latveria. We learn that Victor's mother Cynthia delved into the black arts, which his father Werner begged her to stop doing, saying, "Think of your family, think of your son." She replies to her husband, "That's what I'm thinking of, Werner. Look at us. Our people are constantly in tatters, barely one step ahead of the Baron's persecution. But if we had some power, Victor's life, it could be better than this." So of course she doesn't stop dabbling in the black arts and called upon the demon Mephisto to use his power. The summoning of him worked, but not the way she thought. Mephisto manipulated her, filling her with a thirst for vengeance on the Baron's men, the soldiers who kept the gypsies on the run, who beat them and stole their money, who have done worse to the women. She killed several of the Baron's men, but when the demon's powers left,
so they hit her with the old ooh-wop. Thought she had some powers, then when they was gone, she had to deal with the consequences. That's that bullshit. Now he spends the rest of his life chasing his mama. Dear Mama. Dr. Doom was singing Dear Mama out here in these streets, y'all.
The survivors chased her down and killed her as we watch her die in her husband's arms. Her final words were begging her husband to keep Victor away from dark places. But as we all know, that didn't turn out so well. After this, Victor's father, Werner, who was a doctor, was called by King Vladimir to treat his sick wife. But when Werner failed to save the king's wife as she was already riddled with cancer, the Baron blamed Werner for it and sent his men to hunt Werner and Victor. On the run, Werner would die freezing to death trying to keep his son safe. That's right. This is a scene straight out of The Shining. A little while after this, Victor would find his mom's artifacts and mystical books. He would study them and teach himself sorcery, trying to free his mother's soul from Mephisto, but was unsuccessful. At some point, Victor was held at gunpoint by someone who was seeking an award to bring Victor into the Baron. But Victor was able to smack the gun away and choke the man to death. As Victor grew, he excelled in science and his achievements had become legendary. So much so, a US general tracked him down saying, "You're the famous Victor Von Doom I've heard about. You are a hard man to find, Von Doom." Victor replies, "By design. What can I do for you?" Doom explains to us that his achievements had become so legendary that this general had come all the way from the United States to track him down, apparently with some fear that his enemies would find him first. There were offers of money and opportunities to study in the finest schools and laboratories in the world. Victor tells us, on any other day I might have struck a harder bargain, made them pay a higher price for my participation. But on this day, with my trembling hands, all I wanted was to be away from Latveria, and asks, when can we leave? This leads us to issue 2 of the series, where we see the general bring him to New York and shows Doom the lab he'll be working in. That's less than an hour from his state university. The general says to him, "Let's give you the grand tour, and then we'll take you to the campus to fill out your enrollment forms. There's another student we need you to meet there anyway." The other student, of course, is Reed Richards. The two were originally supposed to share a dorm room, but General Masterson had already arranged a room for Doom with a secret soundproof lab attached. Reed would quickly become Victor's academic rival, as we see when Victor is questioning Einstein's theory on time with his professor. Reed agrees and expands Victor's thoughts, but Victor just gets up and walks out of class saying, "Yes, it is Richards, but when I need your assistance on an argument, I'll ask for it." As the issue goes on, we see Doom create the first versions of what would become known as the Doombots, as well as creating a machine that could transverse back through time. Victor even created a machine to get his mother back, saying, "I'd finally found the synthesis between my mother's magics and the science that I dreamed of as a youth." The machine worked and took him to hell, where his mother was being held prisoner by Mephisto. When she sees her son, she says, "Not my beautiful boy, not here. Why has Werner let this come to pass?" "I begged him," Victor tells her, "but I came to save you, mother." When Mephisto sees him, he asks, "Who is this filthy little morsel, Cynthia? Not the beast that stewed in your black loins." She begs for mercy, at which point an explosion happens that Victor doesn't remember as he wakes up back on Earth in a hospital bed. But he says he will never forget the screams of his mother. This accident/explosion is what scarred Victor's face. The incident also led to him getting expelled from the university. From here, we would see Victor go to Tibet to train with monks, mastering their ways so well he became their leader, as seen in issue 4 of the series. In the same issue, we see Victor have the monks help him make his iconic armor, saying, "On my master stroke. Using what I learned in this temple, I would remove myself from this world. I would create a second skin. Adaptive technology would line the inner workings of the armor, and an enchantment would seal it from the demon's touch, keep him from my dreams. But the cold metal on my skin would remind me of his existence, and that he held my mother's soul captive in his realm, for now." Once forged, the monks put the armor on him, and he tells them, "Bring me my face." They say, "It is ready, master." And when he looks at it, he says, "It is perfect. Never again." Again will mortal eyes gaze upon Victor Von Doom. From this moment on, there is only what I've become. There is only Dr. Doom. Okay, so we've been friends for a long time, and you guys know quite a bit about me at this point. But did you know that recently I've officially been proclaimed a lord? That's right, I'm a rare Puerto Rican Scottish lord.
If you are a Scottish lord, then I am Mickey Mouse.
Make fun of it if you want, but for reals, I'm a Scottish lord and I have receipts to back up my claim. This official certificate from today's sponsor, Established Titles, with a fancy crest, settles it in stone. Well, maybe just in paper, so you may call me Lord Heiress of the Northern Scotty Ricans. Seriously though, there's a historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lairds or lords and ladies in English. And these title packs give you at least 1 square foot of dedicated land on a private estate in Edelston, Scotland. So you could officially change your name to Lord or Lady and get it on your credit cards, plane tickets, bro, maybe even a dating app profile. Don't know if that would work, but it's worth a shot. Anyway, your certificate from Established Titles features a unique plot number with which you could see the exact location of your land. But it's also a fun and novel way to preserve the natural woodlands of Scotland, because they plant a tree with every order and work with global charities like One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future to support global reforestation efforts. The first 200 people purchasing a title pack using our link will effectively be next to our plot, within a few minutes walking distance. This makes an amazing last-minute gift, and they even have couples packs that comes with adjoining plots of land. Established Titles is also running their early Black Friday sale right now, plus if you use code VARIANT at checkout, you'll get an additional 10% off. Just go to establishedtitles.com/variant to get your gifts now. Not to mention, it helps support the channel. Again, that's establishedtitles.com/variant. Alright, I just have to start by saying there's a lot of awesome Doctor Doom stories out there, and there's no way we can mention every single one. But still feel free to let us know which Doctor Doom stories are your favorites mentioned here or otherwise. With that said, first story arc up is Fantastic Four 1234, written by the one and only Grant Morrison and drawn by the immensely talented Jay Lee. It's a 4-issue miniseries published under the Marvel Knights banner, with each issue focusing on a specific member of the Fantastic Four, kicking it off with issue 1 focusing on the Thing. The rest of the team are also in issue 1, but again, each issue focuses primarily on a specific member, and for much of the series, Reed Richards is off working in a lab. With the brains of the group preoccupied, Doctor Doom knows it's his time to strike. But he doesn't physically attack the Fantastic Four. Being one of the smartest minds in all of Marvel, he's very strategic about it and offers the Thing, the Human Torch, and the Invisible Woman things they desire. For example, he tells the Thing he can make him human again. But of course, this is all part of Doctor Doom's master plan. It's one of the darkest Fantastic Four stories ever written, being really moody, and Jay Lee's art just throwing it over the top. The story even deals with Sue Storm's marriage being tested when Namor tries to seduce her, which is clearly another piece to Doctor Doom's puzzle. And the fact that we see Doctor Doom pulling the strings behind the scenes trying to systematically take out each member of the team is just fantastic, and shows why he's one of the best villains in comics. Next up, we have Doctor Strange and Doctor Doom's Triumph and Torment. That's right, two of the most powerful sorcerers in all of Marvel team up in this story. If you didn't know, Doctor Doom was one of the top 3 sorcerers in Marvel Comics, mastering the mystic arts to the point he became the Sorcerer Supreme in the future. Anyway, remember how earlier in Origins I said that Doctor Doom made a machine to try to save his mother from Mephisto? Well, that wasn't a one-time thing. Every year on Midsummer's Eve, Doctor Doom attempts to save his mother's soul from hell, but has yet to be successful. So in this story arc, he teams up with the master of the mystic arts, Doctor Strange, Earth's Sorcerer Supreme, convincing Strange to help him save his mother's soul. All I gotta say is seeing these two tag team Mephisto is one of the coolest things ever. They end up fighting him in Hades with all kinds of demons coming at them and stuff. It's crazy. And when Mephisto finds them trespassing in his domain, he tells them nothing in Hades long escapes the notice of Mephisto. Pitiful fools, I reserve a very special circle of my kingdom for trespassers. But you are hardly ordinary trespassers, are you? He then points at Strange, saying, I did not think you foolish enough to enter my domain once more, sorcerer. I shall not allow you to escape this time. And Doom, I knew you would find your way here eventually. I am impressed that you duped Strange into guiding you. Strange replies, I am no one's dupe, Mephisto. I accompanied Doom willingly. Mephisto replies, free will, is it? How quaint. Doom then says to Mephisto, we demand to battle for the freedom of my mother's soul, by the right of previous challenge. Hear me, demon. At which point, literally all hell breaks loose. After some epic fighting with Strange telling Doom, Mephisto seems to have as many demons as there are moments in eternity, which is quite the statement. Long story short, Doctor Doom betrays Strange, not surprising, offering Strange's soul in exchange for his mother's. But Doom's mother isn't happy about it, saying, Victor, no. By such a betrayal, you as much as forfeited your own soul. Doom pulls his mom, saying, had I 1,000 souls, I would gladly sacrifice them all for you. Please, we must leave this place, now. But his mother says, no, I will not be a party to betrayal. I will not go with you, traitor. She continues to say, that my son would betray another to Mephisto? This is worse than damnation of all. You are no son of mine, as she turns to stone. At this point, Doctor Strange frees himself, and Doom and Strange start tag teaming Mephisto, ultimately defeating him. In the end, Strange, being the good guy, sees that Doom is hurt once they return from hell, saying, you look as bad as I feel. Let me give you a hand. But Doom says, get away. I have no further need of your help. Strange replies, don't be a fool. You'll need, but Doom says, I need no one. I have achieved that which I sought. My mother's soul is at last free. Strange says, yes, but only at the cost of her love. Or did you make that sacrifice knowingly? It's a fantastic story, and one you guys definitely need to read. Then, of course, we have the epic Black Panther Doom War storyline. In this story, Doctor Doom's new plan is to invade Wakanda by secretly overthrowing Black Panther and the royal family so he could steal all of Wakanda's vibranium, since it's one of the strongest metals on Earth. And vibranium, with the mixture of his mystical powers, would make Doctor Doom the strongest being to ever walk the planet, bringing his powers to godlike levels. Towards the end of the series, we even see Doctor Doom don a vibranium-coated armor, making him the baddest villain on the block. But But T'Challa has a plan in issue 6. He combines shadow physics, alchemy, and quantum science, then used Doctor Doom's new armor as a power source to transform all Wakandan vibranium into nothing but useless metal. At which point he easily defeats Doctor Doom and takes back Wakanda. We actually covered this entire story in this episode right here, as it's probably going to play a role in Wakanda forever. And finally, we have the original and 2015 Secret Wars comics. We went over both Secret Wars storylines in this episode right here, but for a brief summary, in the original title, Doctor Doom straight up steals the power of the Beyonder, as in the omnipotent being Beyonder. Then in the 2015 Secret Wars storyline, Doctor Doom becomes God Emperor Doom, as the guy gained not just the Beyonder's power, but all the Beyonder's power. It's insane and like the most powerful, crazy OP version of Doctor Doom ever. But again, we go over both stories in our previous Secret Wars video. Definitely give it a watch. But now it's time to move on to powers and abilities. First and foremost, Doctor Doom is one of the most powerful sorcerers in all of comic books. He is such a skilled sorcerer and master of the mystic arts that Doctor Strange himself said he has the potential to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Which, funny enough, a future version of Doctor Doom